British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551 5 Nation Defense. Agriculture is the foundation of industry. Britain also had a foundation after the agricultural revolution, before it had the ability of the industrial revolution. For most countries, this is a necessary condition. Countries like Australia can live well by virtue of their special advantages in some aspects, but this is a minority after all. The world is so unbalanced, just like there are no coal mines in the whole of Latin America. They can't compete with the United States in the 19th century, even if they work themselves to death. If this basic condition does not exist, it will be useless. India is a weak agricultural country with a standard monsoon climate. The biggest feature of the monsoon climate is instability, with rainfall fluctuating between 1/3 less and 1/3 more. It cannot be said that there are floods and droughts every year, but 1 year out of 2 years will definitely be a turn. Due to latitude reasons, India has high rainfall and high evaporation, and most of the disasters encountered are droughts. Although the annual rainfall seems to be a lot, India is a water-scarce place. China's natural conditions are far better than India's. There is no saying that such good land in India is wasted for Indians, and it is impossible to give more than China to the Chinese. 2/3 of India's agricultural arable land relies on rainfall for irrigation. Once the southwest monsoon is abnormal, the autumn harvest of crops will be greatly reduced due to lack of water. The reduction in food production has led to rising prices in India, so India's inflation is often directly linked to whether the southwest monsoon can arrive as scheduled. India's total renewable and land freshwater resources are also only half of China's. India itself is in a relatively dry natural ecology. This kind of drought at the source is not a man-made result, it is naturally formed. A country where food is threatened at any time and the agricultural foundation is not solid, can there be long-term development of industry? In any aspect, India's cards are much worse than China's. What Nehru and Indira can't do, Leo Zion can't do either. Although the climate of British Malaya is not friendly, the tropical rainforest climate is much better than India's monsoon climate that depends on the weather. There is no way. The only colony in the temperate zone in the hands of the United Kingdom is now called the United States. Moreover, the United States is also a place that is regularly harvested by the Arctic cold current, and the climate is equally unstable. British Malaya is already the only colony worth investing in the United Kingdom so far. On the issue of steel, Pamela Mountbatten said that it is possible to bypass London and purchase steel making facilities directly from the United States. Alan Wilson agreed with this. My dear, I have the power, you have the funds. This 500,000 square kilometer colony will definitely become a source of wealth. It's also for the British Empire. Pamela Mountbatten opened her mouth and filled in the loopholes in her Fiancé's rhetoric. The two, actually three, and Princess Margaret returned to Kuala Lumpur together. Pamela Mountbatten had to return to Paris to convene French shareholders to discuss the exploration of Libya. At the same time, Pamela Mountbatten also had to pay attention to the procurement of steel-making equipment, as well as the breeding pigs and seeds needed by her fiancé. Although she was very busy, she was also very happy. As the saying goes, a red man is red when he is near a red man, and a black man is black when he is near a black man. When she met a man who liked to work, she also became a woman who liked to be busy. If you can talk to the respected admiral to unseal the Elizabeth and the Warrior and drive them to Malaya, I think the admiral will be very happy. Alan Wilson hugged Pamela Mountbatten's body and made a suggestion that was absolutely not excessive. If it doesn't increase the burden on military expenses, I think it's okay. Pamela Mountbatten nodded. She didn't think her father didn't have this power. As a daughter, she knew her father very well and liked to intervene in things she encountered. Leave the cost issue to me. I will make an account that can be explained to all parties. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and said, if you want British Malaya to bear part of the military expenses, it's best to do it as soon as possible. Because Malaya has just shown a trend of improvement, it is most appropriate to transfer the burden at this time. Once there is a certain foundation, it will be difficult to do it. Alan Wilson remembered that China also discussed the establishment of high-speed rail. Many people believed that for China at that time, the cost of building high-speed rail was too huge, and it should be implemented when the economy was more abundant. The opinion supporting the establishment believed that the construction cost would increase after the economy improved. While the labor cost was not high, it seemed to increase the burden, but it would save money in the long run. In the end, China started building a high-speed rail network when it was not very rich. This matter was placed on Britain, and it became the basic operation of our Great Britain, and the first-class technology became second-class equipment. Because of saving money, heavy aircraft carriers were killed, and light aircraft carriers were built with the idea of being sufficient. As a result, a small amount of money was saved on the hull, but a large amount of money was spent on electronic equipment that was updated very quickly. In the end, the hull was too small, and the combat effectiveness could not be improved much, even if a large amount of money was spent on transformation. He used several examples that had already appeared in the UK to instill this thinking into his fiancée. Pamela Mountbatten nodded in agreement. In other words, the construction of heavy aircraft carriers is the best way to save military expenses? Of course, dear. Can the effect brought by two Malta-class aircraft carriers be the same as that of escort aircraft carriers? Aircraft are also getting bigger and bigger. Do small aircraft carriers have enough space for larger and larger aircraft to take off and land? Alan Wilson expressed his approval of the construction of heavy aircraft carriers without thinking, saying that leaving room for improvement on large aircraft carriers is the real way to save money, rather than focusing on small money on the hull. It seems that you should be the Sea Lord. Pamela Mountbatten was well aware of Alan Wilson's idea of giving advice to her father through her. As they spent more and more time together, her understanding of this aspect began to advance by leaps and bounds. Alan Wilson gave his fiancée a death stare and said leisurely, in the final analysis, it is still not enough without money. If there is a choice, I believe that the cabinet does not want to cut military spending, so my job is still very important. When Alan Wilson was working hard on the development of British Malaya, Lieutenant General Bilton, the commander of the garrison, signed the Five-Power Defence Treaty on behalf of Britain, the Netherlands, Portugal, Australia, and New Zealand against the threat of the rampant Greater Indonesianism in Indonesia. He only knew about this after Lieutenant General Bilton signed it. After all, he is a military official. Alan Wilson is an administrative commissioner, and the two have different divisions of labor, so Lieutenant General Bilton has no need to disclose it. However, Alan Wilson has a very obedient and well-behaved fiancée, and he immediately learned about this from his father-in-law. The information provided by Mountbatten indicated that this was to deal with the Sukarno regime in Indonesia, which was a threat to local security after independence, so the United Kingdom contacted the Netherlands and Portugal, which still had colonies in the region, as well as stakeholders Australia and New Zealand, to adopt a joint response plan. In fact, the United Kingdom also considered whether to bring in France, which was fighting in Vietnam, but considering that the French army was already at war, it would be bad to drag Britain into the quagmire of war after signing, so it gave up. The 5 countries will cooperate in defense if any form of armed attack or threat of force occurs against British Malaya, Dutch Kalimantan, Dutch New Guinea, and Portuguese Timor by external organizations or their support. The 5 governments will immediately consult to decide collectively or individually to take measures to deal with such attacks or threats. The 5 countries will establish a unified local air defense system, set up a joint consultation committee, a joint air defense committee, and a 5-nation joint force headquarters, which will have a joint force composed of the Army, Navy, and Air Force of the above countries under its jurisdiction. 5-power defense. Alan Wilson remembered that Britain had signed a similar treaty with Singapore and Malaysia in the 1970s. This 1950 version of the 5-power defense replaced Singapore and Malaysia with Portugal and the Netherlands, and it seemed to be a little stronger. Of course, the target of defense was still Indonesia. Of course, the publicized defense target also included a certain big country in the north. However, Alan Wilson knew that Indonesia, which was right in front of him, was the real defense target. This was a good thing. Alan Wilson's work goal had always been to make Britain stay The signing of the Five-Power Defense Treaty could also deter Indonesia, which was right in front of him, and at least gave British Malaya a sense of security. Only with sufficient security can we develop well. Anyway, he had never seen a country with constant war and a rising economy. Having a military agreement to bind Australia and New Zealand is also a good thing for the current Britain. Don't think that the Five-Power Defense, which appeared 20 years ago, is useless. The strength of Britain in 1950 and Britain in 1971 is very different. Especially not long ago, Britain had just completed Operation Hurricane and successfully possessed nuclear weapons. It turned around and promoted the emergence of the Five-Power Defense Treaty, which had an extremely strong deterrent effect. After going to the Indonesian Affairs Office and returning, Alan Wilson had a few more Indonesian newspapers in his hands, criticizing the subversive activities of imperialist countries against Indonesia, saying that this was a containment strategy adopted by European colonists who were afraid of the development of Indonesia after independence. Containment is containment, and fear is out of the question. Putting down the newspaper, Alan Wilson picked up the phone and gave the work instructions of the Indonesian Affairs Office. Spread the news in Indonesia that the United States supports the emergence of the Five-Power Defense Treaty. You don't care whether it is credible or not. Most people believe in conspiracy theories. If you tell too many lies, you will always encounter a few idiots. As expected, Jakarta was very angry about the Five-Power Defense Treaty, which was in line with Alan Wilson's thinking. If he was not angry, he would think about whether there was any conspiracy. Time entered June, and the sun was scorching. It seems that Indonesia has no other way except to be angry, but the problem is not with Indonesia, but somewhere else. 2 updates today. The status is a bit up and down. Chapter 552 Korean War breaks out. It seems that we have Indonesia under control now. Lieutenant General Bilton, the commander of the garrison, said to Alan Wilson, who came to ask in a relaxed manner after signing the Five-Power Defense Treaty. Chamberlain still thought he controlled Hitler? Alan Wilson muttered in his heart, but did not say it out loud. I think everyone should speak with one voice on the Indonesian issue and shape the Jakarta regime into a pro-Soviet regime. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and said, just say it is the second China. It doesn't matter whether it is true or not. The most important thing is to make the United States believe it. If possible, Alan Wilson will strive to deploy British nuclear weapons in Malaya in the future. Of course, he urgently needs an opportunity to make his idea come true. After this meeting, Alan Wilson took away a document that was not confidential and had a basic judgment on the current situation of the prisoner of war camps in Malaya. The British troops stationed in Malaya are troops, and of course they did not come all the way to guard. Therefore, most of the guards in the prisoner of war camps were definitely not British soldiers. As for who they were, of course, it was based on the current ethnic proportions in the colonies. All the prisoner of war camps were in a state where most Chinese and a few Malays were in charge. Soon Alan Wilson had a general understanding of the situation in the prisoner of war camps. As a British gentleman, there was no country in the world that could be a teacher to the British in this matter of divide and rule. He did not want to kill all these Japanese prisoners of war. After all, it was a very tragic incident, and the most important thing was that it was uncontrollable. These Japanese prisoners of war were going to return home, but it was not certain whether they could return intact. Alan Wilson, who understood the situation in the prisoner of war camps, put this matter aside first and continued his report of reporting good news but not bad news, indicating that the situation in Malaya was not small but great. In the latest telegram, Alan Wilson still couldn't hold back his hand and copied Japan's goose formation. From the perspective of current industrial competition based on countries, it is extremely difficult for Britain to compete with the industrial scale of the United States. But after investigating the surrounding areas of Malaya, a plan is gradually taking shape. If we use Malaya as a medium and use industrial support to defeat surrounding countries, such as Indonesia and the Philippines, and eventually form a dumping market, on the one hand, we can stabilize the economy of Malaya, and on the other hand, we can benefit the British mainland. Southeast Asia is divided into 2 parts, the peninsula and the archipelago. West Malaysia of British Malaya is part of the Indochina Peninsula, and East Malaysia is part of the Southeast Asian archipelago. Geographically, it is the absolute core of Southeast Asia with more than 4 million square kilometers. According to recent surveys, the situation in Southeast Asian countries is generally very similar. That is, the Chinese are introduced as a force to balance the local ethnic groups. If we can make good use of the connections between the Chinese, it is equivalent to creating an extra channel to enter other countries' markets out of thin air. The most ideal state is that Britain will establish British-funded industries in Malaya, defeat the industries of Southeast Asian countries, and occupy a dominant position in this 4 million square kilometers market. Then it is analyzed if it is successful and whether it will arouse the vigilance of the United States. You must know that the nearby Philippines used to be a colony of the United States. Alan Wilson was not actually worried about the Philippines' former American colony. In the telegram, he stated that being an enemy of the United States was dangerous, but being a friend of the United States was fatal. In the telegram, 3 examples were cited, namely Liberia in Africa, Haiti in America, and the Philippines in Asia, indicating that once a country really becomes a loyal fan of the United States, it will generally become a failed state. The more pro-American a country is, the more the United States tends to look down on such a country and will turn a blind eye to such a country, and there is no industrial support at all. The telegram said these words to several countries, but it might be talking about Britain. Anyway, Alan Wilson did not see what benefits there were in leaning towards the United States. Although Britain had a lot of friction with the United States in the 1950s because of the pound, the Comet and Boeing problems, and the colonial problems. But it was only a slow decline. In the 1960s, especially after the Nassau Agreement, it was completely in the same trench with the United States, and the speed of decline was the same as a free fall. It is hard to imagine that in just 10 years, Britain has gone from the post-war big three to one of the ordinary people. This report implicitly mentioned that it was unrealistic to keep all colonies, but it was necessary to keep colonies in key locations. Holding British Malaya in hand would radiate to Southeast Asia of 4 million square kilometers, almost creating another British India. If we can find places that can be supported in African colonies, such as Northern Rhodesia, we can also abandon the name of colony and practice colony in reality and continue to dump the industries supported and save direct management costs. Just when Alan Wilson was working hard for the prosperity and stability of British Malaya in the hot summer, the war broke out at dawn on June 25, 1950. North Korea claimed that Syngman Rhee's army crossed the 38th parallel and attacked northward, launching a surprise attack on North Korea. This war was deliberately launched by American imperialism. For North Korea, it is a war against the United States and the defense of the country. On June 26, US President Truman ordered the US Far East Air Force stationed in Japan to assist South Korea in the war. Although Alan Wilson wanted to continue playing music and dancing, out of the good character of a gentleman, Alan Wilson still invited 2 Chinese friends to have a heart-to-heart talk. On the afternoon of June 26, Alan Wilson was in a very authentic Chinese restaurant, asking Xian Kai and Q and Su Yang about their recent lives and their plans for the future. Mr. Su, Mary is a resident of Newfoundland. She came with you from afar and came to half the world away. She didn't come here to suffer. Alan Wilson said to Su Yang very sincerely, Newfoundland is developing very fast. Although it is related to the sparse population, once the gap between the 2 places is too large, I think it may have an impact on your marriage. I heard that Mary is pregnant. I think you will definitely not have any changes in your marriage. Su Yang's transnational marriage, according to the wealth of the 2 places, is equivalent to a young college student in the Chinese Magic City who eventually married in India. There may be no problem now, but if Su Yang does not show a certain strength, it is hard to guarantee that Mary will not be affected by relatives in Newfoundland for a long time, leading to a divorce. In fact, I'm willing to support people who maintain good relations with the British Empire and become well-known figures in Malaya. Ignoring Su Yang's slightly changed face, Alan Wilson said to himself, but London's concerns are the same as those of the local Malay natives. Is there a risk in doing so? In other words, is it reliable? This is a big problem. Lord Zantang, you know the 2 of us. We have had very pleasant cooperation. Of course, we also understand that this is the territory of the British Empire, and it is good enough for us to live a stable life. Su Yang immediately showed his keenness when he heard it, no less than the sharpness when he deceived the white girl in Newfoundland. We certainly will not oppose Britain's jurisdiction over Malaya. No objection. That may not be enough. Alan Wilson looked at the two of them deeply and then changed the subject. What we need is help to maintain colonial rule, not just no objection. Of course, the part that becomes a helper will definitely get help and protection from the Malayan Administrative Office, which may be support, administrative bias, or many other things. I can even provide some startup funds to help you stand out, which is not a problem. I regard the Chinese as friends, but I think you Chinese have a saying, which is to stick your neck out for your friends. So, Master Zhang, what do you want us to do? Xian Kai Qiu was silent for a while and went straight to the point. I remember that in your vocabulary, there is a thing called a Pledge of Allegiance. Alan Wilson gently shook the wine glass and said, I think the exchange of interests should not be incomprehensible to us. After all, for the local indigenous Malays, you Chinese, like us British, are part of the colonization. How can I believe that you will not betray in the future and take the interests of Britain as the standard? In ancient times, a pledge of allegiance was used to sign loyalty, which means to express loyalty with actions recognized by the organization before joining an organization. The so-called any good man who joins the gang must sign a letter of surrender roughly means that a person must sign a life and death contract when entering the Green Forest. With the letter of surrender, he will become a bandit. The only way to get rid of the letter of surrender is to accept the government's recruitment. Xian Kai Qiu and Su Yang were both soldiers in the Republic of China. As for the environment of the Republic of China, where soldiers and bandits are one family, the two had seen bandits who became bandits. When they heard Alan Wilson's words, they immediately understood what he meant. Master Zhang, do you want us to take the initiative to recruit veterans to join the British Army to help clean up anti-British element? Xian Kai Qiu already understood the general idea in his mind and said, if so, there is no problem. No, don't get me wrong. I have always protected the interests of the Chinese and Malays. In my opinion, harmony is the most valuable thing. We can dislike each other, but it is best to live in peace. As the Commissioner of Malaya, how could I let you do anything to the natives here? If a person makes a mistake, he should have the opportunity to correct it. Alan Wilson spoke compassionately and said seemingly unintentionally, but not everyone in Malaya today is part of British Malaya. There are also former enemies, such as the Japanese. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553 London's Call. So, what should we do? Xian Kai Qiu and Su Yang were still confused and had no idea what the purpose of the Lord Zhang in front of them was. You all know that a war broke out on the Korean peninsula, right? According to my basic understanding of history, if a war breaks out in Korea and Vietnam, there will inevitably be a chain reaction. Alan Wilson picked up a piece of meat. There was no need to make this statement too clear. The meaning was enough. To be honest, the interests of countries are not completely consistent. Take Britain for example. The situation in the Far East has nothing to do with Britain. But it is different for the United States. Americans may arm Japan and send it to the battlefield. I know that you Chinese and the Japanese have a grudge. If this result really happens, it will make Britain's position very embarrassing. When the two were feeling uneasy, Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, from the perspective of the British Malaya colony, once the United States supports Japan, the Japanese population will exceed that of Malaya by a lot. Even if we follow the tradition of East Asia, let's put women aside first. The 30 million adult men are also the population of British Malaya and cannot compete. They are all in the textile industry, so they will definitely be faster. They are all in steel, so their output is higher. They are all developing along the same route. The Japanese will snatch your job opportunities. So what should we do? Let's kill the Japanese prisoners of war. Shion Kyu was silent for a while. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Is that so? Mr. Shion, you misunderstood. Doing things like the Germans is only a temporary pleasure, and this is a modern society. If you really do this, I can't protect you. Even if Japan is a defeated country, mass execution is not possible. Once the Americans speak, I must let the vast majority of Japanese prisoners of war return to Japan. Alan Wilson said with a smile, but it's best that, when they go back, they can't be a boost to Japan's development, but a burden. Can one hand farm? It should be possible. Can one hand be a worker? It should be possible too. Reaching out to pick up the wine glass and taking a sip, Alan Wilson savored it and said, but there may not be many people with such strong willpower. If you can break a leg or an arm of these prisoners of war, it's almost the same. You don't need to kill them. You are all soldiers and should have basic discipline and organization. This way I can also help you get away with it easily. If you kill all the remaining prisoners of war in Malaya, I can pat my chest here and say that I can guarantee your safety. You don't dare to believe it, right? What Korean War will cause the United States to arm Japan? This is of course pure nonsense. There are some mistakes that Americans will never make. The United States would rather die than have such an idea, but now the war has just broken out and many news are very chaotic. It is estimated that the American political circles are now confused. A major feature of countries like Britain and the United States is that no one is responsible for talking nonsense, especially the opposition forces. Similar remarks will definitely appear, but appearing and taking action are two different things. Alan Wilson can pay special attention to related news, adopt targeted indoctrination, and spread it among the Chinese community to add fuel to the flames. Now it depends on whether these new Chinese immigrants and Chinese leaders who have served in Newfoundland are reliable. The two asked a lot of questions. Alan Wilson is a British man, and it is impossible for him to be trusted just by saying anything. The two are afraid that they will really become a knife in their hands and be betrayed at that time. This worry is very normal. You want to live a successful life and not be repatriated. The British goal is to occupy British Malaya for a long time. There is no conflict between us. Alan Wilson expressed that both sides should trust each other. Of course you two have doubts, which is very normal. If someone wants me to help you in this way, I will also consider it. So, you go back and think about it and come to me when you have figured it out, but I hope it will be quick, because I may be recalled. Alan Wilson has his own things to do. For example, he really wants to exchange experiences with Northern Rhodesia now. After all, the Slavs in the Balkans are more professional, and they may be able to come up with some very useful methods. Japanese prisoners of war are actually a good target for venting anger. First of all, Japan is now a defeated country. The British Empire cannot control the United States and the Soviet Union now, but it is still easy to control a defeated country. What if it is controlled? It's still a matter of playing music and dancing. The danger of picking up Japanese prisoners of war is also relatively small. Alan Wilson wants Britain to stay in Malaya, which is of course the purpose. But he also wants this colony to become a powerful supplement to the British Empire. Instead of becoming a place with a high cost of maintaining stability, it will not be a help. This place belongs to Britain and will not belong to any country in the future. He even has to build a nuclear missile silo. How can he let other forces in? It is necessary to guard against the United States, but it is also necessary to guard against the motherland of the Chinese and Indians in British Malaya. If similar actions are taken against the Chinese or Malays, Alan Wilson will certainly have no problem in terms of morality. He only serves the British and does not care about the feelings of non-British people. The reason why he cannot do this is the cost. Considering that Britain has just signed the Five-Power Defense Treaty recently, he thinks it is a good thing that the Korean War broke out at this time. The United States is now too inflated, so it is better to wake up. Moreover, when the war breaks out, the Americans need the help of Britain and are likely not to stand up for Japan. In other words, even if Alan Wilson makes the remaining hundreds of thousands of prisoners of war in Malaya disabled, Japan can only bear it obediently. 2 days later, Shion Kyu and Su Yang appeared again. In the commissioner's office of the administrative office, the three of them talked about the future very frankly. The news of the fall of Seoul was being broadcast on the radio of the administrative office. This army is the best trained army in Asia, with veterans of the Soviet-German War as the commanding level. There are more than 3,000 Soviet instructors training this army. It can be said to be a Soviet army with a nation face. Alan Wilson turned off the radio and did not express any surprise that Seoul fell just 2 days after the war began. As for the description in the radio, he also believed that it was completely true. The North Korean army was indeed much stronger than the South Korean army, and it was taught by the Soviet Red Army. The current news rarely involves a certain big country. After all, to be honest, the two are not on the same level at all. The only disadvantage of North Korea is that less than 1/3 of the 30 million people on the peninsula are under control. If Alan Wilson remembered correctly, the population controlled by both sides was 9 million to 21 million, and South Korea had a huge population advantage. But even with this population advantage, Seoul fell in 2 days. Although the war had just started for 2 days, the United States had decided to join the war. Now there are all kinds of sources. Alan Wilson analyzed with sincerity, "I don't know what my two friends think of my previous suggestion. The risk is great, yes, but it is equally risky for me. If it weren't for the British Empire, I would have no need to think of such a way to maintain my dominance over the Malayan colony. Master Zhangtang, you won't kill the donkey when the time comes, right?" Cheyenne Kyu said with some doubt. Alan Wilson nodded in approval of this reaction, went to the corner of the office, and turned on the monitoring device, and played the sound of the three people just discussing this matter, and how to deal with Japanese prisoners of war, played from the film. I said, "Share the risk." With his back to the two people, Alan Wilson blocked their sight with his body, replaced a blank film, swapped the film, walked in front of the two people in front of the disc, and asked, "How about we each take half? As for the real one, it would naturally be destroyed later." He is a civil servant who is unanimously recognized by Whitehall as having a promising future. How can he leave evidence that is unfavorable to himself? It's just that, if he doesn't act seriously, it will be difficult for the two Chinese to believe him. At this time, Alan Wilson was not fighting alone. The words and deeds of Hedy Lamarr, Joan Crawford, Bette Davis, Greta Garbo, Ingrid Bergman, Paulette Goddard, Lana Turner, and Joan Bennett played a decisive role at the critical moment. Anyway, the action would not start immediately, and the two former Republic of China soldiers who wanted to make progress so much finally expressed their willingness to stand together through thick and thin. I have really given too much for the British Empire. Looking at the film, that was cut into two halves by a pair of scissors, and was held in the arms of Su Yang and Cheyenne Kyu, Alan Wilson did not forget to remind them, if nothing happens in the end, you two must take back the half in your hands and destroy it. Don't worry, Lord Zhangtang. Cheyenne Kyu at this time had a bit of the aura of the cruel official of the same name in history, but we need some time. There is plenty of time. After all, there are a lot of prisoners of war involved. You have a lot of time to plan before transporting them back to Japan. But I suggest that only the two of you know the truth. In fact, as long as the time comes to repatriate the prisoners of war, and there are remarks that the United States wants to arm Japanese soldiers, you only need to incite national hatred. Alan Wilson sent the two men to the door of the administrative office with his hands behind his back, like an old man, and then turned back. On the Korean peninsula, people died every moment because of the outbreak of war. Alan Wilson was also melancholy. Thinking that there might be soldiers from the great ally America, he felt bad. He decided not to eat meat today and picked up the phone. "Prepare a lobster for me, thank you." On the third day of the war, Elisa handed over a telegram from London, summoning the British High Commissioner of Malaya to return to London. Then, "If you have anything to discuss with Ethel, send me a telegram. If you don't understand, don't treat Andy like you did in British India." Alan Wilson glanced at the telegram and told Elisa. Chapter 550 for the military and Whitehall. "No problem, dear boss. It would be better if you don't mention Andy." Elisa agreed with her eyes rolling. "Sorry, my original schedule was to meet with the Malay leaders more often, discuss the land distribution bill, and solemnly guarantee that the Chinese would never be replaced. Now the work of appeasement is left to you." Alan Wilson thought about whether there were any loopholes. It seems that there are none for the time being. He will send a telegram when he thinks of it, when he arrives in London. He is sincere in supporting the Chinese and guarding against them. He will never let British Malaya appear to be occupied by the cuckoo. After all, he doesn't owe anyone anything. He has always acted in accordance with the interests of the British Empire. If the population of the British mainland explodes, will it still need to borrow the power of other ethnic groups? Take the matter of dealing with Japanese prisoners of war, for example. There is no personal emotion at all. Once successful, Alan Wilson will start a large-scale arrest operation to arrest all the criminals involved in this matter. It is okay to release them, but the entire Chinese community must be forced to be loyal to the British Empire. The root cause of this matter was too simple. He just wanted the Chinese to make a pledge of allegiance and do something that the whole world thought was wrong, forcing the other party to maintain British colonial rule, with the dream of millions of Chinese people signing a petition to save the murderer's life in exchange for support for British colonial rule. Alan Wilson boarded a special plane to return home. It was a special plane. As a colonizer, he must ensure his own safety. Thanks to the call of the British Empire, the hard-working civil servant set foot on the land of London after many stops. He didn't even have the time difference and arrived at Whitehall in a daze. At this time, the Northern Army of the Korean Peninsula was unstoppable. The United Nations was erupting in heated discussions. The US troops stationed in South Korea had already joined the war, and of course it did not change the fate of being beaten. The war that broke out in the Far East naturally aroused discussions in Britain. Although the war had just begun, Whitehall was very busy. Norman Brooke ordered Alan Wilson to return to London because of the previous report. Just like your previous report predicted, Norman Brooke summoned Alan Wilson to his office and went straight to the point. Because it involves the relationship with the United States, and the United States has the meaning of organizing a coalition in the name of the United Nations, the cabinet is discussing this matter. What do you think? This is not how I think, but it depends on the support of the Soviet Union and the scale of the war. If it is limited to the scope of the peninsula, Britain is indeed concerned about its relationship with the United States, and has no way to refuse. Alan Wilson said this, and then changed the subject. But if the scale of the war cannot be controlled, to put it bluntly, the glorious era is back. Alan, this is a big deal. Norman Brooke gave Alan Wilson a meaningful look. In the second half of 1945, when the European station had ended, what many British people hoped to happen most was that Japan would do what it said, fight a decisive battle on its home ground and fight the United States for 2 years, giving Britain a chance to breathe for 2 years. It could weaken the United States and the Soviet Union and let Britain experience the feeling of the United States watching the fire from the other side of the river before. But Japan was not up to the task and surrendered after 2 atomic bombs, which made the British Empire very disappointed. Norman Brooke was already the second in command in Whitehall at the time, so of course he could recall what happened back then. But at this moment, it was not appropriate to say so. Thanks to Alan Wilson's report, before he took office in Malaya, he had foreseen the current situation. If the scale cannot be controlled, will it spread for a long time? Although it was a bit inappropriate, the respected cabinet secretary did have the intention of making fun of the Americans. I think we should not be too optimistic, but compared with the Allied forces, when the Soviet Union was established, Britain will gain, as long as it lasts longer than this. Alan Wilson saw through it, but did not say it, pretending that he did not understand his boss's equally gloating heart. If there is a 3-year war, we can imagine the scene of a decisive battle on the Japanese mainland. This is not a bad thing for the British Empire. Oh, will there be such an optimistic result? Norman Brooke said to himself with reserve. This is really a tragedy. An absolute tragedy. Alan Wilson agreed very much, with a stern face and a serious look. We all don't want the war to break out, but at the request of the United States to join the war. As we all know, the Royal Navy, the pride of the British Empire, is ready to do its part for world peace at any time. In theory, it would be best for Britain not to participate in the war, but that only exists in theory. Alan Wilson is now discussing how to participate in the war smartly, based on the premise of participating in the war Although the £250 million in the Far East is enough to keep London calm, the US dollars in the Marshall Plan will not leave London indifferent, so this matter is very complicated. Britain can make a big move. In order to show its seriousness, it can even follow the example of the Russian Empire's expeditionary fleet to Japan and unseal the battleships Queen Elizabeth and Warrior. Form a powerful marine strike group to show the power to maintain world peace. If the Navy is not enough, of course there is the Royal Air Force, which has received much attention after the war and is the mainstay of the British Empire. As for the army, it is better not to mention it. But if the army must be used, if the United States insists on requiring a certain number of ground troops, the Nepalese mercenaries who have followed the British Empire in its wars are on standby at any time. I believe they will be dispatched at any time, and the most important thing is to save money. It is not that Britain is prevaricating to its close allies. The key is that Britain is indeed not good at ground power. Although if the Soviet Union had a population of only 50 million as large as that of Britain, Britain might not be afraid of the Soviet army, but there is no need for Americans to know this. After receiving news from ISME, the permanent undersecretary of the Foreign Office, that the Soviet Union was absent from the recent UN resolution, Alan Wilson continued to add to his report, all signs indicate that the Soviet Union has chosen the Far East as a breakthrough point. This is good for Europe, but I predict that once the scope of the war expands, in order to prevent European countries from helping the United States, the Soviet Union will definitely increase its ground forces in the European direction. Britain had just ended the rationing system not long ago, and it certainly did not want the scope of the war to expand. Unlike other parts of East Asia, Britain has no historical connection with the Korean Peninsula. Many British soldiers cannot even find the Korean Peninsula on the map. Although just a few years ago, some British soldiers had encountered Korean soldiers recalling that they were brutally treated by Korean guards in Japanese prisoner of war camps. But even these painful memories cannot prevent Korea from appearing extremely far away in the eyes of most British people. In the paragraph involving the unavoidable participation of ground troops in the war, Alan Wilson solemnly warned that Britain's position should be to preserve the existence of Korea, and if the counterattack is successful, it must not set foot on the land of the North. After the report was completed, Alan Wilson submitted it and then left Whitehall to reminisce with the respected Admiral Mountbatten. Because Pamela Mountbatten went to Paris and made promises to the French shareholders, he could only talk to his respected father-in-law. In 1945, the British representative who hoped that Japan would keep its word and fight a decisive battle on the mainland was Mountbatten, who kept persuading the US military to land in Japan and settle accounts with the entire country of Japan. Oh, will it really make the Americans busy? General Mountbatten was obviously more interested in Alan Wilson's words. Although Japan did not have a decisive battle on the mainland at the beginning, which made his expectations go unfulfilled, it would be a good result if he could get it back after 5 years. Dear General, as I said before, it depends on whether the scale of the war can be controlled. Alan Wilson said truthfully, if the Soviet Union had not suffered too much population loss, I would be the person in Whitehall who most supports the immediate military alliance with the United States. Countries with the Soviet system are usually stronger than their peer. This is especially true in Asia, where the local area is quite poor, and the Soviet Union's proposition is very attractive. This time, the meeting between the father-in-law and the son-in-law was of course effective. Mountbatten expressed his willingness to try the restart of the battleships Queen Elizabeth and Warrior and transfer them to the Far East. Alan Wilson expressed his gratitude. In fact, for the current common colonies, battleships are more deterrent than aircraft carriers, especially Indonesia or across the strait. General Mountbatten, like most British people, had no idea what the Korean Peninsula was like. As Mountbatten's son-in-law, Alan Wilson certainly had the obligation to answer, saying that South Korea was part of Japan. During World War II, Koreans enthusiastically joined the army and fought to the end for the Empire of Japan. As a man who made a will that even the Japanese were not allowed to attend his funeral, the current 4th Sea Lord Mountbatten understood immediately. His face turned from sunny to cloudy, and he said meaningfully, "So that's the case. That's really interesting. Although we all think that this war has nothing to do with Britain. If the United States insists on it, it will be difficult for us to refuse. Alan Wilson looked embarrassed. We can only think of a way. Of course the Royal Navy is ready to go at any time. Let's start preparing now and cross half the world to help the Americans. General Mountbatten said without thinking. He felt that the Americans should be able to wait for a few months. After all, we are helping the United States. That war was more of the United States' responsibility. Now the United States believes that it is invincible. We should not steal the limelight from the Americans. Even if we send ground troops, we should not set foot on the land north of the dividing line. If the scale of the war is controlled, let the Americans enjoy the glory of victory themselves. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Mountbatten agreed with his son-in-law's opinion. After all, he is an expert in Oriental studies. This person's establishment is still very successful, otherwise he would not be recalled. Within a day of returning to London, Alan Wilson had brought military bosses and Whitehall together on the war. Chapter 555 Chain Reaction. In 1950, although both Britain and the United States talked about a special relationship, it definitely does not mean that the two countries have completely the same perspective on the issue. The 21st century should be roughly the same, but it is Britain that calls for a special relationship between Britain and the United States. The United States does not emphasize the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Who made Britain at that time? Only the British Isles became a clinging role. On the day of the fall of Seoul, the United Nations passed Resolution 82, announcing armed intervention on the Korean Peninsula. Alan Wilson was formulating policies with UN Resolution 82 in his hand. Although the Labour Party is now in power in Britain, and many ministers of the Labour Party were once hardcore pro-Soviet element in their youth, people of different ages have different ideas. Regarding the definition of the Korean War, Britain also tends to believe that it is part of the Soviet Union's global strategic intentions. Because the Labour Party had been in opposition for a long time and lacked talent for a long time, there were many super ministers in the Attlee cabinet. The outbreak of the war attracted the attention of the two former foreign secretaries, Ernest Bevin, and the current foreign secretary, Herbert Morrison. The relationship between the two foreign secretaries is very good, which is in sharp contrast to the relationship between Morrison and Attlee. The two listened to Alan Wilson's estimate of the scale of the war and judged what countermeasures Britain should take. The current Foreign Secretary Herbert Morrison is preparing to implement the Colombo Plan under the advice of his predecessor Ernest Bevin to maintain the influence of the British Empire in Asia with the help of Australia. The main motivation of the Colombo Plan is to oppose the Soviet Union and prevent the United States, and to maintain the vested interests of the British Empire in Asia. It is also a confrontation with the United States to increase its influence in the local area. As the current British High Commissioner of Malaya, there is no doubt that this matter is related to Alan Wilson. It happened that Alan Wilson was summoned back to London and even talked about the Korean War. In response to the inquiries of the two ministers, Alan Wilson said that he had practiced magic for many years and had a certain degree of maturity. He took an open and honest attitude towards the local Malays and Chinese, and even had his own long-term plan, which was to take British Malaya as the center, defeat the industries of the surrounding independent or semi-independent countries, and achieve the goal of recreating a British India. Ernest Bevin and Herbert Morrison looked at each other, both very surprised. They didn't expect that a civil servant trained by Whitehall would brag and not take politicians seriously at all. Alan, I heard that you have a good personal relationship with Senator McCarthy of the United States? Ernest Bevin asked. Yes. Alan Wilson nodded and replied, he is a very good person, very sincere to others, different from traditional senators. If there is any problem, it may be that he loves alcohol too much. McCarthy is certainly a good person. Although McCarthy has become more and more powerful in the United States due to the outbreak of the Korean War and has appeared in an arrogant manner, McCarthy helped Vivian Leigh get shares in United Artists after all. Just based on this point, McCarthy is his friend, Alan Wilson. Even if McCarthy shoots and kills people on the streets of New York the next second, it will not change this. This answer made Herbert Morrison frown slightly. According to his remarks, this cabinet is full of Soviet spies. Dear Minister, if you tell the truth, it is indeed the case. Alan Wilson said helplessly. In the eyes of McCarthy and the forces he represents, this government is indeed suspected of being Soviet spies, but that is the United States after all. If the perspective is not limited to Britain, Americans will find that pro-Soviet forces are everywhere in European countries, France, Italy, Greece. Wait. The opposition party speaks nonsense and does not have to take responsibility. Not to mention McCarthy. Churchill, who is still energetic, often makes random remarks in Congress. I just don't know if it is related to the rumors of adjusting copyright taxes. Thinking of Greece, Alan Wilson couldn't help but worry. Pro-Soviet armed forces are still entrenched in the northern mountainous areas near Yugoslavia. Historically, by 1950, the pro-Soviet forces in Greece had long ceased to pose a threat. There are also a large number of American officers and soldiers who have combat experience in Greece who went directly to the Korean peninsula. Bevin and I have read your report, and you also know that President Truman has decided to intervene militarily on the Korean peninsula. The cabinet means that we should help the United States. There are several main reasons for taking such an attitude. Herbert Morrison said that, if the result of the Korean War is a victory for the Soviet bloc, it will greatly undermine the prestige and reputation of the free world, especially in Germany, which will seriously endanger the security of Central and Western Europe. And supporting the US war policy can be exchanged for the US support for Britain's rule in Malaya and France in Vietnam, thereby maintaining Britain's strategic interests in the Far East and Southeast Asia. Supporting the US war policy can also repair the Anglo-American cooperation relationship that was previously suspected because of Britain's support for Arab countries in the Middle East. These ideas all seem to make sense, but Alan Wilson asked in return, I personally feel that the outbreak of this war has shown that the United States and Britain must stand together. Under the premise of facing the Soviet Union, the so-called repair of the previously suspicious relationship is not very urgent. According to current news, the United States' participation in the war has not changed anything. The US troops on the Korean peninsula can only retreat with them. If the scale of the war cannot be controlled, as mentioned in the second half of my report, the £250 million investment in the Far East may be confiscated, and Hong Kong may also be unstable. Dear Minister, to be fair, according to the current summary of the news of the confiscation of American capital has already come, and we cannot let British capital suffer the same fate. It is foreseeable that the United States will retaliate because of the confiscation of American capital. I believe that the Paris Coordinating Committee will have new business in the near future. Once this consequence occurs, Hong Kong will become the only external channel for such a large area as the Far East. Of course, I have not forgotten the land occupied by Portugal, but it is too small. Under British rule, Hong Kong will become the only communication channel, and this benefit will be enjoyed exclusively by the British Empire, and the benefits it brings are immeasurable. Ernest Bevin nodded in approval and said, we are also firmly opposed to the expansion of the war, and any attempt by the United States to expand the war. With the five-nation defense including Australia and the upcoming economic assistance, we cannot risk another world war. The most important thing is that there is no winner. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly and said, from the several wars that broke out after the war, especially in Asia, the forces supporting the Soviet Union far exceeded the forces supporting the free world. When fighting, the supporters of the free world are usually the ones who suffer. Naturally, fighting is also disadvantageous to the British Empire. Although it is rather discouraging, this is a fact, and it is not the first time that this has been proved. The retreating US military is an example in front of us, and the French army, that has not made any progress in Vietnam, is also the same. Regarding the discussion of the Korean War, Alan Wilson said that what he hoped most was that Britain would not participate in this war that had nothing to do with itself, but he also knew that this was almost impossible. He tried his best to use his own relevant analysis to help the two ministers formulate countermeasures. Britain did not want to see the Korean War spread from regional conflict to the surrounding areas, or evolve into a full-scale conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union, or a world war, which would not be in the interests of Britain. Therefore, Britain basically determined the policy of localizing the Korean War and limiting the intervention in the war. At this point, the cabinet also formally formulated the combat range of the British Army, which could not exceed the military demarcation line previously drawn by the United States and the Soviet Union. Considering the Incheon landing, Alan Wilson seemed to feel that the restrictions were too strict. In fact, we also oppose the United States sending its navy to interfere in the civil war in the strait. If possible, we can even help China regain its seat in the United Nations. Ernest Bevin hesitated. All this is in the hope that the scale of the war will not expand. It's a pity that we can't achieve our goal. The Americans now think they are invincible. Britain is just a former hegemon. Alan Wilson replied with a wry smile. On European security issues, we share the same position with the United States, but on issues in other continents, our opposition seems to be more. If it weren't for the success of the nuclear test, we really don't know how to respond to the United States' request for Britain to send troops. Alan Wilson could only do so much. Sometimes you don't really have to bump your head and bleed. Deeper-rooted touches will not disappear. For example, before the outbreak of World War II, Britain and France believed that the Soviet Union was just another imperial Russia and would never be able to withstand Germany's blitzkrieg. When the Soviet Union and the Germans were in a stalemate, Western European countries realized that the Soviet Union was the Soviet Union and the Imperial Russia was the Imperial Russia. Although they were the same group of people, they were completely different. For this reason, Alan Wilson, under the care of the two ministers, drafted the Fourth Order tactics for this limited intervention. Britain is willing to use all possible support, except for helping. If that doesn't work, the British Royal Navy will organize an expeditionary fleet to depart from the mainland and arrive in the Far East to participate in the war after half a year. Third, if the United States thinks that the time is too long, Britain will use the Royal Air Force to carry out large-scale maneuvers to help the United States. Finally, if ground forces must be sent, Britain will use the excuse of strengthening defense against the Soviet Union's troops in Europe to send limited ground forces to participate in the war and try to use Nepalese mercenaries instead of sending British ground forces. While Alan Wilson was working for world peace, war broke out again in South Asia, and the Indian Army once again launched an attack on Hyderabad. Why do you like to join in the fun so much? Alan Wilson, who got the news, was very helpless. This should be considered a chain reaction. Chapter 556, No Army. It has to be said that India has seized a good opportunity, because with the outbreak of war in the Far East, who has time to pay attention to India? Alan Wilson could only cheer up his good friend Ali Khan, and could do nothing else. After returning to London, he now pays more attention to the situation in Europe. With the current total strength of the United States, it is far from enough to start a war. The 11 million troops in 1945 have long disappeared. The United States, which has wiped out nearly 10 million troops, cannot fight a war with its current military strength, and it is imperative to expand its army. Now, including the logistics personnel, the US military is probably more than 1/3 of the entire British Army. At present, the total strength of the British Army is 800,000, and the US military is 1.3 million. Like the United States, due to national attributes, the Navy and Air Force occupy a large proportion of the total force. Excluding the Navy and Air Force, the US Army has only 600,000 to 700,000 people. The proportion of the United Kingdom is about the same. Under such a distribution of forces, the most important thing at present is not the Far East, but the Soviet Union, which is close at hand and very convenient to mobilize troops. Once the Soviet Union increases its troops stationed in Germany, whether it is willing or not, the United States and Europe must follow. They had to use their not so strong army to confront the strongest army of the Soviet Union. Europe was far more important to the United States and the Soviet Union than to other regions. Alan Wilson's report stated that the Soviet Union would definitely increase its troops in Germany, and this was an excuse for Britain to defend Europe and try not to send a large number of ground troops to the Korean peninsula. If there were an option, the cabinet would definitely not want Alan Wilson's report to become a reality. London would rather the Korean peninsula be bombed into a white land than to increase the number of Soviet soldiers in Europe by even one. But there was no way. Alan Wilson only informed the Foreign Secretary of this possibility. It depended on how Herbert Morrison, the middle-class Stalin called by the British, communicated with Moscow. Anyway, Alan Wilson was very pessimistic. The Korean Peninsula was a place that was not painful for Britain. Europe was different. He did not have the ability to make London turn a blind eye to the Soviet Union's increase in troops, unless the Soviet Union did not increase its troops, but this could not be done either, so this was a dead end. The outbreak of war in the Far East and the Soviet Union's increase in troops to deter Europe made European countries unable to help the United States. But European countries must defend themselves. Even if the confrontation in Europe intensifies, NATO will immediately take firm steps. After several years of efforts, NATO finally came 1 year late. It still has little impact on the overall situation. The impact only exists in some local areas and local events. For example, the 2 Malta-class aircraft carriers will be in service next year and the year after. For example, the sales volume of Comet passenger aircraft has reached 200, while in the same year in history, there was no order, and it was just tested. The biggest change is the British finances. Historically, Britain owed a lot of debts to the United States, and was always controlled by the United States. The most favorable thing for London at present is that short-term debts have been completely cleared. As for the Marshall Plan, 90% of it is a free gift. After calculating the results of the work in the past 5 years, Alan Wilson could only sigh that he still had to work harder in the future. The United States joining the Korean War is a good opportunity. If Britain is not affected, it can hide aside to take a breath and rest. The most important thing is that, if there is no problem with the British finances, it will have the confidence to talk to the Americans face to face. This is the same as the principle that, if you have food at home, you will not be in a hurry. Things are universally connected. Alan Wilson remembered Lenin's words. If Europe continues to play music and dance, it will be difficult for Britain not to join the war. But if the Soviet Union increases its troops in Europe, Britain will also feel uncomfortable. You have to choose one of these 2 results. If the Soviet Union does not increase its troops to confront Europe, Britain has no reason to prevaricate with the United States. But if the Soviet Union increases its troops in Europe, it will definitely make Britain very uncomfortable. Although the current government has accepted the fact that the Soviet Union was severely damaged by the World War, it cannot be unprepared for this thing. In the end, Alan Wilson could only sigh that it was ultimately a matter of national strength. If the national strength is strong, you can deal with things that are in a hurry. If the national strength is not strong enough, even if it is something that has nothing to do with your country, the impact will be greater than that of the countries involved. At this point, Alan Wilson can only use the Korean situation to make fun of themselves. If this war breaks out, I believe that the Federal Republic of Germany will not drag it on, and NATO will soon appear. I just don't believe it. With nuclear bombs in hand, the economy is so much better than the same period in history, and the 3 occupied areas have not yet merged. They can't even come up with a condition of not sending out the army. Alan Wilson, who finally completed the European part of the report, muttered. He wanted to see who was negotiating on behalf of Britain. With so many favorable conditions in hand, if he couldn't negotiate more favorable conditions than in history, he would go to Phil B to investigate whether the person in charge of the negotiation was reliable. Britain began to discuss the request for assistance from the United States in the cabinet, and the first formal action was the unsealing of the battleships Queen Elizabeth and Warrior. The 2 battleships will rush to the Far East to strengthen the British Royal Navy's military power in Asia. Alan Wilson fully agreed, and told the respected Admiral Mountbatten that, even if he didn't talk about the Korean War, India was now attacking Hyderabad, so it would be good to go there, to brush up on his presence. Alan, you don't think you are the Assistant Commissioner of British India, do you? General Mountbatten sighed. He basically had nothing to be dissatisfied with this son-in-law, but he was a little too enthusiastic about India. Alan Wilson did not deny this point. He had 10,000 reasons to express his concern for the future superpower. Portuguese Goa's warning to New Delhi was ignored. This trend is very worrying. Portugal also plays a role in the joint defense of the 5 Southeast Asian countries. If New Delhi gets Ali Khan in the future and threatens Portuguese Goa, what should we do? We still need Portugal's support in Southeast Asia. Alan Wilson sighed and expressed his concern for the country and the people. The situation is unstable now, and I believe the Portuguese can understand it. General Mountbatten pondered for a while and said, use the war in the Far East to explain to Portugal, and pretend that we are very busy. That's what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs does. Alan Wilson nodded, indicating that everything was as General Mountbatten expected. Before he came to see the unsealing of the 2 battleships, he had just sent a telegram to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, talking about the things that the United States was most concerned about, such as the establishment of NATO and the merger of the 3 occupation zones. Then he changed the subject and told Sir Oliver Franks, the British ambassador to the United States in Washington, that in principle, the above issues could be discussed. In the current war, the Soviet bloc was aggressive, and Britain could give up some of the previous conditions, but regarding the matter of sending troops, it would be best not to send the army. Sir Oliver Franks, your colleagues in Whitehall, think you are an extremely reliable gentleman. Sir Oliver Franks at the British Embassy in Washington held the telegram and shook his head with a wry smile. It actually involved the issue of reliability. It seemed that the cabinet had made up its mind to avoid sending ground troops. This was a careful decision made after the cabinet and the Whitehall leaders studied it. After all, the US military was beaten up now. The Americans always said that they were invincible, but all European countries saw was a continuous retreat. In the telegram, it was even stated that European countries generally believed that this was a Soviet feint to the east and attack to the west. The conflict in the Far East was initiated to divert attention in order to let European countries relax their vigilance. At this point, Sir Oliver Franks could only do his best. Alan Wilson himself added some personal connections to the telegram, indicating that Sir Oliver Franks could go to Senator McCarthy, and there might be unexpected gains. Alan Wilson was an extremely nostalgic person, and of course he kept in touch with McCarthy as a friend in the time of the other's downfall. Whether the combat effectiveness of American soldiers is reliable in the current situation of the Korean War appeared in recent correspondence. He also expressed in a private letter that he hoped McCarthy would not reveal Europe's suspicion of the United States retreat. This is not conducive to the unity between Europe and the country. Alan Wilson is absolutely nice to be a friend. He knows that McCarthy's history ended in a dismal conflict with the military, so he helped his friend to fill this loophole. Because of Alan Wilson's understanding of McCarthy, McCarthy will definitely take the opportunity to criticize the weakness of the Truman administration. This is actually what the military wants. Sir Oliver Franks negotiated with the US government and mentioned the doubts of European countries about the retreat of the US military. It should have been very confidential, but McCarthy still knew it. At the hearing, McCarthy, with the support of the Republicans, launched a fierce attack on the situation in Asia that had deteriorated to this point, believing that the domino effect had already appeared, all because of Truman's weakness at the time. The United States under the leadership of the Democratic Party has been despised by the Soviet Union and doubted by its allies. The frustration of the soldiers who are now retreating and the Americans who have lost their lives should all be borne by the Democratic Party. McCarthy shouted at his supporters at the top of his lungs. The soldiers who don't know where to retreat now are confused and helpless. There is a reason for their panicked faces. Even our European allies are questioning the leadership of the United States at this time. We should immediately strike a head-on blow to the enemies who challenge the United States. In London, across the Atlantic, aerial photos of the Soviet Union's reinforcement of troops in the Soviet-occupied zone were placed in front of the cabinet ministers. The first thing we have to do is to maintain the prosperity and stability of Europe. Prime Minister Attlee was silent for a long time, and he came to a final conclusion on this matter. The ground troops should stay in Europe and the Navy and Air Force should be sent to support the United States. Chapter 3 It may be late, don't wait. Chapter 557 War brings demand. Even if we have a trade-off, it's probably not easy to achieve our goal. The United States certainly wants us to send ground troops. Norman Brooke informed Alan Wilson of the cabinet's decision, but said that things might go back and forth. It's better not to. Once the scale of the war is out of control, you know that most of the population of British Malaya is Chinese. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and said, "Of course I won't judge whether it will undermine the stability of Malaya based on ethnic issues. But it's possible. It seems that the move to balance the Malays is not so correct." Norman Brook frowned and sighed. "But we couldn't have predicted that the situation in Asia would become like this at the time." Although Alan Wilson knew it in his heart, he still shirked responsibility by saying that the future was unpredictable. "We may have to be more careful about stabilizing Malaya for some time in the future, but if we get through this stage, the benefits will be unlimited. The window of Hong Kong is in our hands, and the core of Southeast Asia, Malaya, is in our hands. As long as we can stabilize the Chinese in Malaya, there are Chinese in various Southeast Asian countries. We can successfully enter the markets of various countries through this channel." Alan Wilson mentioned the benefits and described the ambitious goals for the future. "Now there is no other way for Britain. If Malaya cannot be saved, the British colonial system will undoubtedly collapse. It is impossible to vigorously support Africa, right? Northern Rhodesia? More than 200,000 Slavs. How long will it take for the population to increase to support Britain? How can Britain wait so long now? Yes, there are not many options left for Britain, so your work is still very important. By the way, Alan," Norman Brook asked another question, "what do you think of New Delhi's military action against Hyderabad? You have worked in India. There are only a few hundred German instructors. We know that if New Delhi has long-term ambitions for Hyderabad, Hyderabad will sooner or later have problems. It's really hard to say." Alan Wilson hesitated and replied, "But for India, I personally think it's not appropriate to look up to it. The so-called powerful country is quite difficult to achieve. Although Nehru is a very powerful person, the mouth of the Ganges and the Indus River basin already belong to another country, and the excellent geography of British India has been destroyed. He can't change anything. India wants to be a powerful country, and even if Britain agrees, the United States will not agree. Britain occupies a dominant position. As the war progresses, the United States becomes the world's largest country and gradually takes the lead. The attitude of the United States towards India is similar to that of Britain. In order to maintain its dominant position in society, the United States can suppress any country, including but not limited to India. The United States marginalizes India. At first, it was only inequality in economic status, and then it expanded to other fields and strengthened it. In terms of governance, the United States' dominant position is strengthened. Looking at various industries in the world, the United States is basically at the top of the pyramid. In terms of values, it emphasizes the differences between the East and the West, marginalizes India, promotes core values centered on the United States, and denies India's values. In terms of social roles, it restricts and hinders India's creativity, restricts India from entering core areas, and places it in a secondary position. Although India participates in world affairs, the world still belongs to the United States. In other words, the United States constantly puts India in a secondary position, making India feel that it is born to be secondary, so that India can always and only be the bottom labor force for the United States. After the Cold War, the United States played a trick in the East, and it will only be more cautious when dealing with India. After all, learning from history is not the patent of any country, and the United States will not be so stupid to fall into the same pit twice. In front of the cabinet secretary, Alan Wilson still guaranteed his confidence in stabilizing the situation in Malaya. If it really doesn't work, when the two unsealed battleships arrive in Asia, they can bombard Jakarta to help cheer it up. It's not like they haven't done it before, the Dutch have done it. Is there anyone in the whole of Britain who is more confident than him, and can achieve results in a place where the Chinese are the majority of the population? Due to the rigor of the rhetoric, there may be, but from the actual situation, there will be no such thing. So far, Alan Wilson has completed the work that London recalled him to this time, drafting a response analysis for the Far East War, providing a template for Britain to deal with this matter next. When looking at Asian issues, Britain and the United States have completely different considerations, which can be seen from the media reports controlled by Pamela Mountbatten in Australia. The media and the American public opinion in Australia are talking about completely different things. Thanks to McCarthy's smooth work, the United States regards all countries with similar Soviet political structures as part of the Soviet Union, believing that as long as they are socialist countries, they have no autonomy at all, and like Eastern European countries, they directly obey the orders of the Moscow Center. Prime Minister Attlee also viewed Eastern European countries in this way, but he did not view Yugoslavia in this way. This is a big difference. He did not view Moscow in this way, nor did he view socialist countries outside Eastern Europe in this way. In view of this, London still maintained contact with Belgrade after the incident with the group of people in northern Rhodesia. The Labour cabinet believed that maintaining contact with autonomous socialist countries was itself a way to defuse the threat of the Soviet Union. If all countries with the same system as the Soviet Union were fully hostile, it would only force these countries to increase their dependence on Moscow. At the same time, the force is mutual. The more socialist countries are forced, the reaction will force Western European countries to cling to the thighs of the United States, including the United Kingdom. However, Alan Wilson knew that Britain's advice would definitely be ignored by the United States. Britain thought that Americans were relatively inexperienced in dealing with world affairs and would be willing to listen to Britain's experience. But this was based on Britain's assumption. Britain and the United States have a certain degree of consistency in interests, and this assumption will soon be proved to be overly optimistic. Due to the asymmetry of power between the two countries after World War II, the United States is stronger than Britain, which limits the influence of Britain. Perhaps the only thing that can make people happy is that, because the war broke out and the United States has decided to intervene, the American steel stocks retained by Alan will have ushered in a wave of increases. If history remains unchanged and the war lasts for about 3 years, he will be able to usher in a wave of wealth increases. Of course, compared with the Australian iron ore in Pamela Mountbatten's hands, this can only be regarded as a small amount of money. When the United States decided to intervene militarily, it was also the time when iron ore ushered in a rise. In this case, Australia's extremely high purity iron ore will have a more significant advantage. It can even be said that it can supply the European market. If iron ore is at a low price, Europe is far away from Australia after all. In addition, Europe itself has iron ore, and the demand for Australian iron ore is not urgent. But it is different after the price of iron ore rises. After all, Britain is supported by the imperial preference system. It is very exciting to import it into other European countries through the hands of Britain. Pamela Mountbatten, who was painting cakes in France, also sent a telegram to her fiancé who returned to London during this period to express her joy because of the news that the war caused the price of iron ore to rise. Even in Sweden, the country with the best iron ore in Europe, Britain has a stronger traditional relationship with Germany and France. In general, if Britain can take advantage of the rise in the price of related raw materials driven by the war, it can still reap some benefits. Alan Wilson returned to London this time and brought Miller's profits for the first half of the year, a total of £28 million. After all, Miller's tin ore and rubber accounted for half and 1/3 of the world's demand respectively, and had strong pricing power. When the Netherlands evacuated Indonesia, it destroyed the Dutch rubber industry in Indonesia, and boosted British Miller's pricing power in the rubber field, which led to a revenue of £28 million in half a year. The Dutch destroyed Indonesia's rubber industry, but helped Britain. It was the same as the United States entering a high-speed growth stage directly after the disintegration of the Soviet Union. After all, there was no competitor, so there was no need to lower prices and pretend to be a grandson. This is the Cold War dividend. The Dutch's behavior was regarded as a small-scale Cold War dividend for British Malaya. The iron ore expectations exceeded expectations, which also made Pamela Mountbatten's success course in Paris more comfortable. I don't know if it's an illusion, but she found that the French seemed to be particularly interested in the news of Libyan oil. Alan Wilson knew that this was definitely not an illusion. The Mediterranean and North Africa have always been France's backyard. Especially in North Africa, France accounts for the majority of French-speaking countries, and there are continuous peaces. The first country to jump out and kill Cardinal in later generations was also France. Is it false that France did not hesitate to send troops to stabilize its backyard, strengthen its control over the Mediterranean, and establish a Mediterranean alliance led by France? If oil was discovered elsewhere, it would be fine, but it happened to be in North Africa. How could the French not cheer? Maybe because of the increase in North African interests, France is now more reluctant to let go of North Africa. Alan Wilson expressed his congratulations to his fiancée for the success of the sales course, and then went directly to Zakharova to ask about what he was more concerned about: seeds, breeding pigs, and projects to promote agricultural and animal husbandry revolutions. He was not unfamiliar with Zakharova. After all, she was an assistant arranged by Mihajlovic. In fact, it was not just a matter of Malaya. Northern Rhodesia was also following these channels to introduce related projects and develop agriculture and animal husbandry. The two places had the same goals in this regard, so it could be said to kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 558, Britain Against War. Inevitably, Edward Bridges, former cabinet secretary and current permanent undersecretary of the Treasury, was asked to help. Fortunately, as an expatriate civil servant, Alan Wilson did not have to be involved in the intricate relationships within Whitehall. Edward Bridges was a person who kept a distance from all parties, which was significantly different from Norman Brooke. Norman Brooke had always maintained a personal relationship with the leader of the opposition, Churchill. Prime Minister Attlee also knew this. Attlee also agreed that Churchill could use government archives to complete his memoirs, on the condition that he would not disclose government secrets and would not seek party interests. Norman Brooke would do the review work. Norman Brooke was often the first reader of Churchill's works, and Norman Brooke also had to make revisions. Alan Wilson believed that in recent months, Churchill must have discussed with Norman Brooke whether the rumored royalty reform would be implemented or not. Churchill would definitely inquire about such things that were related to his personal interests. Norman Brooke also understood Churchill's work style and vulnerabilities very well. Although the two cabinet secretaries are no longer as close as they were at the beginning, this does not undermine Edward Bridges' authority. Everything goes smoothly for what Alan Wilson wants to do. The influence of the cabinet secretary is indeed greater than that of the permanent secretary of the Treasury and the chief civil servant. This is an undeniable fact. But it does not mean that Edward Bridges will lose his influence. Naturally, Edward Bridges also talked about the recent outbreak of the war. The Americans will not listen to our advice. That's not necessarily the case. Their way of thinking is different from ours. Alan Wilson shrugged and said, it's hard to estimate. Britain and the United States are different. Although Britain has also pursued world hegemony, Britain still prioritizes maintaining stability. As an isolated island country overseas in Europe, its long-term policy is to unite the second largest country on the European continent to beat the largest country on the European continent, and never allow a superpower to appear on the European continent. But after the fight, Britain is often the kindest to the defeated party, because it knows that, if it completely kills the boss, the second largest country behind it will immediately become the new boss. That is too big to be defeated, and it has to fight again. France knows this best. Britain has always chosen a balance between war and allowing the defeated country to preserve its strength. Britain also seems to put interests first in its treatment of colonies. Of course, judging from the current results, it is also Britain's own choice to be ridden on the head by the Americans. If it were France, it would not be so easy for the United States to become independent. The strategy adopted by Britain in its colonies is to have a high degree of autonomy, turn the locals into businessmen, squeeze trade, and squeeze out the last penny. For this reason, it will actively arrange for locals to study in the UK, which is convenient for autonomy. Therefore, the middle and upper classes in British colonies often have a good impression of the British. Although the United States has a similar environment to the United Kingdom, it is not a real island country, and the thinking of the two countries is still different. Edward Bridges is more in favor of keeping a distance from the United States, and he fully agrees that ground troops should not be sent to participate in the war as much as possible, just as he has always kept a distance from cabinet ministers. However, like Norman Brooke, Edward Bridges also believes that it is not as easy as imagined to completely avoid sending ground troops, but he also said that this matter can be discussed. Edward Bridges was obviously more concerned about the news that the Soviet Union had increased its troops in Germany and gave his own opinion. Finally, he said, "Alan, it seems that the situation you face after returning to Malaya may change. Do you need any help?" "Sir Edward, I will definitely speak up if I need it." Alan Wilson did not hide anything and said directly, "Although people in many places are like Indians, always thinking about the land they occupied for a short period of time thousands of years ago, I believe that, even if the Chinese are confident, they will not have any ideas about Malaya. I really hope that the other party will do this. Once they do this, won't the Soviet Union be alert?" Alan Wilson did not object to the mentality of having rich ancestors, as long as it was moderate. The British also have this mentality. After all, the Industrial Revolution was completed independently by Britain. There is no such thing as an Industrial Revolution that happened in the West and not in other places. The correct answer is, why it did not happen in other countries, but in Britain. It's just that Britain happens to be geographically in Europe, so European countries can benefit from it. Do you really think that Oxford University, which was established before the Northern Song dynasty was destroyed, is fake? It is indeed difficult to exert influence on the United States with our current strength. If Canada and Australia can stand on our side, it may be much easier. Edward Bridges knew that it was not enough to rely on Britain alone to calm the United States. It is difficult to persuade Canada and Australia. Alan Wilson smiled bitterly. "From my understanding of the two countries, Canada does have a common language with us, but Canada is too close to the United States. The mentality of Australians is similar to that of the United States. They are very keen to participate in the war, but they used to follow Britain and now follow the United States. Of course, I agree that we should tell the two countries our concerns in a frank manner. Once the situation gets out of control, it can be regarded as our advance warning." Although Alan Wilson felt that it would not work, there was no problem in being frank and reminding them, if everything goes well, the glory belongs to the United States. If it causes a series of tragic consequences in the end, of course the United States will have to bear it alone. Although historically, the Attlee cabinet maintained great restraint throughout the war, Britain contributed 1/30th of the United States ground troops with 2/3 of the United States military strength. But Alan Wilson still thought it was not enough. If he was asked to tell the truth, it would be better not to join the war. The United States did not pay for the British Army's military expenses, so why should it risk the confiscation of British-owned enterprises and the loss of the exclusive trade channel with China, centered on Hong Kong? Unlike history, Malaya now has a majority of Chinese people, and rubber and tin mines promote the British economy. Once Malaya falls into an unstable state, the British economy, which has just started to improve, will have problems again. In exchange for the merger of the three occupation zones and a positive response to the United States, and the establishment of a transatlantic military alliance, in exchange for Britain not sending its army to participate in the war, the United States has already made a lot of money. In this case, what else does Washington want? As the North Korean army rushed forward, and the US military continued to retreat, Alan Wilson, who returned to London, was based on the geographical situation, historical traditions, and the extremely adventurous foreign policy of the Soviet Union in the early days of its establishment, plus the estimation of the damage to British interests. It showed the Labour government that this war was very risky. The Americans thought they were invincible, but it was only the Americans themselves who thought so. This war was not as easy to win as Washington imagined. At the same time, the British position on this war was also informed to Canada and Australia through public opinion. Out of traditional feelings, Britain wanted to lend a helping hand to the United States. But Britain could not organize the five powers to contain Indonesia while confronting the Soviet Union in Europe, and at the same time, organize an expeditionary force to go to a place it had never heard of. Moreover, the object of support was part of Japan just 5 years ago. Many of the Allied soldiers captured in Southeast Asia were guarded by Koreans. How to create an anti-war atmosphere does not require Alan Wilson, a Whitehall civil servant, to worry about anything. As long as politicians do not want to participate in the war, they will naturally have a response. For example, in the past few days, the number of anti-war letters from local organizations of the Labour Party has suddenly increased. The anti-war petitions organized by veterans of World War II, especially in the Asian battlefield, were very dissatisfied with helping a place that was once the main source of Japanese soldiers to fight. Public opinion needs to be guided. For example, after Alan Wilson discovered the unprofessionalism of anti-war public opinion, he said that he could focus on reporting the fact that Austria and Thailand were punished after the war, while South Korea was safe and sound. Everyone in Europe knows the situation in Austria. It was divided and occupied by 4 countries, just like the treatment of Germany. As for Thailand, it relied on the foresight of a humble social public instrument. After the war, it was immediately settled, and the Isthmus of Kra was ceded. The reports focused on veterans who participated in World War II, especially those who participated in the Southeast Asian War, claiming that Koreans were part of Japan at the time, and the cruel treatment of Allied soldiers in prisoner of war camps was inseparable from the credit of Koreans. For a time, the anti-war public opinion in Britain was completely brought up. After such an atmosphere, the Labour government of Prime Minister Attlee officially opened communication with Washington, saying that Britain should not be involved in the most difficult issues. Britain is willing to contribute more to the defense of Europe, but the issue of the Korean Peninsula has nothing to do with Britain. Moreover, the fact that the US military is constantly withdrawing makes it difficult for Britain to have confidence in the next military action. But even so, Britain is still willing to dispatch its Navy and Air Force to assist the United States in stabilizing the situation on the peninsula. This is the maximum that Britain can do at this stage. This is the current British government's official signal to the United States that Britain supports limited intervention. As for other issues, such as sending ground troops, Britain is powerless. As for Alan Wilson himself, of course he is doing very important things, such as learning ballet with Hepburn. There are also official matters. Isn't he running around Formula to find excellent breeding pigs for the Great White Yorkshire? The fact that the US military is currently losing ground is indeed embarrassing for Washington, but this does not represent the 5-star General Emperor Mac. Emperor Mac, who is in Tokyo to solve problems for Japan, is obviously not as timid as the British. Even if the American soldiers are constantly retreating, Emperor Mac still believes that he can win. The guests who came during the day drank too much, but there is still no problem with 2 chapters before 12 o'clock. At the suggestion of the unreliable operation officer, I impulsively clicked the update with a guaranteed minimum of 8,000 yesterday. Now I regret it very much, but I can only bite the bullet and continue. Chapter 559, Emperor May's Assist. If you want to find a person similar to MacArthur in the UK, this person is none other than Alan Wilson's respected father-in-law, the current 4th, in fact, unknown, number of the Admiral Mountbatten. The commander of the US military in the Far East, apart from MacArthur, is not the second choice. When chatting with Mountbatten, Alan Wilson also indirectly asked his father-in-law what he thought of the 5-star emperor. He is a very narcissistic person. Mountbatten frowned slightly. Because of the repulsion of the same sex, he did not like MacArthur. He should take off his military uniform and go into politics instead of fighting. As a general, his level is just so-so. Although we should not judge anything in the limited number of meetings, his desire to perform has left a deep impression on me. Is this the reason why 2 similar people cannot be friends? Alan Wilson is a professional civil servant. Although he wants to laugh out loud, he still looks indifferent. By the way, actually MacArthur doesn't have much of a smoking habit in private. Mountbatten revealed to his son-in-law he doesn't use the big pipe that usually appears in the newspapers in private. At the same time, the leather jacket and the fancy Philippine martial hat that people have in mind are his image in front of the public. This person is the best at building his own image. If there is anything about MacArthur's character, it is that he is a person who never suffers any loss, and he has never encountered any setbacks in his life. Just like you. Of course, Alan Wilson just said it in his heart, and didn't say it in front of General Mountbatten. If he has never suffered any loss in his life, we can now judge that he will definitely try his best to let President Truman find him a chance to save face. This war will not end so easily. Alan Wilson's mind flashed. Isn't this another opportunity to write a report? In fact, MacArthur's behavior of expanding the water again face is similar to the reason why Mountbatten was hostile to Japan all his life. It's because he has been smooth sailing all his life, and he suffered a big loss in the Earth protagonist template and was remembered. The reason why Mountbatten was not very interested in MacArthur was that the United States represented by MacArthur, to a certain extent, frustrated Mountbatten's attempt to strike Japan and settle accounts with the whole country. As a result, Mountbatten did not enjoy the feeling of MacArthur's return to the Philippines. Most importantly, Japan's early surrender disappointed a large number of British people represented by Mountbatten. After finally ending the European battlefield, Japan was waiting for Japan to inflict heavy damage on the United States and bring the major belligerent countries back to the same level, but Japan surrendered. Alan Wilson, who served the country and the people, immediately took out an analysis report on MacArthur's own character and also asked General Mountbatten to co-sign it. The conclusion of this report was that, based on MacArthur's past experience, it was inevitable that the scale of the war would be uncontrollable with him as the commander-in-chief of the army. This was a secret report, and the most informative part of it was provided by General Mountbatten, the current Secretary of the Navy. On the question of whether US President Truman could control MacArthur, the report stated that this was very difficult. Truman was not a very prestigious president. In front of the powerful generals of the US military, there was not much he could do. Because this report involved Mountbatten himself, Alan Wilson handed it to the cabinet secretary in person, and then sent it to Prime Minister Attlee. In fact, it is not a bad thing for Britain to have this 5-star general as the commander-in-chief. Alan Wilson, who submitted the report, sighed. If it were another general, maybe this war would not last so long, even if it was inevitably expanded. But if it was MacArthur, this result would be almost inevitable. MacArthur, who had been smooth sailing all his life, would never end the war so easily, after being driven back to the 38th parallel once. After all, Emperor MacArthur believed that he had the appearance of an emperor, and he must not suffer such a loss in his glorious life. MacArthur repeatedly undermined Truman's idea of ending the war, and was eventually dismissed, because MacArthur had completely disobeyed the White House's orders. His behavior included, but was not limited to publicly issuing an ultimatum speech when Truman was preparing for negotiations. A few days after this report was submitted, the precise assist from Emperor MacArthur arrived. British newspapers reprinted an insider news from an American newspaper. The news was that Emperor MacArthur visited Scam Island and had a secret talk with Mr. Chang and his wife. Throughout Emperor MacArthur's life, his routine operation of exaggerating things without any evidence was exactly what Britain needed to avoid sending ground troops. Under the personal care of Whitehall, the threat of the expansion of the scale of the war had real evidence because of Emperor MacArthur's unwilling operation. At this time, the report signed by Mountbatten himself appeared in front of Prime Minister Attlee and the ministers. Emperor MacArthur made such an operation, which made the Labour cabinet deeply doubt the reliability of the US guarantee to control the scale of the war when corresponding to the previous report. What on earth is he going to do? President Truman complained to Secretary of State Dean Acheson in the White House, the symbol of American power. Is this what a soldier should do? A general in our country is directly doing work related to diplomacy? What is our country? A military government? The newspaper in Truman's hand was reporting the news of MacArthur's arrival at Scam Island. Just a few days ago, Truman had just met with MacArthur. The meeting place was Wake Island near Hawaii today, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, 10,000 miles away from the mainland of the United States. After getting off the plane, it was supposed that when these two people met, MacArthur was a general and Truman was the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces, so it was always okay to salute, right? This was also the rule. No, MacArthur just gently touched Truman's arm, which was considered a salute. Then when the two sat down to talk, Truman opened his notebook and took notes like a primary school student, while MacArthur was alone there talking about his strategy and tactics. All these don't matter, but MacArthur actually did this now, which Truman couldn't stand. Who gave a general such power? Dear President, the UK just sent a message expressing doubts about the US's ability to control the scale of the war, which is considered a formal rejection of our request to send ground troops to support. The reason is a report in your hand. Dean Acheson smiled bitterly and took out the telegram and placed it in front of Truman. Of course, the UK said that it is indeed necessary to establish a joint defense mechanism for the Allies as soon as possible and to merge the occupation zones of the three countries. From this point of view, this war is not without gains. Truman listened to Dean Acheson's words, thought for a while, and sighed. Well, it's not without gains. The UK wants to use these two concessions in exchange for avoiding sending ground troops to participate in the war, and we shouldn't force it too much. But we have to be careful that the UK strives for Canada and Australia to take a common position. It is meaningless to comment on the UK's cowardice now. Truman also understands that the fact that the US military is constantly withdrawing has made the UK doubt the US's combat effectiveness. What he had to do now was to break the British suspicion and prove that the strength of the United States was unquestionable. Prove it to Britain, and also to Canada and Australia, and to the entire free world. So although Truman disliked MacArthur very much, he still had to support MacArthur. As a president, he still understood that he had to support MacArthur at this time. The biggest reason was that MacArthur had a particularly high prestige among the American people. MacArthur's long-term management of his personal image did make the Americans trust this maverick general very much. The news that the United States agreed to Britain's support with the Royal Navy and Air Force and the fall of DGN in South Korea came at the same time. Alan Wilson, who took out the map, knew that DGN was already a city in the center of South Korea. The fall of DGN was enough to prove that South Korea was losing miserably. After all, Seoul was geographically very close to the border, and it was understandable that it fell in 2 days. It could be said that it was not prepared for a surprise attack. Daejeon was already a city in the central part of South Korea. The capture of this city was obvious to everyone, and the situation on the peninsula was already extremely bad for the United States. Thank you, Emperor Mac. Alan Wilson was particularly grateful for Emperor Mac's trip to the Scam Island. If it weren't for the American version of General Mountbatten, who had performed such a scene on impulse and caught the British, who were paying close attention to see if there were any favorable conditions that could be used, then the two sides would probably have to argue back and forth about whether to send ground troops to participate in the war. The key lies in Emperor Mac's special status in the US military. When he was caught by the British, US President Truman could only choose to support him and could only approve of Britain's attitude of staying out of the matter. I even thought of the reason why the Labour Party will win the next general election. Alan Wilson muttered while touching his smooth chin. At this point, the issue of whether to send ground troops to participate in the war can be considered officially over. As long as this matter can be avoided at the beginning, it can naturally be avoided forever. Anyway, Alan Wilson doesn't believe that once the US military really suffers a loss, Britain will suddenly find its conscience and fight side by side with the rebellious son. Even Churchill would not do such a thing, and Prime Minister Attlee would never do it. It is more in line with Britain's usual style to say that Britain avoided joining the war, while the United States suffered a great loss and gloated over the other's misfortune. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560, Merger of Occupied Areas. Alan Wilson did not look down on MacArthur. In fact, he was very clear about MacArthur's achievements. The most successful place in MacArthur's military career was undoubtedly in the Philippines. He won several victories in the Philippines and successfully defended Manila. Then General MacArthur fought more than a dozen bloody battles and took full control of the Philippines. American newspapers reported his achievements in prominent pages. He soon became the commander of all US troops in the Philippines and was appointed the military governor of the archipelago. These achievements made MacArthur widely praised, and the Americans knew it clearly. Later, this love was also transferred to his son, the current 5-star General Mac Emperor. This time, Britain was able to escape the fate of sending ground troops to intervene in the war. In the final analysis, the Federal Republic of Germany did not appear at the moment, and NATO was not established. The prerequisite for the Federal Republic of Germany not appearing and NATO not being established was that Britain was using the British-occupied areas of Germany to supplement itself. After the financial relief, Britain's enthusiasm for the transatlantic military alliance has diminished. It is essentially a matter of money. The continued financial support is the reason why the Federal Republic of Germany and NATO did not appear. It is also the reason why Britain insisted on not participating in the Korean War. Historically, when the Korean War broke out, NATO had already been established, and Britain could not leave the aid of the United States at all, so it could only follow the United States to join the war. Now, using the three-nation occupation zone and military alliance to talk to the Americans is also conditional. Anyway, Britain will never accept NATO as an organization that the United States holds Britain hostage to die on the other side of the earth. From this point of view, Alan Wilson's tossing in recent years is still very effective. Even if there was no Alan Wilson, Britain and the United States would not be less dirty during the Korean War. Britain was reluctant to join the war, and it encountered MacArthur, who was willing to expand the war after humiliating himself, which caused Britain to quarrel with the United States many times during the Korean War. Even Churchill, who came to power after a comeback, did not change the conflict of interests between Britain and the United States. For this reason, Churchill finally made a decision during the Korean War that was opposite to the decision that he had personally experienced in both world wars and supported the war. Unite Canada, Australia, and New Zealand to sing the opposite tune of the United States. It was a series of consequences brought about by financial problems, such as the absence of NATO and the Federal Republic of Germany, that gave Britain room for bargaining. Of course, Edward Bridges, the permanent Undersecretary of the Treasury, knew this problem best. Dear Sir, are we now seriously dependent on the United States? After the result of not sending ground troops to participate in the war, Alan Wilson felt much more relaxed and smiled frequently these days. It can be said that it is within the controllable range. Edward Bridges said that the situation is still optimistic. Alan Wilson was silent for a while and then asked, what if the pound is treated unfriendly in the country that takes action uses the US dollar? What will happen? In that case, the situation will indeed be very serious, and it can only be resisted through administrative means. Edward Bridges' answer made Alan Wilson's good mood disappear directly. Therefore, the work of the Overseas Asset Management Committee still needs to work harder. But no matter what, the situation in the UK is definitely better than the same period in history, which is also very comforting. Alan, how much credit do you have for General Mountbatten's report? Edward Bridges received countless reports from Alan Wilson. From the moment he saw that report, he felt that the wording and sentence structure were very familiar. It was a style that he often saw when he was still in British India. Part of it. Alan Wilson said reservedly, the opinions are all from the Admiralty. I'm only responsible for writing the report. Really? Edward Bridges saw through it, but did not say it, but said very happily, your growth is very gratifying. Alan Wilson immediately received a new additional temporary job. As a reward for his vigorous energy, he went to Germany to witness the merger of the British and American occupation zones. After avoiding the participation of ground troops in the war, the British occupation zone as a condition of exchange must also enter the substantive stage of the emergence of the Federal Republic of Germany. It can't be dragged on like this. Rearming Germany must be done. Britain, France and the United States are not sure that they can fight against the Soviet Union's ground forces on land. Germany must stand in the front. Before leaving, Alan Wilson received a sad news that New Delhi announced that it had controlled the entire Hyderabad. Then, more details were told to him by Ali Khan's butler in London. Of course the Maharaja is still alive. After the Hyderabad army was defeated, the Maharaja knew that he had no power to resist the government army. Hey, Hyderabad is an inland princely state after all. We have no way to support it. The Hindus occupy 80% of the population. Alan Wilson was very frustrated, but immediately asked the most concerned question. I wonder how the Maharaja is doing now. Is he not injured? After the Hyderabad army gave up resistance, the Maharaja was treated with courtesy by New Delhi and was currently appointed as the Chief Minister of Hyderabad state. Of course, many conditions are still under negotiation. Alim was also very frustrated, but still told Ali Khan the truth about his situation. "Oh, actually I have an idea, but now I'm about to go to Germany and will contact Maharaja Ali Khan when I have time." Alan Wilson hesitated to speak and finally decided to hide his idea from Alim. The idea was actually very simple. Alan Wilson had promised London that he would not ask London for a pound to develop British Malaya, but the development of British Malaya did require money. As the former richest man in the world, Ali Khan is very rich. As we all know, there are several places in British Malaya that do not have monarchs, but there are many sultans in British Malaya, which has a great monarchical color. If Ali Khan, who has not beaten the Indian government army this time, is interested, he can arrange for Ali Khan to go to British Malaya. Similar operations have not occurred before. The current Iraqi royal family was once settled in Iraq by the British, after being driven out of Syria by the French. It can be said that Britain has a previous record in this regard. Since there has been a previous record, and Britain is the founder of customary law, it can be copied again according to precedent. Of course, this depends on how much money Ali Khan can give to the colonial office. After all, Britain is different from Britain before World War II, and it must learn to be frugal. If Ali Khan can come up with a number that satisfies the British government, I believe this matter will not be difficult to handle, and the colonial office will make some adjustments as appropriate. Alan Wilson estimated that, if he could just take out tens of millions of pounds, the colonial office should be able to feel Ali Khan's sincerity. Tens of millions of pounds was a huge sum of money for Ali Khan, but it was not painful. The remaining money was enough to continue investing in British Malaya. The only worry now was whether Ali Khan thought the status of monarch was worth investing so much money. Alan Wilson would find an opportunity to talk to Ali Khan about this matter when he had time. The next day, he had arrived in Bonn to complete his temporary work and listen to the British and American discussions on the merger of the two countries' occupation zones. It was already 1950, and the Korean War had broken out, but Germany was still in a state of four-country division and occupation. The original historical Federal Republic of Germany had been established for a year, and the three-country occupation zones had been merged for 2 years, but now even the occupation zones have not been merged. Alan Wilson was not the person in charge of promoting the merger of the British and American occupation zones this time. He just came here to show his presence and gain a qualification. It is no secret that he was very grateful to the Whitehall leaders for their concern for qualifications. He was even happy about his promising career. The excitement was directly reflected in his body, and sisters Pockiner and Anna felt it immediately. It seems that we can't unify Germany. After learning the purpose of Alan Wilson's coming to Germany, Pockiner stretched out her finger and drew circles on the man's chest, expressing regret for the division of Germany. When we talk about the merger with the Americans, we must also strive for relatively favorable conditions for Britain. All of Europe knows that the Ruhr area is the essence of Germany, so our goal this time is to strive for the future German capital to be in the British occupation zone. The new Germany is about to be established, and you still regard yourself as an occupying force. Isn't it not established yet? I want to experience the treatment of an occupying force today. Listening to Pockiner's tone, which was not sure whether it was instigation or protest, Alan Wilson was eager to make a move and couldn't wait to once again fulfill the majesty of the victorious country that still existed. While Britain and the United States were negotiating over the occupation zone, North Korea conquered Mokpo and Jinju in late July and swept across Jeolla province. From the outbreak of the war on June 25 to the end of July, in a month, Gyeongsang province was left in South Korea's hands, and the only major city that could support the US and South Korean troops was Busan. Although discussing the merger of the British and American occupation zones at this time was a necessary step in accordance with the exchange conditions, the American representatives could not help but listen to the British people's complaints and undisguised doubts about the combat effectiveness of the US military. Although they were talking about the occupation zones, the British representatives also demanded that the United States must immediately replenish its military forces in Europe. The Soviet Union's military strength is much stronger than North Korea. We hope that the United States can replenish its military strength to protect Europe. The fate of the 8th Army will not be repeated in Europe. After all, the Soviet Union will not give us the opportunity to make mistakes. This complaint and strange talk embarrassed the American representatives who came to discuss the merger of the British and American occupation zones, and expressed this embarrassment in the telegram to Washington. Chapter 561. Even France will laugh at the Americans. This doesn't seem to be conducive to unity. Lord Sheffield Maggins, who also came to Germany, walked out of the conference room with Alan Wilson after the meeting ended today. He was quite puzzled by this behavior. Did we say it wrong? Isn't it true that the 8th Army of the United States in the Far East is being beaten back by a country with a population of only 9 million and has only existed for 2 years? The facts have come out, and we are not allowed to talk about it? Alan Wilson said with a knowing smile on his face. I personally think that showing some doubts about the United States is beneficial in the negotiations. In fact, the United States and the Soviet Union are similar. They have just proved their national strength in the World War, but it is not over yet. The two countries still want to prove that they are unique and the best. The Soviet Union showed this more obviously, and the United States also has this mentality, but it is not as obvious as the Soviet Union. Since both the United States and the Soviet Union want to prove that they are the only one leading the world, appropriate doubts will motivate them to move forward. You think this war is the war that the United States wants to prove? Maggins said with doubts and disbelief. This is too unreasonable. What's the point of proving it? Although the United States is the descendant of Britain, Americans are not British after all. We fight for interests, and so do the United States, of course, but the difference is that the United States always packages itself as fighting for justice. In addition, the Soviet Union is watching. Mackins, force is mutual. The Soviet Union is a country that relies on ideology to unite. Facing such a country, traditional imperialist powers such as Britain and France do not have any moral advantage at all. Among the major powers in the world today, only the United States has a good image. At the same time, in terms of national hardware, only the United States can fight against the Soviet Union in all aspects. The United States must have been prepared for confrontation at this time, but as the saying goes, force is mutual. In this confrontation, the United States will inevitably make up for its ideological disadvantages. The United States was originally an ordinary nation state, but after the Cold War, the United States also became another version of the Soviet Union, relying on the political correctness of the banner of freedom to maintain centripetal force. Alan Wilson felt that this was a road of no return. Although the United States won the Cold War in the end, the price paid by the United States existed in all aspects of the entire society. It was good when it came, but it could not go back. It is impossible for the United States to become a nation state again. For the current United States, if the Americans in 1950 could see the United States in the 21st century, they would definitely be very sad about what the United States has become. Anyway, through the memory in his mind, Alan Wilson knew that the United States wanted to prove its strength in front of other countries. The best way to prove the strength of a country is war. The strength of the United States today does have the capital to dare to take risks. The annual wheat production of the United States is 1/3 of all European and American countries. The gold reserves are $25 billion, which accounts for 70% of Europe and the United States. The annual steel production is as high as 88 million tons. The annual total industrial and agricultural output value is $150 billion, and its total amount also accounts for more than half of the total amount of Europe and the United States. The United States did not give up even after the failure of the Korean War, and went to Vietnam again to try to prove that the United States can fight. The failure of the Vietnam War again caused problems in the entire United States. Frustration spread across the country, and doubts about the American dream emerged. Many Americans believed that the United States would eventually lose to the Soviet Union. The current problem is that the United States is too strong. Alan Wilson swore in his heart that if the United States really failed in the Vietnam War, Britain would definitely become the most reliable ally. But now it's better to let the Americans suffer a little. And this is the Americans' own initiative. Alan Wilson dare not say others, but the 5-star Admiral McEwen must have made this choice on his own initiative. Alan Wilson obtained favorable conditions relative to Britain and the process of striving to merge the occupied areas in Germany. The gilded Admiral Mountbatten, who returned to his homeland, also received news that the Royal Navy's Pacific Fleet was discussing joint operations with the US Pacific Fleet. Since the end of World War II, the Royal Navy has sold a lot of warships in the 5 years, ranging from aircraft carriers and battleships to destroyers and minesweepers. Now the total tonnage of the Royal Navy is only 2.1 million tons. It is far behind the strength of the US Navy, but it is still twice the combined strength of the Soviet, French and Italian navies. The gap with the United States is that the United States is not like the United Kingdom, which froze and stopped the original shipbuilding plan due to financial problems. In addition, the warships built by the United States during the war were not quickly sealed or sold like the United Kingdom. But even so, the Pacific Fleet is still the main fleet of the Royal Navy, and it is a large fleet configuration like the Mediterranean Fleet. There are also naval forces of the Netherlands, Portugal and France around British Malaya. Alan Wilson didn't know whether Emperor May had thought of cutting off the enemy's retreat at this time, but he thought it wouldn't be so early. The top priority now should be not to be driven into the sea. It is serious to manage the Busan Defense Circle first. Alan Wilson in Bonn has two main points: to strive for the interests of Britain. The capital of Germany in the future must be in the British occupied area. The Ruhr area controlled by Britain is the most important place in Germany. The capital can't be placed in Bavaria controlled by the United States, right? Another point is to take care of the emotions of the French and the feelings of the countries surrounding Germany. Although the relationship between Germany and its neighboring countries may not be very bad before the war, but as a defeated country, it is politically correct for Germany to be stepped on. The war has ended for 5 years, and the neighboring countries have gone through 5 years of political correctness. Even if they had a good impression of Germany before, it has been washed away now. The so-called neighboring countries, of course, also include the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson notes that it is destined to anger the Soviet Union, but it does not prevent him from using the Soviet Union to prove that Britain's concerns are justified. Just like the incident of Emperor May going to the Scam Island without saying a word before, there is nothing wrong with following the same method. We in London believe that if the United States can quickly reverse the situation and defeat the enemy invading South Korea, it will be able to deter the Soviet Union. The security of Europe is what Britain is most worried about. Don't forget that we still have people in Berlin. Once we anger the Soviet Union despite its opposition, will those people become hostages? Alan Wilson, with the mentality of considering the overall situation, said that in the case that the war situation in the Far East is unclear and the free world does not have an advantage, it is harmful to the current situation to establish a coalition government in Europe that excludes the Soviet-occupied zone despite the opposition of the Soviet Union. This is not Alan Wilson's own decision. The consequences of the absence of NATO and the Federal Republic of Germany have already appeared. In the current situation, where the war has already broken out in the Far East, the Adli cabinet certainly does not want to add fuel to the fire in Europe and attract the attention of the Soviet Union from the Far East. Therefore, Britain agrees to merge the occupied areas and is willing to work hard for it, which does not mean that it supports the immediate emergence of the Federal Republic of Germany. Alan Wilson is just relaying the opinions of this government to the Americans. The United States will lead the free world to repel the attempt to invade South Korea before Britain agrees to allow the Federal Republic of Germany to appear. Before that, the occupied areas can be merged, and the matter of the coalition government will be discussed. This is out of consideration for not exacerbating the conflict in Europe, which is very reasonable. Unless the United States is ready to open a second front in Europe, even Washington cannot put pressure on this matter. Alan Wilson now finds that NATO and the Federal Republic of Germany only appeared more than a year later, catching up with the outbreak of the Korean War, which actually gave Britain such a large room for maneuver. Sure enough, the British diplomatic tradition is not wrong, and the water should be muddied. The US representative also agreed with this explanation. Washington does not want to escalate the situation in Europe at this time, but the transatlantic military alliance still needs the support of the United Kingdom. After all, the United States is willing to help Europe resist the threat of the Soviet Union for the sake of maintaining world peace. But if there is no military alliance, the United States has no reason to station troops in Europe for a long time, and citizens will also oppose it. Considering the special relationship between Britain and the United States, I will not regard these words as a threat. After hearing this, Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, "This matter still involves France. I believe you also know that France is a country with a tradition of army. It is not Britain, so persuading France is very important for the military alliance. Germany certainly has a stronger tradition of army, but now Germany is a defeated country and does not even have a government. Historically, the Korean War was over when Germany joined NATO. The United States wants to find a country in Europe that can confront the Soviet Union in terms of army. At this moment, it can only strive for France. There is no second choice." This is indeed the case. The headquarters of NATO was not in Brussels at the beginning, but in the French capital of Paris. It can be seen how much the United States relies on France. Later, NATO headquarters became Brussels. Didn't that mean that after Charles de Gaulle came to power, he wanted the Americans to get out? So when it came to the establishment of NATO, Alan Wilson's focus was to get the United States to set up its military bases in Europe and France, including the part that should be set up in the UK. Pamela Mountbatten happened to have connections in Paris. At critical moments, Alan Wilson always showed that he had a bad stomach, so he decisively asked his fiancée to try to attract France's tentacles that extended to Europe. Anyway, Charles de Gaulle's prestige was so great that the French would invite Charles de Gaulle out sooner or later, and then they would get the Americans out. In this way, both Britain and France could avoid being infiltrated by the United States. Everyone has advantages, even France. Chapter 562. France is not threatened. Charles de Gaulle has long been the leader of the French military, even if he has to live in seclusion now. France is a country that is prone to revolution, and the military is no exception. The person the French military admires most is Napoleon. Because of this, Charles de Gaulle, with the support of the military, became the president of France at the last moment of suppressing the Algerian War. Of course, Charles de Gaulle did not finally fulfill the military's wish, because he was really not Napoleon. It is precisely because of Charles de Gaulle's seclusion that France is still in a situation of frequent changes of government. Alan Wilson just remembered whether he should operate on the establishment of NATO. There are several favorable places at present. France is in political chaos, and Charles de Gaulle, as a military leader, has been forced into seclusion by various parties. However, the United States has high hopes for France. After all, Germany does not exist. Now the only land power in Europe that can confront the Soviet Union is France. This is the real idea of the United States, and it is definitely not what Alan Wilson induced him to think. He also does not have the ability to induce a country to make decisions. All he can do is to take advantage of the situation. In the case of judging the trend of the United States, let Britain pay less and gain more. Until now, Alan Wilson still thinks he has a good plan. He doesn't know that, although he can defend against the Cambridge 5, he can't defend against the sugar-coated bullets of the dragoons. Moscow is now very clear about the two things that are brewing in Western Europe, the Federal Republic of Germany and NATO. It even knows that Britain has a little distrust of the combat effectiveness of the US military. This must be used. Moscow, which only does not say, has suddenly increased the amount of military supplies entering North Korea, and through the hands of the People's Army, it tries to embarrass the 8th Army. Alan Wilson, who left the gentle land of the dragoons, went to Paris like the American representatives, to persuade the French to take the overall situation into consideration. The French want to form a coal and iron community, to clamp down on the Germans, and Britain has helped the French do this. Although Alan Wilson used Australian iron ore as a spare tire and left a backhand for Britain, it is undeniable that Britain helped the French out of goodwill, and the benefits of the coal and iron community to France are needless to say. Although the Marshall Plan has been implemented, the streets and alleys of Paris can still be seen at a glance. The momentum of the French Communist Party has not decreased much. After all, it is an old revolutionary base. The influence of the French Communist Party can even last until the May storm. On the train to Paris, the British and American representatives have exchanged opinions. Alan Wilson still did not come forward. He only said through the mouth of the British representative that the cornerstone of European stability lies in France, and the French Communist Party is now so powerful that the US military base should focus on France. The advantage of doing so is to prevent the French Communist Party, the Soviet Union's guide party, from making trouble once the contradictions in Europe intensify. The Americans deeply agree with this. Judging from the current situation, Italy and France, where the Italian Communist Party and the French Communist Party are located, must become the top priority of the United States and the European defense system. The British still have vision. After listening to the British opinions, the American representatives also expressed their recognition of the diplomatic capabilities of the old imperialism when they talked to each other. After all, Alan Wilson came here to rub the credit, and his biggest purpose was to take a group photo when there were results. Naturally, I don't know what the official representative said, but he was not bragging, nor was he modest. Since he was not a formal negotiator, he actually had plenty of time. The first thing he did was to visit Hedy Lamarr, who had not appeared in the public eye for several months. It was normal for him to return to Europe, to visit his beloved woman. In front of Hedy Lamarr, he naturally could not say that he came back for work. The main reason was that he missed Hedy Lamarr so much that he returned to Europe in a hurry. You should be an actress. How can you lie so calmly? Hedy Lamarr rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson. Let me ask you, why did you ask Ingrid to go to Asia? Do you want all the beautiful female stars to give birth to your children? Haven't you been out for a long time? Alan Wilson looked suspicious. How do you know Ingrid has been to Asia? You don't know whether she has left Paris. Because Ingrid recently contacted Greta, hoping that Greta would help manage the affairs of Woodpecker Pictures and give her a year to rest. Hedy Lamarr curled her lips and said, what happened that requires a year to rest? Except giving birth to a child. Cough. Alan Wilson cleared his throat, bent down and kissed Hedy Lamarr's red lips with an affectionate look, and stroked Hedy Lamarr's belly with his warm palms. It's my fault, but I can't be indifferent to your amazing charm. You should have said this many times since Vivian. Hedy Lamarr sighed. I don't ask for anything else. I'm older than you. Since you don't care now, you have to accept this age difference in the future. Alan Wilson swore to this. Of course, there are people of the right age, such as the new generation of British actress Hepburn. After leaving Hedy Lamarr, Alan Wilson went to the headquarters of Woodpecker Pictures. Ingrid Bergman's body shape was normal, and there was no inconvenience. And Ingrid Bergman was very tall among women, so it was easier to hide the changes in her belly. But in the face of the man's careful verification, Ingrid Bergman was still embarrassed to admit that she was indeed pregnant. You are very proud, right? So many beautiful women are risking their reputation to bear children for you. Ingrid Bergman gritted her teeth. Now Woodpecker Pictures has assistants in Northern Rhodesia. Are you very happy? Oh, Ingrid, you know, I'm not sensitive to money. What I like is to see the women I love succeed. For this, I'm willing to help you. Doesn't the successful acquisition of United Artists prove this point? Alan Wilson looked aggrieved and pitiful, hoping that Ingrid Bergman could forgive some of his personal moral problems. Capable men should be cared for more. I can't do anything about you. Ingrid Bergman glanced at her face and muttered secretly. Alan Wilson was gaining experience and appeasing the women at the same time. At the same time, the Korean Peninsula in August was evolving towards the familiar Busan defense circle. In the first battle of the Osan Battle in July, the disastrous defeat of the Smith Task Force, which was the first to participate in the battle, made the US military understand the dilemma of the reinforcement troops. However, the 24th Infantry Division of the 8th Army of the United States continued to resist in the central part of the Korean Peninsula until it was defeated during the Battle of DGN in mid-July. When the entire division retreated on July 20th, it lost 60% of its equipment and 45% of its troops, with more than 7,000 casualties. Even the division commander, Major General William Frithdean, was captured after the battle. The half-month before the collapse of the 24th Infantry Division allowed the United Nations forces to step up their reinforcement. After July, new United Nations reinforcement continued to land on the Korean peninsula every day. The 1st Cavalry Division and the 25th Infantry Division landed on the Korean peninsula and then assembled in Busan according to orders to build a defense line with Daegu as a core. After the fall of Jinju, the land controlled by the US ROK coalition forces became the Busan Defense Circle in people's impression. This was the background when Alan Wilson was trying to gain experience, so he had previously expressed his doubts about the US combat effectiveness through the British representative, Lord Sheffield Maggins, which made the US representative in Bonn embarrassed. Because facing a country that no one had ever heard of, the United States was beaten badly. The commander of the 24th Infantry Division was captured, and the troops were annihilated. It is indeed difficult for the United States to prove that the United States is as powerful as it claims. The Soviet Union in Europe is much more difficult to deal with than North Korea. The current leader of France is René Pleven, the 8th chairman of the French Council of Ministers after the war. René Pleven has just taken office for less than a month, replacing the radical socialist Henrique, who has been the head of the government for 10 days. He has become the current head of the French government. René Pleven's main proposition is to establish a European army. Alan Wilson can conclude that the establishment of a European army is something that Americans definitely don't want to see. And this will cast a shadow on NATO, which is being prepared by Britain and the United States. The propositions of various factions in French politics are very different, and the people leading France at this time are just interested in establishing a European army. Alan Wilson and the Americans who came with him felt that the goal might not be achieved so easily. Sure enough, the development of things requires all kinds of conditions to be in place. During this period, a politician who was interested in the European army led France, which made the proposals of Britain and the United States coldly received. Seeing this situation, Alan Wilson sent a message to the Americans through Maggins. Can't they launch a coup or something? This kind of evil-minded suggestion was naturally rejected by the Americans. After discussion, the Americans decided to use the old method to threaten the French through the termination of the Marshall Plan's aid to make the French bow their heads. However, this move made René Pleven very disgusted. A politician who advocated the establishment of a European army had little good feelings for the United States. How could he be indifferent to such a threat? Not to be outdone, he said in turn that if the United States wanted to see the Soviet Union march in, the French Communist Party would lead the French to welcome the entry of the Soviet Red Army. It could do so. At this point, the United States also changed its attitude and said that the British should persuade the French to consider the overall situation. The Americans are addicted to using money threats. It just happened that they met someone who didn't eat this trick. Maggins smiled bitterly after learning the ins and outs of the matter. Yeah. Alan Wilson was confused. He didn't expect to meet such a politician. It seems that things have advantages and disadvantages. He was happy that NATO did not appear, which gave Britain more room for maneuver. But now, seeing that France is not interested in NATO, he realized that some things need the right time, right place and right people to appear. It will be much more difficult to handle them after that time. Chapter 563 I Can't Breathe. The French are really unreasonable. Maggins was very angry and thought that the French were ungrateful. Do you regard France as a vassal state? Alan Wilson was surprised and persuaded. The French consider their own interests. No matter how ridiculous this idea is, they think they are not wrong. We will slowly work it out. It seems that the French are very stubborn, but I believe that, as long as we talk more, there will always be results. Alan Wilson was very calm and did not get angry because of the French's non-cooperation. After all, he is an adult, knowing that matters of national interests cannot be considered with personal feelings. If you consider it from personal feelings, you will gain nothing except getting anxious and angry. Take the Chinese military fans group for example. It is difficult to find a country that they like. They are all people who want to wipe out the whole world one by one in a day. In the eyes of some military fans, the world is full of anti-China countries, and there is no pro-China country. If they can influence national policies, they can fight with the United States and Russia in one day. As for the consequences of fighting, who cares? Just have fun. Now Europe can only rely on the French on land. Americans can see this clearly. There is no reason why Alan Wilson can't see it. Although France looks very chaotic due to political instability, it can still help Britain when it comes to major issues such as colonial issues. The most important thing is that France is strong enough. The potential of France is greater than that of Australia. France can be said to be the land with the best natural conditions in Europe. As for Australia, it is a world-famous bad land. Australia's habitable land is only slightly larger than New Zealand. After a few decades, France, after being transformed by Charles de Gaulle, is the absolute core of Europe. It is much stronger than Britain, which only has the financial industry and some housekeeping industries left, and even stronger than Germany, which is famous for its manufacturing industry. For example, France itself does not use conventional submarines, but France does sell the most advanced conventional submarines in the world, and they are tailor-made. The submarines sold to Pakistan are of ordinary configuration. The short-finned Barracuda class designed for Australia is the most advanced conventional submarine in the world. The unit price is more than $2 billion, and the 12 ships are more than 30 billion. The main reason is that the United States does not build this thing, and the level of Russia's manufacturing is average. Don't think that Germany and Japan seem to be more famous in manufacturing. Germany's conventional submarines also sell well, but Germany can't make things at the level of the French short-fin Barracuda class, because that is designed by conventionalizing nuclear submarines. Japan's conventional submarines can also be considered advanced, but the distance between them and France is even farther than the distance between Germany and France. As for soft power and other things, let's not talk about them. French cuisine is the most influential cuisine in the world, without a doubt. Other cuisines are roughly equivalent to Britain in the special relationship between Britain and the United States in the 21st century in front of French cuisine. The original history was in 1950, and the Anglo-French alliance had ended in history. Originally, Britain and France clung together after the war, and Britain also supported France as a permanent member of the Security Council. The alliance was to fight against the Soviet Union in the open and the United States in the dark. But Britain's debt problem was too serious, and the previous plate was too big, so it had to rely on American aid. It followed the United States since the 1950s, and completely gave up treatment when the Suez Canal War came. But now it is different. Alan Wilson can be sure that in the world he is in, the Anglo-French alliance has not ended. Britain and France still support each other in many things, so when Britain can clearly sense that the world structure centered on Western Europe is about to be torn apart by the United States and the Soviet Union. As a representative of this world structure, Britain naturally hopes that Western European countries will gain more voice, so it is in Britain's interest to make France, which has made great sacrifices for the war, and did not surrender in the war, a country with a special status. The French Communist Party was already very strong after the war, and this practice of excluding France from the post-war world political structure is undoubtedly giving them a gun to seize power. For the Soviet Union, as long as it is not completely in the same trousers with the United States, it is completely worthy of unity. Then the Soviet Union will definitely support France to obtain a special status, so as to push its influence directly to the Atlantic coast and make it more convenient for France to discuss Britain and the United States. For the United States, if it takes the initiative to oppose France's position in the post-war structure, it will not only lose face in the international community, but will also undoubtedly push France eastward. If the United States takes the initiative to support France, then the French are likely to become a firm ally of the United States on the European continent, helping to keep an eye on Germany, while also resisting the Soviet Union and containing Britain. So Rene Plevin made the Americans very embarrassed, and the Americans and Alan Wilson had no way to deal with it. France may not have reached the top as a powerful country in the world for hundreds of years, but as long as it stood there, no one would offend it too much. How about this? You tell the Americans to wait. Rene Plevin has only been in office for a month, and his predecessor only had a term of 10 days. Now France changes leaders faster than changing diapers. We can wait for a suitable negotiating partner to appear before talking. After thinking hard for a long time, Alan Wilson took out the tactic of procrastination again, but this response also showed that his attempt to gild himself here failed, although it was not a complete failure because of the results of the merger of the British and American occupation zones. But in the short term, he did not have the opportunity to reflect his place in the establishment of the Federal Republic of Germany. After all, Alan Wilson was the Commissioner of British Malaya. This time he accepted the call to return to London, and it was impossible for him to stay for several months. There were still things to do in Malaya. Britain and France now have their own problems. Although Britain is politically stable, it is too stable and traditionally conservative in its treatment of colonies. Alan Wilson returns to his country from time to time, and he also proves with his own experience that the situation is not a small good, but a great good. Although France will not give up on key issues because of chaotic politics will definitely affect its military capabilities. Politicians are always fighting for power, and the army cannot fight well. Maggins also knows that Alan Wilson seems to be pessimistic about short-term results, and said, "It seems that this matter is not as easy as we thought. There are pros and cons. If the French do not recognize it, then the responsibility is not ours." Alan Wilson is very open-minded. The Soviet Union is certainly an enemy, but is the United States an ally? If Britain trusts Americans so much, why did it desperately pull France to help and warm up together just after the end of World War II? Although in the end, the warming together in history eventually went bankrupt because Britain still turned to the United States. But didn't this plane still go bankrupt? Without the needs of Vietnam, Jared Edwards' work in Malaya would not have been completed without any danger. After returning to London, Alan Wilson began to work out areas where the United States might take advantage of the military alliance, and at the same time, gave his personal opinion, which was to divert the trouble to the east and let the United States focus more on France. This is not slander. Didn't you see that the current French Council of Ministers chairman René Pleven is calling for a European army? The United States certainly does not want to see the emergence of a European army. So from the perspective of containing the French Republic and preventing the emergence of a European army, once the NATO issue is settled, it is natural to focus military forces in Europe on France. Alan Wilson notes that it is easy to put in the US military base, but it is difficult to get it out. He also pointed out that the United States may propose a seemingly fair plan to exchange with the United Kingdom, such as mutual garrisoning. However, the British mainland is small and the American mainland is vast. Even if they garrison each other, it is the United Kingdom that suffers. This reminder is by no means groundless worry. In fact, most people don't know that there are foreign troops stationed in the United States in the 21st century. The only garrison in the United States is called the British Army in the United States. The British and American garrisons are nominally absolutely equal, provided that the United Kingdom can maintain its current strength. Otherwise, the mutual garrison will sooner or later evolve into the unilateral garrison of the United States and the UK. Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten spend less time together and more time apart. Fortunately, both of them are in the rising period of their careers and are busy with their own things. Hearing her fiancé talking about the difficulties he will face after returning to Europe, Pamela Mountbatten also comforted him softly. It's not that pessimistic. In fact, as long as the United States can reverse the situation in the Far East, it will be more confident at that time, and maybe the attitude of the French will change. Alan Wilson comforted his fiancé in turn. Now the North Korean army is unstoppable, and the coalition forces were eventually forced to retreat to the Nakdong River area near Busan, forming a Busan Ring defense circle. The current international public opinion is that the United States is now the world's biggest fan of North Korea, saying that the North Korean army is an elite force that learned from the Soviet Union, and the United States is almost fighting against part of the Soviet army, but these Soviet troops are Asian faces. Moreover, the US military has now built a defense line, and the US military in various places is also deploying troops, and will definitely not be driven into the sea by the North Koreans. The situation will be reversed soon. The only downside is that after the Americans reverse the situation, they may return all the words we said before that implied the combat effectiveness of the US military. Alan Wilson pointed out the cynicism that Britain might face next. In that case, we might as well join the war. Pamela Mountbatten's face fell, and she said unhappily, although the Americans have shaped the North Korean army into the most professional army in Asia, the real winner is not them. Alan Wilson was not worried at all, and said to his fiancée, just wait and see, the United States may become a professional China fan in a few months, even more exaggerated than today's North Korea. Great profit, let your fiancée see what your brain is made of. Pamela Mountbatten stood up and hugged Alan Wilson's head. I can't breathe. Alan Wilson felt the oppression on his face and shouted in his heart with a rippling face. Is there anything to review in this chapter? Is there something wrong with the chapter title? Chapter 564 Currency Exchange Order. But then again, what do your French shareholders think of the good news in Libya? I think the key is whether the French government can provide stable jobs in Libya. The current situation is very clear. Even if Britain and France stand together, they can only withstand pressure from the United States or the Soviet Union. We and France together still have 20 million square kilometers of colonies. The more our interests overlap, the easier it will be to cooperate. Freed from the state of being unable to breathe, Alan Wilson did not forget to ask Pamela Mountbatten about the progress of Libyan oil. I think it's not a problem. The French are very enthusiastic about this. Pamela Mountbatten expressed optimism. For this, I even apologized to the French on some occasions. Well, now is indeed a time for unity. Alan Wilson opened his mouth, but it was hard to say what to say. If you are in the perspective of the French after World War I, then what you see is this. Britain and the United States, who fought side by side during the war, are now condemning France's harshness towards Germany. On the one hand, they gave Germany leniency. On the other hand, they loaned Germany investments, and even asked France to repay the debts owed during the war. France did not surrender in World War II, but was defeated. Although France's territory in Europe is large, it does not have the capital for a protracted war. In the short time before its defeat, France also caused 200,000 casualties to Germany. Most European countries have no tolerance for mistakes, and the same is true for the Soviet Union now. Therefore, even if Alan Wilson believes that the Soviet Union will not really invade Europe, he cannot convince others. After all, Europe cannot make mistakes at present. He really wants to find a balance point, but when he really starts looking for it, he finds that it is not so easy to find. On this day, Alan Wilson received a telegram about the preparations for the new banknotes of British Malaya. The new banknotes have been printed and can be put on the market at any time. The basic conditions for currency reform are ready. Alan Wilson thinks this is a good time. After all, the Americans are busy and the Soviets can't reach it. It's a period of stability. He revealed the news to Pamela Mountbatten. Honey, are you interested in opening a bank in Malaya? Pamela Mountbatten asked back, and then saw Alan Wilson nod. So she asked further, do you have a reference for your work in Malaya? Probably about the same as the Hong Kong dollar. Alan Wilson told the truth, using the Hong Kong dollar as an example. The most glorious time for the Hong Kong dollar should be in the early years of the Republic of China. At that time, the Hong Kong dollar was not only the currency of a city, but also the currency of the entire Pearl River Delta. After all, compared with the chaotic political situation at the time, Hong Kong, which was managed by the United Kingdom, was very stable, not to mention that the Hong Kong dollar was pegged to the British pound. I need to discuss this with my mother. Pamela Mountbatten paused and added, my mother knows a lot of bankers and has a lot of friends with American Jews. Of course, we will not go against the interests of the British Empire. But I want to know about this kind of professional matter. What do you think? No problem. The issuance of Asian pounds will definitely require several banks to play a supervisory role. Alan Wilson revealed, if the exchange rates of neighboring countries are unstable, the use of Asian pounds may expand. This depends on whether British Malaya will open up a gap with the surrounding countries in development in the future. As for the Asian pound, it must be tied to the pound with the pound as a spear. The place where the Asian pound circulates will also become a reservoir for the pound. When studying the value of the Asian pound before, based on the local basic conditions, Alan Wilson submitted a proposal to exchange £1 for 6 Asian pounds, thus fixing the value. After the Whitehall conducted an investigation, it set the exchange rate at 1 to 8. For example, if the current market exchange rate is 8 Asian pounds for £1, the bank can exchange £1 at 7.8 Asian pounds, so that every exchange of £1 can get a profit of 0.2 Asian pounds. Banks will buy pounds and sell Asian pounds in the market, and the exchange rate will fall until it is close to the real exchange rate. If the current market exchange rate is 7.5 Asian pounds to £1, the bank can exchange 7.5 Asian pounds with the issuing bank for £1, so that it can make a profit of 0.3 Asian pounds for every pound sold. Banks will buy pounds and sell Asian pounds in the market, and the exchange rate will rise until it is close to the real exchange rate. Under this operation, the initiative lies entirely with the pound. The basis for this implementation is that Britain must find a way to maintain the value of the Asian pound in the early stage, and the value of the Asian pound must be more stable than the currencies of neighboring countries. This means of stability includes, but is not limited to, financial support, industrial support and even military support. The African franc was forcibly promoted in the French-speaking area in Africa by relying on the military power of France. But for Britain, military support alone is not enough, and there must be financial and industrial support. Few countries will dig up the roots of the French because of poverty in Africa. But it is not necessarily the case for British Malaya. The Strait of Malacca is not ordinary. After all, although Britain and France are both colonial empires, the value of the colonies occupied by the two countries is incomparable. If we replace the gold in the gold standard with currency, we can roughly understand this logic. When a store that issues paper gold has less and less gold in its reserves, what does it mean for the paper it issues? Similarly, when the central bank's currency reserves decline, what does it mean for the RMB? Compare the difference between high consumption countries and high saving countries. The Eurozone is a place with extremely high debt in the future. The increase in debt means that when the velocity of broad money flows decreases, deflation occurs. At that time, companies owe money, and money becomes more expensive, which is equivalent to an increase in real debt. When the scale of debt continues to rise, the central bank has to do the opposite, making money cheaper, which is equivalent to reducing the debt of companies and preventing the occurrence of a deflationary spiral. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. Just like Prime Minister Attlee said, we must combine the advantages of capitalism and socialism and establish the Socialist Union of Great Britain. There can be more than one bank issuing the Asian pound, such as Hong Kong dollars in Hong Kong. There are 3 banks. If Malaya wants to issue the Asian pound, it must hand in £1 and receive a debt certificate before it can start printing money. When the issuing bank wants to take back the banknotes, it has to take out the debt certificate to exchange the bank for pounds and then exchange it for Asian pounds from the market. Pamela Mountbatten didn't understand the twists and turns here, and Alan Wilson also had a vague understanding, but her mother Edwina Ashley understood it very well. When she saw her good son-in-law, who was the High Commissioner in British Malaya, she revealed the relevant problems. Edwina Ashley immediately told her daughter that she must seize this opportunity, and even came directly to Alan Wilson to understand the situation. At this stage, we just need to exchange the banknotes and replace the previously circulating currency with the new version of Asian pounds. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and said, the formal currency reform will start after the old banknotes stop circulating. I think it will start in a few months. When it comes to currency issues, Alan Wilson dare not wave his hand and start patting his chest. He really wants to be as domineering as Modi and get everything done in a short time with a banknote abolition order. But others are supported by Hindu populism, but Alan Wilson is not. Not only does he not have it, he is also the head of the local colonial government, a pure foreign colonizer. The British Empire is different from the general European colonial countries, similar to France and Portugal, which are both ruled. Britain can be said to rule but not govern, and it has just begun to make the transition to direct management. He dare not slap his head in Malaya. If Malaya is messed up, Britain now has no other colony suitable for backup. Even if he is confident, Alan Wilson does not think that he can lead a group of black uncles in Africa and fight with Japan. That is to say, it is now in the stage of currency exchange, and you let Pamela set up a bank, and then play part of the central bank's responsibilities. Edwina Ashley calculated, do you think it will go smoothly? It should not be a problem. The initial decision is to use 3 banks to jointly assume the responsibilities of the central bank. Alan Wilson said with reservations. Of course, as a civil servant, I don't understand all the financial knowledge, but I just have this idea. No, Alan, you actually know a lot. Edwina Ashley praised. Pamela is completely attracted by your talent. Talent? Do I have that kind of thing? Alan Wilson asked himself, isn't it the ability to use money? When Alan Wilson heard the word talent used to describe himself, he immediately thought of a sentence. Do you think I can't find you? If you hide here, it's useless. A man as outstanding as you is as bright and outstanding as a firefly in the dark night, no matter where he is. Touching the stubble on his chin, Alan Wilson's eyes looked melancholy. With the fierce fighting and abuse and defense circle, the currency exchange in British Malaya was officially launched. On such an important occasion, it was really unreasonable for Alan Wilson to lose contact in Europe. But there was no way. If the distance was not too far, he would have wanted to go to the United States to comfort the British treasurer who was nervous about filming. Even so, he kept in frequent contact with Vivien Leigh and sent telegrams to express his longing for the national treasure. When I settle the film fee, I will go to Malaya to buy a manor to accompany you. Vivien Leigh looked at her son in the stroller, which was full of the shadow of that man. Ms. Vivien Leigh, the major shareholder of United Artists Pictures, walked over and held her son high, feeling that life was full of light. Chapter 565 Sarawak Development Bank. In this world, there is not a day that does not see unknown men and women doing great things, speaking heroic words, and enduring noble suffering. Alan Wilson feels that he is like this, although to some people in the world, he is just an official representing the interests of the colonial master. But this kind of thing, he is not money. Everyone can't love him. Looking at the problem depends on one's position. It is well known that France is a literary power. If you take out French historical works, according to the era in which they were written, it is very likely to be written like this. Louis XI is the monarch of France. Edward IV is the illegal self-king of England, and our story begins here. In Alan Wilson's heart, the United States and the Soviet Union, which are currently shaping themselves in front of the whole world as a glorious future, are just conjoined twins, sharing a brain, half of which is idiotic and half is immoral, because he is a British. Alan Wilson has already planned a route back to Malaya. First of all, he will transfer to Paris, visit Greta Garbo, who came to host Woodpecker Pictures, and her son. Greta Garbo looked straight at the uninvited guest, who was in his 20s, and had the smooth manners of a professional diplomat. He was sitting behind a large mahogany desk. Dear madam, what are you looking at? We are not strangers, are we? Alan Wilson spoke with a brilliant smile, which seemed to carry the demeanor of a British gentleman in every gesture. At this moment, something heavy fell to the ground, making a dull sound on the expensive beige carpet. After this ominous sound, there was the sound of pens colliding, and the rustling of pages of a notepad falling out. The briefcase was in trouble at this time, which was very disappointing. Greta Garbo glanced at the man, and saw that he was bending down to pick up the things that had obviously fallen out of his briefcase. Those things were scattered all over the floor in a mess. This was not because of nervousness. She looked at him calmly for a moment, watching Alan Wilson stuff the documents, pens and notepads back into the briefcase. I think, even from an objective point of view, you should help, right? You make it seem like a stranger. Alan Wilson shook his head and sighed. I came here to see you, Greta. You know, I'm like this. Faced with this kind of greeting, her abdominal muscles began to contract, her cheeks began to burn, but she said, as if it was nothing, you can't stay too long. Thank you for thinking so much about me. Alan Wilson's burning gaze finally eased a little. It was too difficult to get some greetings from the queen of silent films, even a little bit. After hearing the change in Greta Garbo's tone, Alan Wilson could feel that his style was still the same. His heart couldn't help but get hot. Considering Greta Garbo's age, the other party definitely needed him very much. If all women treated him like Greta Garbo, it would be easy for Alan Wilson to lose confidence. As long as he thought about it a little bit, he even felt that it would be a tragic thing if he could bring up a group of female billionaires in the future and then abandon him collectively. The days at the Paris transit station could actually be much less boring. In the dark night, a voice with a Nordic flavor came. "You are a sanctimonious and shameless bastard, not a gentleman at all. I can be a gentleman in front of everyone, but not in front of you." Then Alan Wilson turned on the desk lamp, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and handed it directly to the silent film queen beside him. "It seems that this company will be temporarily run by you for the next year. Greta, tell me what you are interested in. I can help. I dare not say that I can solve all the problems, but I'm absolutely willing to do it for you." Greta Garbo blew out a puff of smoke and shook her head. "I don't have financial problems. It's hard to say what I'm interested in. I don't want to devote myself to busy work. Raising my children is what I have to do now. Maybe I don't have much pursuit besides acting. By the way, it's time for me to shoot that movie. 300 Spartans?" Alan Wilson nodded and said with concern, "Don't be too tired. Pay attention to the combination of work and rest." In response to him, she rolled her eyes. Greta Garbo put out her cigarette and nodded slightly. "I don't want you to help me run any business, but I have very high requirements in other aspects. You know this." "I understand." Alan Wilson approached the Queen of Silent Films. It was all for the British Empire, and shedding blood and sweat was nothing compared to Alan Wilson, who always paid attention to unimportant things every day. Most people in the world were concerned about the war on the Korean Peninsula. Although Britain had avoided sending ground troops, the United States still gathered the coalition forces of more than a dozen countries with a single call. The prestige of the New World hegemon and the beacon of mankind can be seen. Although Britain had communicated with Australia and Canada, Britain, the former father, could not deal with its rebellious son, let alone other countries. At the call of the United States, Canada and Australia also expressed their willingness to send ground troops to participate in the war. Canada sent the 25th Infantry Brigade, the Princess Patrice Light Brigade of Canada, called the Canadian Army Special Forces, with a total of more than 7,700 people. Turkey, which had already offended the Soviet Union and clung to the United States, sent an infantry brigade of about 5,000 people to participate in the war. Australia sent 2 infantry battalions, and the remaining countries did not send large numbers of troops. The French army sent a destroyer and a French battalion of more than 1,000 people to Korea to participate in the war. Because of the small number of people, the French battalion did not fight independently, but was under the command of the US military and cooperated with the US military in the war. Before leaving France, Alan Wilson happened to see the news in the newspaper and also saw the demonstrations of the French Communist Party to protest the French government's joining the Korean War. He remembered that this small French army had a very strong combat effectiveness. It was considered to be a side-by-side with the US military in this coalition. It was this French army that fought with the US military in the Battle of Chepiang-Ni, compared with the British army, which was always retreated without a word by the US military during the war, and was always pitted. The French army was treated well in the field of being pitted. It participated in many wars, and demonstrated the combat effectiveness of a veteran European army power. Of course, this is just to deal with agricultural countries. If they do this in Europe, the Soviet Red Army will be happy to mobilize heavy artillery to blow up these ignorant bastards. When Alan Wilson returned to Malaya, the US South Korean coalition forces had completely retreated to the Busan Defense Circle. The US military, which had already established a firm foothold, finally had a chance to breathe and brought out the signature skills of the world's most powerful country. The Army, Navy, and Air Force poured out the mobilized industrial power. On the one hand, the 130mm rockets used had a high rate of destroying tanks. The greater threat was the use of napalm bombs. The gasoline bombs loaded with 110 gallons of napalm had a burning time of 20 seconds, but were enough to turn an area of 50 square meters into a sea of fire. The guide wheels of the T-34 tank were made of rubber. In addition to the ammunition and fuel loaded on the tank itself, the number of tanks burned by napalm bombs was more than 10 times that destroyed by rockets. The US Air Force also carried out large-scale strategic bombing of North Korea's rear industrial cities such as Wonsan and Hungnam on the Korean peninsula were devastated. Under this circumstance, North Korea's military production was basically paralyzed. Every trench on the Nakdong River defense line was densely packed with defensive soldiers. The 13 divisions of the US ROC coalition made the enemy, who had been unstoppable, unable to move forward. Since the outbreak of the war at the end of June, it was actually only 2 months of wartime, and the United States was able to do this. It can be seen that the current national strength of the United States, to put it in a flattering way, just like Britain in World War I, if Germany in World War I did not surrender in the end, it would really be hammered to death by Britain. In the last year of the war, the British Army on the Western Front was equipped with more than 3,000 tanks at the same time, which means that Britain was generally in terms of army attainments. If it was the French army equipped with 3,000 tanks, Germany could consider the fall of Berlin. A trip back to Europe had no effect on Alan Wilson. Some changes were that the rise in steel stocks caused by the war made his stock value steadily increase. This is just the beginning. After all, the current war is still controllable, not out of control as London worried. When the war is not limited to North Korea and South Korea, Alan Wilson's stocks will be even more valuable, and he can sell them at that time. As soon as he arrived in Kuala Lumpur, public opinion had changed. Newspapers in British Malaya began to publish a large number of contents about the agricultural and animal husbandry revolution, including high-quality seeds, breeding pigs and breeding cattle, that were introduced at a high cost. The United Kingdom, South Africa, the United States, and New Zealand, all agricultural and animal husbandry powers are on the list. From feed conversion to growth days, it is a crystallization of modern civilization. Even in agriculture, strong and weak countries are completely different. Alan Wilson pretended to be the Minister of Agriculture, and Pamela Mountbatten established a bank in London. If the bank was established in the name of the Mountbatten family, it would not be impossible. But if this bank also has the right to issue Asian pounds, it would be a bit too obvious. Although Britain and even the whole of Europe and the United States do not reject the use of power to serve capital, it still needs to be concealed. Finally, this new bank called Sarawak Development Bank officially appeared in London, and will soon start operations in Sarawak. East Malaysian Commissioner Edel assured Alan Wilson, who had just returned, that he would handle the bank's problems flexibly. Chapter 566 Security Intelligence Committee. Colleagues all say that you are very reliable. After returning the brief telegram to Edel, Alan Wilson was busy with his own affairs, which was to establish an important institution under direct management. And he would soon have a group of colleagues arriving in British Malaya. These colleagues came from MI6. It is absolutely correct to say that they are colleagues, because MI6 is the British External Intelligence Agency, affiliated with the British Foreign Office, and is responsible to the Foreign Secretary. Alan Wilson is a civil servant of the Foreign Office. MI6 is of course his colleague. MI5 belongs to the Internal Counterintelligence and National Security Agency, and is responsible to the Home Secretary. People in MI5 can only be said to be Alan Wilson's colleagues. From this point, we can see the power gap between MI6, MI5 and the KGB. MI6 and MI5 are two departments under the charge of different ministers. It's just doing the work of a general bureau under the KGB. The first General Bureau of the KGB is the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, the second General Bureau is the Domestic Counterintelligence Bureau, and there are more than a dozen General Bureaus such as the Military Management Bureau and the Traffic Management Bureau. In fact, it is far worse. The situation in the UK is quite special. The intelligence departments of most countries have law enforcement powers. But the UK does not have it. That is to say, even if MI5 finds a spy, it cannot arrest it by itself, but asks the police to arrest it. Generally, the Scottish police are asked to arrest people. The British rule, but not govern in the management of colonies, and rarely conduct direct management. Even when there were 100,000 civil servants working in British India, they relied on the assistance of local elites in India. British India is so important that it is like this, let alone other colonies. The power of France in managing colonies is incomparable. Now that a war has broken out in the Far East, as the Commissioner of British Malaya, he must first maintain local stability. In particular, he must not be affected by this war. This is a top priority. The people who came to Kuala Lumpur this time include those from MI5 and MI6, who helped British Malaya establish a functioning spy department. The ruling power of a country is nothing more than the four forces of the military, police, and special forces. As a colony, the army currently belongs to the stationed British Army. Even if it is necessary to expand the military power of British Malaya, considering the current ethnic balance, only Malays will be absorbed, not Chinese. Although this may be a little unfair to the Chinese, it must be done. Alan Wilson never thought of giving British Malaya to anyone, and he must be on guard. The same is true for the police department, so the only departments that reflect the country's ruling power are the two special forces. Think of a way from this. Because British Malaya is a colony, Alan Wilson, as a High Commissioner, has very great power. It can be said that he is far more authoritative in Kuala Lumpur than Norman Brooke in London. After all, Norman Brooke has a cabinet above him, and Alan Wilson has nothing above him. With this condition, he can now build an intelligence agency that can be used according to his own ideas. This intelligence agency must have the powers of both Mi-6 and Mi-5, and at the same time, have law enforcement power. It cannot be a funny department that discovers spies and notifies the police like the domestic Mi-5. As for the people who can be recruited into this department, they must first meet several basic conditions. They must be able to communicate in English without any obstacles, and consider themselves to be subjects of the British Empire. Then there is not much room for choice, and they can only recruit members from the Straits Chinese. The Straits Chinese have long been spiritual British, but their number is too small to play a role in balancing the Malays in society. But it does not mean that Alan Wilson will forget these spiritual British people. The Straits Chinese can be used to form a powerful department such as intelligence to prevent, including but not limited to, Indonesia's infiltration into British Malaya. As for the degree of trust, Alan Wilson is very optimistic. Not long after, Elisa entered the office. First of all, she congratulated Alan Wilson on his return to Kuala Lumpur. At the same time, she took out a batch of investigation reports on Singapore residents and people, and asked, will there be any problems if they form a special agent department? After all, this is very risky. It depends on what this department does. If it is used to guard against Indonesia, there is no risk. As for dealing with threats from other directions, we in the UK can do it ourselves. After all, this department is used to maintain internal stability. Alan Wilson knew what his subordinates were worried about, but he felt that the risk was controllable. Because in his eyes, the assimilation ability of the Chinese is entirely a matter of position, and it is not that terrible. On the contrary, the Chinese are extremely easy to assimilate. He has a lot of examples in his mind, and he doesn't need to think about the Straits Chinese, because the British Empire is the first global empire, and the current world hegemon, the United States, also speaks English. It is easy to find a group of supporters all over the world, so it is not suitable to be used as an example. Just look at Thailand and Myanmar. Strictly speaking, there are no Chinese in Thailand. There are indeed a large number of people with Chinese ancestry. They know that their ancestors came from China, but in fact they are no different from Thais. As for Myanmar, the Chinese in Myanmar are not a small group near the border. There are millions of Chinese in Myanmar, most of whom are far away from the border. Around Yangon, most of them support the Burmese government. Even these two countries, which are not particularly excellent, can settle the Chinese. There is no reason why British Malaya cannot do it. As for the fact that the Chinese in Malaya and Indonesia in Southeast Asia cannot be assimilated, it is entirely because the habits of peace believers are too different from those of the Chinese. Although the assimilation ability of the peace believers is outstanding worldwide, it is based on the success of the agricultural era. In modern society, there is no strong country of peace believers, and the method of chanting scriptures while swinging a knife will not work. The reason why it looks strong decades later is that it can give birth, not assimilate others. Regarding the Secret Service Department of British Malaya, Alan Wilson's original intention was very simple: to be big. It is not necessary to be on par with the CIA and KGB, but because a large department can increase the number of employees in the department. As an official, Alan Wilson is born with the motivation to make a department bloated. A few days later, intelligence personnel from Mi-6 and Mi-5 in London arrived in Kuala Lumpur, and Alan Wilson began to formally set up important institutions to directly manage the colonies, and used war news as entertainment. Britain will not send ground troops to participate in this war, but it is very logical to send all support except ground troops. Alan Wilson wants to make some necessary preparations. As we all know, in any memoir about the war, except for a certain major power, all the participating countries, whether it is the United States, South Korea or North Korea, have massacred civilians. Alan Wilson wanted to collect first-hand information to prepare for the future. What if he fell out with the United States one day? This was something that could not be avoided. While he was busy building the British Malaya colony, the war never stopped. After retreating from the south bank of the Han River to Sangju on the Nakdong River, a full 300 kilometers, the situation was stabilized on the Nakdong River defense line. At this point, both the United States and South Korea had no way to retreat. The Nakdong River defense line was lined up along Jinju Jimchon Hamchang and Anying Diak. The defense from Weiguan to Mazan in the south was undertaken by the 24th and 25th Divisions and the 1st Cavalry Division of the US 8th Army, and the foothills eastward with Nakjiangri, where the 1st Division was located, were guarded by 3 divisions of the South Korean Army and the Capital Division. The front of the 1st Division was a 41-kilometer long open area, which was very disadvantageous from a defensive perspective, as the North Korean army bypassed the Honam region and captured Jinju, and attacked Mazan, the gateway to Busan. The 25th US Division originally stationed in Sangju had to be transferred to the Mazan defense line, leaving this open area for the 1st Division to defend. The Nakdong River actually formed a huge trench that could protect about 3/4 of the Busan defense circle. However, it should also be noted that this defense circle was too large, so in the following weeks, the two sides exchanged fire continuously, fought hundreds of small battles, and several major battles. In mid-August, the fighting between the two sides reached a climax. The officers and soldiers were ready for hand-to-hand combat. The two sides fought hand-to-hand on the 20-kilometer-long front, throwing grenades at each other and fighting to the death. The high ground was full of corpses, and some corpses were used as bunkers. The entire battlefield turned into a living hell. On this day, MacArthur, the commander-in-chief, called the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington. At present, the situation in Busan has stabilized. The enemy cannot break through our defense line. On the premise of retaining Busan to attract the enemy's main force, we will carry out a landing operation that will shock the world and cut off the enemy's retreat from the middle of the peninsula. The conditions for completely winning the war are ripe. The British Royal Navy Pacific Fleet in the Far East is also willing to provide assistance, which will be served by an army with 2 divisions. The purpose is to cooperate with the 8th Army's counterattack in the south, to encircle and destroy the enemy. The next day, after discussion, the US Joint Chiefs of Staff approved MacArthur's plan, and preparations for the amphibious landing plan officially began. On the same day, Alan Wilson called London and applied for the establishment of the British Malaya Security Intelligence Committee in order to prevent the surrounding areas from coveting British Malaya. But Alan Wilson did not expect that the first news reported by this newly emerged spy agency was to tell him that there was a rumor in British Malaya recently that the United States wanted to help Japan rearm and wanted to take back prisoners of war. Nonsense. Alan Wilson showed the arrogance of the colonists, sneered at the news, and made merciless criticism of such unfounded remarks. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567, Imperial Loyal Dog. As a new department, don't believe everything you hear. When the department is first established, you should pay more attention to practical things. Alan Wilson frowned and said, London and I have high hopes for the work of the Security Intelligence Committee and remain patient. After all, there are other purposes in the future. This unconfirmed news was severely refuted by Alan Wilson, who directly stated that British Malaya has not received any repatriation requests from the United States at present, and it can be determined to be fake news. It is difficult for others to imagine that a High Commissioner is busy. Reporting this kind of news to Alan Wilson is itself a disrespect for his work. He has a lot of work to do. For example, according to the instructions of the Foreign Secretary, plan a plan to support economic development in South Asia and Southeast Asia. Of course, this should be carried out under the framework of the Commonwealth. Based on the success of the previous five-power defense treaty, Alan Wilson thinks this is not difficult. Of course, the most important thing is to get the support of Australia, and it is Australia again. Alan Wilson also lamented that Australia is indeed a natural supporter of Britain in dealing with Asian affairs. Because he had just returned to Kuala Lumpur, Alan Wilson was not particularly familiar with the current details, so he met with Vice Admiral Bilton, who signed the five-power defense treaty, and said that he had the task of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to formulate and implement the protection of the traditional influence of the British Empire in Asia. After listening to this, Vice Admiral Bilton smiled bitterly and said, "I thought you wanted to ask about the cooperation between the Pacific Fleet and the US 7th Fleet. That's none of my business." Alan Wilson looked uninterested. The Americans want to maintain their influence, and they must drag Britain along. These bastards are even more excessive than we were at the beginning. Indeed, the Americans want the Pacific Fleet to join the Channel Cruise. Vice Admiral Bilton nodded in approval. Alan Wilson was shocked and cursed. How dare they think? What good will this do for the British Empire? Who will compensate for the loss of £250 million? What about the problem of Hong Kong? Do they really regard the British Empire in 1950 as the British Isles in the 21st century that cannot be played without the United States? If nothing unexpected happens, the cabinet and the fleet commander will refuse. Lieutenant General Bilton gestured to calm down and said, "Regarding your inquiry about Australia, at present, due to the issue of Antarctic territorial sovereignty, the anti-Soviet atmosphere in Australia is rising. Is this the reason?" Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets and was silent for a moment. This matter is not easy to handle. It is not just a Soviet problem. The United States should put forward an opinion that seems to take care of the emotions of all parties, but there is no result. It also wants to claim neutrality, but it will not make us achieve our goals. After all, there are many countries involved. Under the premise of the Soviet Union statement, the United States can fish in troubled waters. The issue of Antarctic sovereignty is a long story. In the 18th century, Captain Cook of Britain took 3 years and 8 months to circle Antarctica, and entered the Arctic Circle several times, but he did not find land in the end. Decades later, the Russian Empire sent a scientific expedition team to lead the two ships, the Vostok and the Peace, and discovered 2 islands in 2 years. It was considered to be confirmed that Antarctica is a continent, not a large piece of ice. Entering the 20th century, the prelude to the vigorous scramble for Antarctica was opened, and even Hitler's Germany got involved. Of course, with the defeat of Germany, Antarctica had nothing to do with Germany anymore. It became a dispute among countries close to Antarctica. Britain claimed sovereignty over Antarctica because of the Fox Islands, and Australia and New Zealand supported it. The United States was also a country that claimed sovereignty over Antarctica. However, the discussion of 8 countries claiming sovereignty over Antarctica attracted the attention of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union sent a note to the 8 governments, stating that it would not recognize any country's territorial claims to Antarctica in any way, and would not recognize any resolutions made on Antarctica without the participation of the Soviet Union. Because the first piece of land in Antarctica was actually discovered by the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union played an important historical role in the discovery of Antarctica, which led to a change in the attitude of the United States. Together with the Soviet Union, the United States did not recognize any country's territorial claims to Antarctica, and together they preserved their own right to claim territorial claims to Antarctica. I've said that the Americans are silent and stand with the Soviet Union on many issues. Now they are just short of directly fighting the Soviet Red Army. They are also secretly supporting the Soviet Union on the almost symbolic issue of Antarctica. Alan Wilson knew that Australia believed that it had the greatest advantage on the issue of Antarctic sovereignty because Australia almost faced the entire Antarctica alone, and next to it was New Zealand, which was thicker than blood, and there was also the support of Britain. It was almost like a mentality of being determined to win. Now that the Soviet Union warned it like this, it was naturally angry. However, Alan Wilson was an ordinary person. As of the 21st century, he had not found any way to use Antarctica. Naturally, he didn't care about Antarctica, but prepared relevant information, and prepared to go to Canberra to seek Australia's support for maintaining Britain's traditional influence. These materials include, but are not limited to, the currency reform and related industry support of British Malaya. In the setting of the bank for issuing the British Malayan pound, one of the three banks is a completely British state-owned bank, and the other bank is a bank for the British Private Bank and the Australian government to distribute equity. The third bank is the Sarawak Development Bank, newly established by Pamela Mountbatten. This bank is not owned by Pamela Mountbatten alone. There are also a large number of private shareholders, but they just happen to have the same name as some civil servants in Whitehall. Although Britain has the influence to make Australia support British Malaya in mineral resources, and it is not difficult to achieve the goal, nothing is as direct as the interest binding. Moreover, it is reasonable for Australia to pay some price for providing mineral support to British Malaya. The exchange rate of currency reform in British Malaya has long been set, with a nominal exchange rate of 1:8 and an actual exchange rate of 1:6. Although the two profits left cannot be exhausted, there is still a lot of room for floating. Using this piece to strive for, or even bind Australia's interests is also in line with the maintenance of the British Empire's influence in Asia. A Comet special plane flew from London to Kuala Lumpur. After the necessary inspection and refueling, it flew to Canberra, the capital of Australia, with Alan Wilson, who was well prepared. As the Comet airliner continued to be manufactured, it gradually appeared in airlines of various countries. Australia was no longer unfamiliar with this type of airliner, and was also interested in updating the airliners of Australian Airlines. Alan Wilson, who arrived in Canberra, first met with the Governor-General of Australia. After obtaining his support, he went to seek the support of Australian Prime Minister Robert Gordon Menzies. Robert Gordon Menzies is the leader of the Australian Liberal Party. For the current UK, he is the best choice as his predecessor, because Menzies is an enthusiastic pro-British Prime Minister. In Menzies' words, Australians are essentially white people with a British background. However, the Australian Labour Party still controls the Senate. There may be no politician in the world who loves the Crown Prince more than him. Even our politicians in the UK can't compare. Before meeting Menzies, Alan Wilson learned from the Governor-General that Prime Minister Menzies was a loyal supporter of the King of Standby, so this matter might be easier. Alan Wilson remembered that Menzies had been the Prime Minister of Australia for 18 years, which showed that Britain's influence in Australian politics would not dissipate for a long time. This is simply great news. If he could not turn British Malaya into a fortress within 18 years, it would be a shame for Menzies' 18-year term. After knowing that Menzies had admiration for the Crown Prince, Alan Wilson mentioned that his fiancée was Pamela Mountbatten. Although she was suspected of being a gigolo, it was enough to achieve the goal as soon as possible. The trivial details were worthless in the face of national interests. The Indonesian issue was of course the main issue Alan Wilson talked about. He said that the arrangement for Indonesia was almost completed. British Malaya and Dutch Kalimantan would suppress from the north, and Dutch New Guinea would become a barrier for Australia. As for Java Island, Timor Island controlled by Portugal, and Christmas Island, part of British Malaya, were closely watched. However, Indonesia's own population advantage cannot be ignored. Then there was a cliché of population overflow. Australia itself has less than 9 million people, and Indonesia's population is 10 times that of Australia. All signs indicate that Sukarno of Indonesia is getting closer and closer to the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson talked about the Soviet threat theory in front of the Australian Prime Minister, and Britain's current response is to build industrial advantages over Indonesia, to prevent Indonesia's strong national strength from supporting an aggressive outward policy. The place for support is ready, that is British Malaya. This must be supported by the Australian government. Britain is worried about Australia's geographical environment. If Australia itself has a sufficient population, London will not be so worried, but Australia's livable conditions determine the upper limit of the population, which cannot but be worrying. Australia's current thinking is actually similar to Alan Wilson's previous two-wing flying. The Australian version of two-wing flying is to help Britain maintain its traditional influence in Asia, while recognizing that the United States is more powerful. To this end, it supports any European power to stay by its side, whether it is the Netherlands or Portugal. In this pursuit, Australia is even unwilling to listen to the United States. When hoping that Australia could help with the currency reform of British Malaya, Menzies gave a warm response. He said that Australia has no reason not to help Britain. He is indeed a loyal dog of the empire, Alan Wilson said to himself with a knowing smile. Chapter 568 The Proud America. As for maintaining the traditional influence of the British Empire in Asia, Alan Wilson said that London hopes that Australia can take the initiative, and London is also happy to see the leadership shown by Australia. Menzies said that his government also has this intention, and now with the help of Britain, he is more confident. He knows that the interests of Britain and the United States are not completely consistent, but national security is the greatest national interest. Britain, Portugal and the Netherlands want to keep their colonies and protect Australia. In this case, Australia must of course choose to follow Britain instead of the United States, which seems to have a better future. In many areas, Chifley and I have opposite views, but there is one thing we have in common. Menzies said very sincerely, that is, we both believe that the traditional relationship between Australia and Britain is priceless. Whether it is a Liberal Party or the Labour Party in Australia, they all respect this relationship very much. This will not change at the beginning of the change of government. The Liberal Party even cherishes this relationship more than the Labour Party. Traditional relations will also have new developments. Just like Canberra, it will definitely get better and better. Alan Wilson used the Australian capital Canberra as an example. The current Canberra is actually inferior to Australia's traditional two major cities of Melbourne and Sydney. What Menzies is currently focusing on is the construction of Canberra. In this era, a considerable number of Australians consider themselves British, and this also applies to Canada and New Zealand. In fact, some powers of Australia and Canada are still in London. The power to establish and amend the constitution is in London. Alan Wilson remembers that when Australia and Canada took back these two powers, it was the period when Mrs. Thatcher was in power. Let Alan Wilson evaluate these conservative prime ministers. The so-called major crime of the Labour Party is to distribute welfare, but the Conservative Party continued to distribute welfare when it came to power. However, what the previous Conservative governments did, the Labour Party did not do. The Labour Party has long been called a Soviet spy by these American spies of the Conservative Party. Although not every Conservative cabinet can make a big mess that causes heavy damage to Britain, almost every two Conservative governments can make a big event that shakes the foundation of Britain. Alan Wilson even believes that Mrs. Thatcher's indifference to the existence of the Commonwealth and her desperate cashing behavior during her administration are the reasons why Queen Elizabeth dislikes her. In the eyes of Mrs. Thatcher, the Commonwealth is nothing more than an inefficient, money-consuming, and disorganized organization. This organization only reflects a ridiculous imperial complex. Mrs. Thatcher never changes British policies because of the Commonwealth's views. When necessary, she does not hesitate to go against the entire Commonwealth. Parties in London sometimes only care about their own interests. After all, Australians do not have the right to vote. Alan Wilson said with emotion. In fact, Whitehall does not like this style, but we are not the ruling party. Even if we don't like it, we can only implement it. Oh, Alan, your fiancée has expressed her apologies for World War II many times. Menzies heard the hidden meaning of Alan Wilson and said, that was indeed an unpleasant experience. We all hope that it will not happen again. I believe that Prime Minister Attlee will not be the same as Mr. Churchill. Alan Wilson replied reservedly, if the Labour Party is dominant, Britain may decline slowly, but if the Conservative Party, which believes that it maintains Britain, comes to power, Alan Wilson will have to guard against the British Empire performing a fancy freefall. At present, he is working hard little by little to get Britain out of the freefall. Ask yourself, is there any commissioner in the major British colonies who is like him, almost always in working condition? No, Alan Wilson himself believes that, if there is a model to be set in Whitehall, there is no second candidate except himself. After a pleasant discussion with Australian Prime Minister Menzies, Alan Wilson sent a telegram to London, expressing the idea of maintaining and consolidating Britain's influence in Asia, which received a warm response from Australia. I believe that implementation is absolutely no problem. In the Telegram, Alan Wilson also reported that Australia hopes to set up an office in British Malaya, whether London agrees to this commissioner's office. Soon Alan Wilson received a call back, asking for his opinion on the British Malaya commissioner. For this reason, Alan Wilson said that the commissioner's office could be set up in Singapore or Penang, both of which belonged to the original Straits settlements. Regarding economic and development support for Asia, Alan Wilson received instructions that it would be best to overlap with the imperial preference system. Alan Wilson understood it immediately and began to discuss with Australia to help Southeast Asia achieve political stability through economic growth, thereby maintaining regional security around the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Australia itself is vast and sparsely populated, and it is not short of funds and technology, but resource development is limited. However, Southeast Asia has a large population and huge market potential. Through its aid to Southeast Asia, Australia has opened up the local market, while promoting its own energy mining and industrial upgrading by utilizing the abundant local labor resources. You must know that even British Malaya has a population of 10 million, and Australia's population is just over 9 million. What's more, it can radiate the surrounding areas through the important throat position of British Malaya. Alan Wilson also answered some of Australia's questions, such as Australia's view on how a hostile country like Indonesia can occupy the market. The planned economy of the Soviet Union cannot solve all problems, let alone Indonesia. From the perspective of market rules, high quality and low priced products are far from being solved by tariffs. Alan Wilson said to the Australians without thinking, once this happens, it will only lead to rampant smuggling. Indonesia is an island country. The cost of preventing smuggling is huge. I don't see any good way. Indonesia is still the most concerned issue for Australians, because it involves national security. Alan Wilson certainly took the initiative to express his concern about this issue, and has been trying to overthrow Sukarno's regime. It's just that the time is not ripe yet. The action led by the United States in history can be said to be a great success. Alan Wilson is willing to share the worries of the United States, but for the interests of the British Empire, failure is success. Of course, simple Australians don't need to know this idea. Although the United States action to kill the Indonesian Communist Party was successful, it did not change Australia's situation. It just changed another face. After all, Java Island's hundreds of millions of people are compared to Australia's large area and sparse population and rich resources. It will not disappear because of Sukarno's fall. Finally, the two sides agreed that after the approval and review by their respective governments, the agreement would be formally signed in Kuala Lumpur. Australia promised to export iron ore to Europe and British Malaya soon, and these two places would not be included in the export ban. This means that the steel industry in British Malaya will usher in a good thing. After all, with the support of the world's mines, it is a huge boost to the steel industry planned by Alan Wilson. British Malaya does not have a large amount of iron ore. It is impossible to transport 30% of the quality iron ore from the UK, right? This alone is a 10-year advantage over Japan. Alan Wilson pinched his waist and sighed. This is the so-called heritage of old-fashioned imperialism. Although it cannot completely replace the role of money, it can indeed save money. Japan lacks everything, and naturally lacks iron ore, but Australia has it. Japan can only slowly save money from the textile industry, and only when it has a certain amount of funds can it intervene in the steel industry. There is no shortcut in this process. However, because of the relationship between Britain and Australia, British Malaya can skip this step and get Australia's support to develop the steel industry, which is incomparable. Australia was even willing to invest £10 million to help the development of the steel industry in British Malaya. Alan Wilson also made a promise and was willing to communicate with his fiancée about this. Alan Wilson, who achieved his goal, flew directly back to Kuala Lumpur to prepare for the arrival of the Foreign Secretary in Kuala Lumpur. London was also contacting former colonies in Asia to work together. While Britain was busy with its own affairs, the ambitious Emperor Mac, under the guarantee of the US 7th Fleet and the British Pacific Fleet, began his planned amphibious landing. The vanguard of the US 10th Army landed on Green Beach in the north of Walmedo. The landing force included the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Marine Regiment and 9 M26 Pershing tanks of the 1st Tank Battalion, one of which was equipped with a flamethrower and the other 2 were equipped with bulldozer blades. The landing force used a tank landing ship designed and manufactured during World War II to land, and the entire island was occupied before sunrise. Walker, the commander of the 8th Army guarding Busan, heard the news and led his troops to fight back against the enemy outside the Busan defense circle. Alan Wilson, who was preparing for the Kuala Lumpur conference, learned about the successful landing in Incheon the next day. After all, Emperor Mei was a very high-profile person, boasting that his strength was countless times stronger than his own. Moreover, unlike in history, this time Britain also expressed doubts about the combat effectiveness of the United States. Naturally, the Americans could not let go of the fact that this amphibious landing battle was a great victory, proving that our great America is invincible in the world, and showing the British what it means to lead the world. If we compare the Navy and Air Force in this Korean War, Britain handled it more severely than in history. But the resolute decision not to send ground troops still made the Americans remember it. Now even if the British want to share the glory of victory, we don't need it. The New York Times report gave a sense of deja vu that yesterday you ignored me, and today I will make you out of your reach. Chapter 569. I didn't make a misjudgment. The battle started at dawn, with American destroyers and British and American cruisers bombarding fiercely. The captains of the destroyers bravely sailed up the channel under the enemy's guns. The Marine Corps pirate aircraft fired fiercely at the beach of the island. At 6:30, the landing troops launched a fierce attack on the beach, crushed the dizzy enemy, and occupied the island within 45 minutes. As for the main landing battle, it was over. Listening to Elisa, who had just returned from vacation, reading the New York Times report, Alan Wilson yawned. Then let's see what happens next. Alan Wilson would not consider betraying American intelligence. After all, he had to put the interests of the British Empire first and treat other countries based on interests. That kind of stupid internationalism would not appear in his mind. Commissioner, if the United States is unstoppable, will it make us in Britain very embarrassed? Ellis's loyalty to the British Empire is also enough, although she is a Scotsman. Awkward. The Americans should think about whether they can control the Philippine marshal who is interested in politics. Still embarrassing. Alan Wilson snorted and laughed. What can the Americans do to us? It's nothing more than a few complaints. In the issue of forming a German coalition government and a military alliance, the Americans still need our help. There will be no substantial action. As for what the future will be like, we will wait and see. I wish the American soldiers can end the war before Christmas. Historically, although North Korea has suffered from the invasion and enslavement of the surrounding powers, it has always existed as an independent country in the minds of its people. Moreover, for centuries, the Koreans have always had the desire to manage their own national affairs. At this time, the Korean army, which had been chasing the US military for 2 months, was desperately breaking out. Their retreat had been threatened by the US landing troops. In this breakout battle, many epic stories also emerged. Facing the front and back attacks, the Korean army would not sit and wait for death. At the moment of the charge, there was still a trace of fear and timidity in my heart. But when everyone rushed out of the trenches on the hillside, they had already pinned their heads to their belts. The person in front fell, and the person behind him took his place. He fell, and the person behind him took his place. The large interval, multi-layered skirmish line, with a serious shortage of ammunition and lack of support from aircraft and artillery, was almost impossible to defend effectively. Also, the US military headquarters in Japan contacted Lieutenant General Bilton and expressed the hope that Malaya would release the prisoners of war. Japanese Foreign Minister Yoshida Shigeru is working hard for this. Elisa immediately took out Yoshida Shigeru's information and handed it to Alan Wilson. This news made Alan Wilson sober up a little, but in terms of timing, this was not the best time. Because from the British point of view, it would be better to handle this matter after the scale of the war got out of control. After receiving Yoshida Shigeru's information, Alan Wilson read it carefully. The most recent major event involving this person was that in April, Yoshida Shigeru sent Ikeda Hayato to visit the United States to tell the United States that after Japan and the United States reached peace, it would request that the US military continue to stay in Japan. It also wrote about the grievances between Yoshida Shigeru and the Hatoyama family. When Hatoyama Ichiro's Liberal Party was conquering the parliament and was about to form a cabinet, Hatoyama himself was expelled from the Allied command and Yoshida was temporarily appointed to power by Hatoyama. Informed the Japanese side that the Malayan Administrative Office will convey Japan's opinions to London. Alan Wilson said with a fake smile, although we are in Kuala Lumpur, we still follow London's instructions. Understood. I will report to London according to the procedure. Elisa understood and said, this matter will appear in the report document next month. As for the reply to Tokyo, agree first. Alan Wilson said calmly, at present, we still have to deal with the Asian Economic Development Plan. Other things can wait. In fact, what is conveying to London is completely unnecessary, because the foreign minister will come to Kuala Lumpur soon. However, Alan Wilson handed it over to London for approval, which is very in line with procedural justice, and no one can say anything. It's just that the time of conveying happened to be when the foreign minister came, and it was not a coincidence. Alan Wilson could only say that this was all fate. Anyway, the Japanese were not in a hurry, and this matter was not very urgent. After Elisa left, Alan Wilson was still looking at Yoshida Shigeru's information, and finally said to himself, I don't care what other countries think, but the losses of British Malaya cannot be wiped out by a group of prisoners of war. He remembered that Japan did not compensate Southeast Asian countries for their losses in the San Francisco Peace Treaty. Alan Wilson could ignore other things. He was now the High Commissioner of British Malaya. As a defeated country, Japan should not think of defaulting on its debts. And he had enough reasons to do so. Let's not talk about who the main ethnic group in British Malaya was. Alan Wilson's respected father-in-law, Mountbatten, hated Japan very much. It was completely reasonable for him to vent his anger for his father-in-law. At the San Francisco conference, Southeast Asian countries strongly demanded that Japan pay huge war reparations, and demanded that Japan's domestic industrial equipment be dismantled and relocated to these countries as compensation. Yoshida Shigeru told the representatives of Southeast Asian countries that asking Japan to pay all the money or dismantle all its belongings would be disadvantageous to both Japan and you. The best way is for Japan to undertake and help development to adjust. Considering the difficulty of engaging in economic construction alone, Southeast Asian countries agreed to Yoshida Shigeru's plan after the San Francisco conference. First, he had to contact these countries and hold on to the issue of compensation. If he couldn't do it, he would think of a way to solve the problem of prisoners of war. Japan had more than 100,000 disabled people, which was good for social stability. Yoshida Shigeru had a very good relationship with MacArthur, and this time the message was passed through the Occupation Army headquarters. Alan Wilson knew without thinking that MacArthur must have agreed. After a long period of consideration, Alan Wilson felt that it would be most appropriate to formally respond to the issue of prisoners of war after October. After the Incheon landing, major American newspapers launched a long-term flattery of MacArthur, and the words were so disgusting that they almost thought it was Caesar's resurrection. Even if Alan Wilson was hiding in Kuala Lumpur, which had nothing to do with him, he could feel the disgusting words. This is not a problem that can be solved by shielding, because he has been in frequent contact with Australians recently. Obviously, the glorious victory of the United States has also caused a slight change in the mentality of the Australians. MacArthur, who seemed to have entered the role of the first general in ancient and modern times, played a trick on the Incheon landing, which really had a stunning effect on the whole world. In this case, it really seemed that Britain's previous efforts to avoid sending ground troops were too conservative and timid. Although far away overseas, Alan Wilson could also think that his name should be mentioned in London, and it would definitely not be a positive impression. It should probably be a stumbling block on the bright road of the special relationship between Britain and the United States, and it was mentioned in such an environment. Imperial Foreign Secretary Herbert Morrison arrived in Kuala Lumpur when the whole world was worshipping MacArthur and some American newspapers were implying Britain's cowardly behavior. Unfortunately, as the number one administrative figure in British Malaya, Alan Wilson had to receive the arrival of the Foreign Secretary. In the current environment, it is estimated that he will inevitably be implied. And he did not escape the implication. After arriving at the Malayan Administrative Office, Herbert Morrison mentioned the military masterpiece that spread all over the world. The United Kingdom's avoidance of sending ground troops was ridiculed by the Americans. The last time Alan Wilson returned to London, he was mainly providing analysis. Although there were voices in the British cabinet not to send ground troops, his report also played a big role. It now seems that the Americans are indeed on the verge of victory. Herbert Morrison commented, after talking about the current situation, countries without history always think that the moment is eternal. Alan Wilson said modestly without changing his expression, just as we would not have thought that the US troops on the Korean peninsula would be beaten so badly by the army of a new country and struggled behind the defense line, no one would have thought of today. In fact, the US troops were defeated only a month ago, so it is still early to predict the direction of this war. Herbert Morrison was a little surprised and asked with a smile, Alan, it seems that you don't think you made a mistake in judgment. Dear Foreign Secretary, there was no mistake. The previous report did not mention what would happen to the small country of North Korea. Alan Wilson nodded and said, it is still too early to predict the direction of the war. Okay. Herbert Morrison showed his friendly side, not because Alan Wilson was evaluated by Whitehall as having a promising future, but because he wanted to save some face for General Mountbatten. Now, complete victory seems to be just around the corner. It is like a golden apple, which will represent the peak of MacArthur's glorious military career. Success is already in sight, and MacArthur will not consider or accept other people's advice. Compared to the US troops on the Korean peninsula, which seemed to be moving from one victory to another, the atmosphere on the Malay Peninsula seemed a little too dull, even though this conference to support the Asian economy and development was indeed being prepared in an orderly manner under the care of London. The purpose of this conference was to establish an economic organization led by Britain, with the British pound as its core. Just before the conference was being prepared, Alan Wilson, in the name of the British Malaya colonial government, officially announced the British Malaya currency plan. The new currency was the Asian pound, and a series of details about the exchange rate and circulation range were subsequently announced. Chapter 570 Outcome of the Kuala Lumpur Conference. The participating countries of the conference's support for the Asian Economy and Development Plan are Britain, Canada, Australia, India, Ceylon, Burma, New Zealand and British Malaya, a total of 7 countries plus the Malayan colony. There are also 2 countries that are not members of the Commonwealth, Portugal and the Netherlands, which have colonies in the region, attending the meeting. In fact, there is no need for the Foreign Secretary to give any instructions. Alan Wilson knows clearly that the core is the pound, and most of the participating countries are also Commonwealth countries. In the following days, representatives of participating countries arrived one after another. After all, except for British Malaya, they are all former colonies of Britain. This conference has a strong Commonwealth color, which is probably equivalent to a variant of the Colombo Plan in history. After all, South Asian and Southeast Asian countries have become independent, and the interests of various countries are not consistent. The members of the British delegation who arrived in Kuala Lumpur also understood that it would not be like the glorious era, when Britain could say whatever it wants, and it must go through long-term discussions and compromises. Even the relationship between Burma, India and Ceylon is enough to embarrass the host. For example, Britain and Burma have a defense agreement. However, it is particularly interesting that most British officials believe that Burma is not vital to British defense. Therefore, it is not appropriate to provide military assistance to Myanmar, lest Yangon use it to suppress the Karen people who have long maintained friendly relations with Britain. Similarly, Britain's own finances are in trouble, and other countries with internal turmoil should be prevented from following Myanmar's example and asking Britain for help. Alan Wilson came to Malaya himself and promised that he would not ask the Treasury for a penny. He was almost going to pay for the development here out of his own pocket. Fortunately, he had achieved some success in practicing magic. Malaya was vast and sparsely populated, and he used a land distribution bill to stabilize the situation. As for the source of funds, He bought stocks himself and asked Pamela Mountbatten for help and went to Canberra to ask for Australia's support. Even he didn't dare to ask London for money, let alone Myanmar. After Myanmar didn't get what it wanted from London, it found the surrounding Commonwealth countries. Yangon found Indian Prime Minister Nehru and proposed to sign a defence and economic agreement with India, Pakistan, and Ceylon. But Nehru believed that India-Pakistan relations were currently very tense because of the Kashmir issue. Moreover, Ceylon could not participate in such an arrangement. From this perspective, Myanmar's idea is temporarily difficult to implement. As for the relationship with the North, Myanmar and the Commonwealth countries in Asia have similar attitudes to Britain. In the stage of wavering, Myanmar has established diplomatic relations first after confirming that Britain has no intention of severing relations. Not only Myanmar, but also independent Ceylon and India have shown wavering, just like the current Britain, saying different things to different objects. The first day of the meeting was almost spent in talking to themselves, and even discussed the ongoing war. India opposes the United States' adventurous expansion of the Korean War. New Delhi and London are the same. Prime Minister Nehru believes that the current military action is dragging the whole world into war. Listening to the righteous words of the Indians, Alan Wilson's eyes swept over the representatives of other countries and scratched his scalp. If it were normal, he might not be able to help but imply something about the powerful country. But on this matter, India and Britain's current reactions are consistent, and the person who returned to London specifically to submit an analysis report was Alan Wilson, so whether it was national interests or personal interests, he could not object. Prime Minister Nehru's demeanor is very awe-inspiring. As soon as the Indian finished speaking, Alan Wilson was the first to applaud and agree. The world needs different voices. After independence, India has already had a wide range of international influence. Since Nehru said it, it represents the attitude of India as a country, because Nehru is not only the Prime Minister of India, but also currently serves as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of India. Nehru's words are India's foreign policy. Since the outbreak of the war, India only agreed to the US intervention at the first United Nations General Assembly, and has been constantly singing the opposite tune since then. Now Nehru is an out-and-out pro-Soviet element in Washington's eyes. Although at the meeting, Alan Wilson, as the local chief executive of Malaya, once again found the feeling of being in British India, and praised India's self-reliance and self-improvement attitude in all directions without dead ends. But it does not mean that he thinks so in his heart. In addition to India, the leading countries of the non-aligned countries include Egypt, Yugoslavia, and Indonesia. Egypt is the current base camp of Britain in the Middle East. Yugoslavia had become a staunch ally of the Soviet Union, and Indonesia was directly divided. Theoretically, the land area of 2 million was directly divided in half, and it was surrounded by Britain, the Netherlands, Portugal, and Australia. If India wanted to lead the non-aligned movement, it had to find a suitable country to assist it. New Delhi doesn't think that its northern neighbor will be a good assistant, right? Alan Wilson suddenly thought of this amid the applause for India. If it were another country, it might not be so confident. As for India, very likely. But then again, Alan Wilson did remember that during the entire war, Nehru did keep running for it, and several times he made the United States very angry. At the same time, because Nehru's praise for the Soviet Union in his youth was dug up, Washington was left with the impression that he was inclined towards the Soviet Union. World peace is the mainstream at present. At the signal of Foreign Secretary Morrison, Alan Wilson began to try to end the discussion on the war. Britain very much hopes that India will play a major role in Asian affairs. London understands the concerns about the US's behavior. It is also very important to be committed to local economic development. London hopes that India can play a major role. Everyone knows the relationship between India and the United States at this time. After the British contraction, Nehru's 5-year plan on the left and socialism on the right made the United States, which was ready to fill the vacuum, suspicious. In addition, Britain has a traditional diplomatic tradition of helping the weak and suppressing the strong, so the United States naturally followed suit and focused on supporting Pakistan. This made the powerful countries very dissatisfied. For various reasons, the relationship between India and the United States could not be good. At this Kuala Lumpur meeting, there were Canada, Australia, and Britain, countries with the same culture and ethnicity. India once again expressed its position. It was not easy for Alan Wilson to bring the meeting back, otherwise it would have become a powerful country to criticize American imperialism. Although in the context of Britain not intervening in the war, India's statement also showed that it was consistent with Britain's attitude towards the war. But Canada and Australia both participated in the war. The necessary statement shows that Britain is not alone in not intervening, but always saying this will undermine the unity of the Commonwealth. So Alan Wilson's attitude is to affirm India's important influence on international affairs and bring back the theme of the conference. The Colombo Plan in history was full of political meaning from the beginning. In fact, the purpose of this plan is to counter the expansion of the United States and the Soviet Union in East Asia, and continue to maintain the influence of the Commonwealth in Southeast Asia. The purpose of this Kuala Lumpur conference is similar, and it is still to maintain the influence of the British Empire. With the support of Canada and Australia, Britain is ready to spend £16 million in the name of the Commonwealth to support British Malaya, Burma and Ceylon. The Netherlands and Portugal provided military protection because of the previous five-power defense, and the purpose of inviting India was not to support India, but to express transparency to India, indicating that this conference did not exclude India. Compared with the result in history, that Britain stingily took out £8 million, and then was overwhelmed by the United States with hundreds of millions of dollars, this conference is more concrete. Especially before, Alan Wilson had already dealt with Australia, not only getting Canberra to lift the iron ore ban, but also getting a promise of £10 million. It was not included in the £16 million Commonwealth grant. In addition, the United States currently has no military presence in Southeast Asia, so it can still compete. In short, the theme of this Kuala Lumpur conference is that Britain, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand provide financial support and military protection to British Malaya, including Ceylon and Burma. However, military protection has been specifically reflected in the previous five-nation joint defense. This is not the result of Alan Wilson's opening his mouth to London, but London's own decision. After several days of discussion, while the US military continued to advance northward, the Kuala Lumpur conference generally reached a consensus, and was only waiting for the signature. Alan, who do you think is the main opponent of British Malaya? Foreign Secretary Morrison asked the local chief executive on the eve of the success. Japan or the Philippines? The former is held hostage by American funds, and the latter two are currently pro-American countries nearby. There may also be Thailand. If I were the United States, I would try to squeeze non-Commonwealth countries into this meeting to dilute the Commonwealth color of this organization. Alan Wilson told the truth, which was also the response strategy of the United States in history. He asked for help. The European market must open a backdoor for Malaya's products. In fact, I have some ideas. With the support of funds, Alan Wilson's goal is to do everything possible to increase the importance of British Malaya to Britain. In other words, all the foundations for the rise of British Malaya are in place, and he wants to start production before Japan. On October 1st, the US-South Korean coalition forces cleared the regular armed forces in South Korea and began to cross the pre-war demarcation line. On the same day, the Kuala Lumpur conference closed. The major newspapers in British Malaya disclosed the specific details of the meeting, believing that Malaya's good days are just around the corner. Chapter 571 full of energy. For the current Malaya, it is quite normal for Alan Wilson, as the chief executive, to pay attention to potential competitors. In addition to Japan, there is also the Philippines, which is close at hand. After the independence of the Philippines, the Americans did not abandon the Philippines. After all, the Philippines and the United States have a special relationship. The United States not only provided a lot of aid to the Philippines, but also made huge investments in the Philippines. The Americans invested in and opened a large number of factories in the Philippines. In fact, Alan Wilson is still certain about dealing with the Philippines. And he still remembers one thing, that is, Japan actually tried every means to avoid the compensation for World War II, but the Philippines did not default on the compensation. This is the benefit of the special relationship between the Philippines and the United States. On the issue of compensation to Japan, Alan Wilson can even be a good friend of the Filipino people. Anyway, he was already an old friend of the Indian people before, and the Philippines is not bad. Although he is not a chief executive who particularly understands industry, Alan Wilson still knows that he has to eat one bite at a time. If time is not urgent, he will not be so anxious. But he knows that British Malaya and Japan cannot be compared in terms of population, so he has formulated a very bold development plan. Try to realize the influence of Britain in Asia as much as possible. After the formal meeting, Alan Wilson invited representatives from India, Burma, and Ceylon in private. He said that on the issue of nationalization, Britain could not express support at the formal meeting due to the attitudes of Canada and Australia. However, Britain was not opposed to the industrialization led by nationalization in Burma and India, and it was hoped that India and Burma could properly help the development of British Malaya. As for Ceylon, Britain said that Ceylon's independence would not be disturbed by external forces, and it was happy to see Ceylon and Burma develop relations. This was completely a formality. Ceylon had a British naval base. The successive victories of the United States did not have any impact on Southeast Asia, at least not on Alan Wilson. But he didn't know that the expansion of the war would have another negative impact on the United States in the next 6 months. That was the Missourian, or that he sold to the United States before he left. But now, he was in an excited state about the development of Malaya, and he collected intelligence on the Philippines when he had nothing to do. Then he found the common ground between the two places. It turned out that using prisoners of war to threaten Japan for compensation was not just Alan Wilson's idea. The Philippines has publicly called out several times that if Japan does not compensate the Philippines for its losses during the war, it will kill hundreds of thousands of Philippine prisoners of war. Great minds think alike. Alan Wilson picked up the phone and said, "It is possible to use some inconspicuous channels to show Mr. Elpidio Quirino that British Malaya stands with the Philippines on the issue of compensation. I believe there must be such a channel." Alan Wilson put down the phone and felt that he could do some public opinion manipulation on the issue of military prostitutes. He could even bring Australia and the Netherlands together. After all, these two countries were victims. Although it is somewhat immoral to rub salt into the wound on the issue of women, and it is completely inconsistent with his demeanor on the streets of Paris a few years ago. But now that things have come to this, he can no longer care so much. As a gentleman of the British Empire, he should have a flexible moral bottom line. Japan must not be allowed to go into battle lightly. He even wanted to make Japanese prisoners of war disabled and send them back. Moreover, cultivating an anti-Japanese environment is an important part of the development of British Malaya, which can be regarded as a balance between public and private. With the future clear, Alan Wilson was full of energy, as if he had returned to New Delhi after the end of World War II. His thoughts were flowing like a spring, and he had endless energy, but the target was changed from British India to Japan. And the difficulty is also incomparable. Although British India has a larger population, Britain is a direct colonial government. And it is the United States, not Britain, that has this status in Japan. Hatred is something that will never be forgotten, as long as someone keeps mentioning it, but once no one mentions it, it will be forgotten quickly. Public opinion manipulation, especially for Australia. Alan Wilson needs the help of Pamela Mountbatten, and Pamela Mountbatten, who is conducting a new round of financing with the help of her mother, immediately agreed to it. She also agreed to send an exploration team to British Malaya to search for oil and gas resources near Brunei. Regarding the two main helpers of the United States in Asia, Alan Wilson does not think that he can't compete with the Philippines, but Japan is indeed a difficult opponent to deal with. So since the Philippines is biting Japan because of the issue of compensation, then the Philippines at this time must be in great need of a person who upholds justice to help. Although he couldn't help openly, Alan Wilson didn't want to appear in public. Traditionally, good deeds are done anonymously. This is all to guard against the United States. Originally, the United States took two measures against the Colombo Plan. One was to lead the formation of the organization. The form, function, and nature of the organization were basically consistent with the United States propositions. The other was to promote its evolution according to the wishes of the United States. turning it from a Commonwealth organization originally led by Britain into a non-Commonwealth organization led by the United States. Eventually, Britain lost control of the Colombo Plan, and the United States' infiltration of the Colombo Plan was mainly completed through Japan and the Philippines. Under the premise that the Philippines is biting Japan, Alan Wilson must take the initiative and do everything before Japan. At the beginning of the United States transfer of the textile industry, Japan did not take off very much. After all, the profits of the textile industry were really not good. Japan really began to take off 5 years later, around 1956. After the accumulation of the textile industry, it began to enter a highly developed stage. Therefore, the plan of British Malaya is to develop the steel industry with the support of Australia first, and also to seize the textile industry, because the former is easy to create jobs. At the same time, the compensation issue of Japan was held, delaying the time for Japan to enter Southeast Asia. This issue can support the Philippines' claim. If the compensation issue still cannot stop Japan, Japan's tariff barriers can be used as an issue. Like South Korea, Japan relied on tariff barriers to develop in the early stages of its development by exporting but not importing. If British Malaya can get ahead of Japan, it must hold on to the tariff barriers. Once Japan opens its tariff barriers, it will use the industries that Malaya already has at that time to dump on Japan. Together with the £16 million allocated by the Kuala Lumpur Conference in the name of the Commonwealth, Alan Wilson used the bulk of the money to place orders for the British steel and textile industries. As for the steel making equipment that Pamela Mountbatten said she would purchase in the United States, it had already passed Guam at this time. The remaining money was used as a reserve fund for British Malaya and as an anchor for the Asian pound. The development of the Japanese government after the war was focused on support, limiting enterprises to purchase coal and steel at low prices, and the resulting price difference was subsidized by the government. This difference subsidy was very large, even accounting for a quarter of the fiscal budget. Such policies promoted the development of coal and steel industries. In addition, Japan's factories and social infrastructure were destroyed in the war, which enabled factories to introduce the most advanced production equipment at the time as quickly as possible, improved production efficiency, and developed Japan's heavy chemical industry. Alan Wilson did similar things, but directly supported by the current pro-British Prime Minister of Australia and the excellent iron ore that Pamela Mountbatten had already controlled. This did not require financial subsidies from Malaya, avoiding the resulting financial pressure. Here we have to mention the role of India. The textile industry center of British India was in the Bengal region with Calcutta Industrial Zone as a core. Since the partition of India and Pakistan, it has belonged to India and Pakistan respectively. Among them, East Pakistan, which was later Bangladesh, was a production base for the textile industry. What is the relationship between India and Pakistan now? Alan Wilson opened the Malayan Commissioner radio station and began to replicate the broadcast in Newfoundland, explaining the support of Britain and the Commonwealth for British Malaya. Mentioning the help of Canada and Australia, it is very skillful to express that the British Empire is still a great empire that has survived 2 world wars. From financial support to industrial support, as well as the resources and climate of British Malaya itself, the development policy of the textile and steel industries was formally determined. As for the advantageous industries, free competition was adopted. However, the purchase price of tin and rubber industries could not be higher than the purchase price of the London government. It is difficult to say that the citizens of Malaya have the foundation to accept these industries. The British Empire is ready to help Malaya, but whether Malaya can accept it is also a matter worth studying. From now on, the 10 million subjects of the British Empire in Malaya must accept the guidance of the government, put aside all trivial matters, and become part of modern civilization. At the same time as the agricultural and animal husbandry seeds arrived in Malaya, Alan Wilson's first major project began to be built, a large fertilizer plant. At the same time as the High Commissioner arrived at the site to indicate that he would break ground, the ambitious MacArthur took the Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces and stopped on the island in the Pacific to meet with the President. Here he discussed the situation of the Peninsular War with President Truman and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Bradley. After ensuring that everything went smoothly, he confidently said in a speech, "The current war has actually been won, and the formal resistance on the entire peninsula will end before Thanksgiving." The next day, Alan Wilson, holding a newspaper about MacArthur's declaration, flew to the port of Sarawak in East Malaysia to preside over the groundbreaking ceremony of the steel plant. A week later, at the port of Penang, he took pen and Commissioner Relford to receive the textile machinery that had been drifting on the sea for several months. Chapter 570. To the Japanese are visiting. Yoshida Shigeru was short and plain looking, but he married Yukiko, a lady from a prominent family. Yukiko, who was 10 years younger than him, was the granddaughter of Kubota Shimichi, a famous Meiji hero, and one of the 3 heroes of the Meiji Restoration, and the eldest daughter of Makino Nobuaki, a senior official of the court who was deeply trusted by the emperor. It is said that the matchmaker was actually a female Go player who often played Go with Makino. The friendship between Japan, Britain and the United States has been a national policy that the Japanese government has long promoted since modern times. Thanks to this national policy, Japan has continuously expanded its influence and seized huge rights and interests in the Sino-Japanese War, the Russo-Japanese War, and the First World War. Yoshida Shigeru's father-in-law Makino Nobuaki was a representative of the pro-American faction in the Japanese court, and his political propositions had a decisive influence on Yoshida Shigeru. After a difficult period after the war, Yoshida Shigeru was pleased with the current Japanese economy, although he was lucky to become the prime minister, because Hatoyama was suspected by the occupation forces. But with his good relationship with the Americans, especially MacArthur, he quickly secured the position of prime minister. The result of the World War has made Yoshida Shigeru understand that it is not a good end to go against the United States. Before the war, Japan should have maintained good relations with Britain and the United States, instead of self-expansion and joining the war against Britain and the United States. The news of the victory of the US military on the Korean peninsula made Yoshida Shigeru believe that his choice was right. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the British conference held in Kuala Lumpur. The defeat caused Japan to lose China, the largest overseas market before the war, and economic revival cannot be separated from a huge market. If Japan wants to develop, it must have a huge market as support. So Yoshida Shigeru is very concerned about the situation in Southeast Asia, and has his own ideas about the Kuala Lumpur conference initiated by Britain, the leader of the pre-war world. When Yoshida Shigeru was considering how to make Japan rejuvenate, his close assistant Ikeda Hayato entered his office and greeted his life mentor with a respectful attitude. Ikeda was born in Yoshino Village, Toyota County, Hiroshima Prefecture, a family of wine brewers, and his family was relatively well off. After graduating from the law department of Kyoto University, he joined the Ministry of Finance. After Japan was defeated and surrendered, Ikeda began to emerge. He played an important role in the process of economic revival. As he was highly appreciated and valued by Yoshida Shigeru, he was recognized as Yoshida Shigeru's excellent assistant, and was deeply trusted. Ikeda, come and sit down. Yoshida Shigeru looked at his favorite student, and said with a smile. Ikeda Hayato nodded. Prime Minister, what's the matter with calling me here? Ikeda, it's like this. The current military operations of the US military have allowed Japan to develop. We should also take the opportunity of supporting the United States to repair the current relationship, such as in Southeast Asia. Yoshida Shigeru said seriously, after losing the mainland market, Southeast Asia is extremely important to Japan. At the same time, we must also gain the understanding of the British. After all, the British Empire is now very powerful in Southeast Asia. It can be seen from this Kuala Lumpur conference that Britain still has a huge influence on newly independent countries such as India, as well as traditional supporters of Britain such as Canada and Australia. Ikeda Hayato agreed with his life mentor's idea, and said that he meant the same thing, but the problems in Southeast Asia are very complicated. The Philippines has been biting us, because of the casualties during the war, which is very embarrassing. The key lies in Britain, according to the information we have learned at this stage. Britain is based in British Malaya, and carrying out a lot of construction. Another thing is, that Britain and the Netherlands, Australia, and the Netherlands, that follow Britain have a large number of prisoners of war. If these countries can release the prisoners of war and return home, I believe it will put pressure on the Philippines. After independence, the Philippines' most important thing was to ask Japan for war reparations. Alan Wilson also found out that he had a fellow countryman after a deep understanding. As Japan, which was biting hard, had been chased by the Philippines for debts many times, this was not a secret at all. Ikeda Hayato pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Can we get support from the United States? This matter still needs to be handled, but I hope you can go to Kuala Lumpur as an ice-breaking trip, and it would be best if you can get the understanding of the British." Yoshida Shigeru looked very optimistic about you, indicating that the responsibility of Japan's revival fell on Ikeda Hayato. The steel industry is extremely important to a country, and it is not appropriate to put it in West Malaysia. It is more reassuring to put it in Sarawak. At this moment, Alan Wilson did not know that there was a visitor he had never thought of coming to visit. He was still in Kuching, and East Malaysia Commissioner Redl to inspect the steel base that had already started construction. Because the two parts of British Malaya are not balanced. Even if the Christmas is annexed, the area of West Malaysia is still smaller than that of East Malaysia, while the population of East Malaysia is far less than that of West Malaysia, only 1/3 of the Malay Peninsula. In order to maintain long-term stability and to make the division untenable, there must be a focus on industrial layout. The Malay Peninsula has a large population and sea transportation is more convenient. For other reasons, the textile industry base must be placed there. As for tin and rubber, they are all developed according to the current foundation, and there is no distribution problem. No one can move the tin mine away, right? The rubber industry can be balanced. Then the industry placed in East Malaysia is very important in terms of reliability. I believe that any country understands the significance of the steel industry to a country. After all, this is a hard indicator of whether it is a strong country. The steel industry must be placed in Sarawak. As for its importance, you can see how enthusiastic France is about Alan Wilson's proposal for a coal and iron community. For any country, steel is as its name suggests and exists as the skeleton of a country. It is almost a confidence to speak to the outside world. The same is true for the oil and gas industry in British Malaya, including mining and refining. Don't think that refining has no technical content. Even in the 21st century, many Middle Eastern countries export oil and import petroleum products, and many countries cannot even refine gasoline. The current profit of the refining industry is very high, and one of the most important reasons is the pricing mechanism. However, the cost-plus pricing mechanism is impossible to maintain for a long time. In the future, the pricing mechanism of refined oil will become market pricing, which is an inevitable trend. So you must be mentally prepared. Compared with simply selling oil, the refining industry is an industry that plays the characteristics of oil. It is not enough to just sell raw materials. Although in today's world, it can even be said that the United States was already a giant in refining when Standard Oil just appeared a long time ago, but Britain is at least not behind in this regard. Then steel and refining. Alan Wilson has already decided in his heart, put them in the reliable kingdom of Sarawak. Pamela Mountbatten also knew this. After a round with East Malaysia Commissioner Redl, Alan Wilson was a little hungry, so he found a place to eat something, and then returned to the kingdom of Sarawak to rest. In name, this palace had nothing to do with Alan Wilson, the senior commissioner, but that didn't stop him from interrupting for a moment. At this moment, Edel came back and said, "Commissioner, Ellis has sent a telegram saying that the Japanese government sent a delegation to discuss the issue of prisoners of war." I'm afraid it's not just the issue of prisoners of war. It's only been a few days since the Kuala Lumpur conference. Alan Wilson, who attended the conference, is not so easy to forget. But no matter what, he will not let the Japanese achieve any of their goals easily. Who made him say, when he was alive, that there should be no Japanese father-in-law at the funeral? There is no need to talk about such a long time ago. At the surrender ceremony of Japan's surrender, Mountbatten required all senior Japanese generals to hold a formal signing ceremony in front of his subordinates. Moreover, they must surrender their weapons on the spot, and they will distribute these sabers, guns, etc. as trophies to the allied officers and soldiers present. In addition, all allied officers participating in the ceremony cannot shake hands with Japanese generals. Otherwise, how could Alan Wilson's proposal in New Delhi to detain Japanese prisoners of war, to make up for the damage caused by the war to the colonies, be so easily realized? You have to know that he was only the regional commissioner of Hyderabad at that time, and the key was that Mountbatten, the then commander-in-chief of the Allied forces in Southeast Asia, played a role. No matter who comes, arrange it in Penang, where there are more Chinese. Alan Wilson glanced at the telegram and returned to his boneless state. Wait until the Japanese arrive, then I will go back. Isn't there plenty of time? If he was not afraid of getting himself involved, he would have wanted to set the meeting place on the island of nuclear testing, so as to reflect the importance of the nuclear nation. Now it is obvious that British Malaya and Japan are in a competitive relationship that they have to start at the same time. No matter what the purpose of the Japanese this time, Alan Wilson cannot agree. What's more, it was an unintentional achievement. Recently, the public opinion in the hands of Pamela Mountbatten was reporting that during the war, the families of the colonial army in Southeast Asia were used as military prostitutes by the Japanese. The war has been over for 5 years, and this time is not far away. At this time, the scars are exposed, which makes the colonists who are still in Southeast Asia very angry. Maybe many prisoners of war will die from overwork recently. Alan Wilson was not interested in understanding the so-called Japanese politicians. He just looked at the information temporarily, to get a general idea of them, because knowing one was almost equivalent to knowing the Japanese politicians of the next few decades. You should know that the Japanese political world is quite solidified and completely meets the bureaucracy in any definition. It can even be said that the descendants of political families start as ministers. Waiting for the other party to return to the Malay Peninsula does not involve any diplomatic etiquette. On the contrary, Alan Wilson thinks it is right to do so. As someone who has always claimed to strike hard against third world countries, he should do so. Chapter 573, No Bushido Spirit. When Ikeda Hayato arrived in Penang, the US-South Korean coalition forces on the peninsula captured Pyongyang with great momentum, and it seemed that the prediction of the 5-star general and Philippine Marshal May Sian-hoong was about to come true. But the United States is the United States, and Japan is Japan. These are two different things. Alan Wilson is still making necessary preparations in East Malaysia. For example, he prepared some information about Japan, flew back to Kuala Lumpur, and picked up Anna who had just arrived. Recently, close female friends have been busy in their own ways. Vivian Leigh is busy filming, Hedy and Ingrid are both in silence, and Greta Garbo is acting as the two to run the operation of Woodpecker Pictures. As for other girlfriends of Vivian Leigh, to be honest, they have had a close relationship, but not to the point where they let the female stars come to take care of his personal life. So Anna in Bond set off to study abroad. In name, she went to study in the United States, but in fact she arrived in Kuala Lumpur and played a role of equal status with his wife. The little dragoon is the youngest among Alan Wilson's many wives who have the same status as Alan Wilson. She is the same age as Hepburn and her birthday is younger than Hepburn. He just found out about this, and I didn't say that before. I'm telling you, how come you look like a girl, just by looking at your face? Alan Wilson praised with a smirk. You don't look like a woman who has given birth now. I look young. Doesn't that satisfy your dark thoughts? Anna was wrapped in a bath towel, covering up her perfect body that had absolutely nothing to do with age. In terms of figure, no matter which of the Dragoon sisters, they were no less beautiful than Ingrid Bergman. Actually, I'm not that kind of person, Alan Wilson said hypocritically, and then he made some moves to show that he wanted to be intimate, and he missed them so much after not seeing them for a long time. As a father, Alan Wilson did not forget to hold the little dragoon afterwards and ask about the recent situation of the two brothers Hans and Koch. In terms of being a father, he was actually very incompetent, running around the fifth planet in the solar system every day. He hadn't even seen his children a few times. Whether the two brothers can become talents in the future depends on the education of the Dragoon sisters. Both little guys are very strong. They will definitely be like you, a bad guy with excess energy in the future. The man's warm embrace made Anna feel very comfortable, and there was an expression of enjoyment on her face. Although it was a long journey to Asia this time, she was very willing in her heart. She could stay away from the increasingly tense atmosphere in Europe and come to this strange place. The most important thing was that she could sleep with a man in her arms. Because he had to receive the respected German guests, Alan Wilson was not serious about meeting the Japanese, and it was delayed for 2 days. He believed that the Japanese could understand it. After all, the Americans said that Europe should be visited first and Asia later. This was Washington's national policy. What qualifications did a defeated country have to oppose it? Anna enjoyed the life of a wife for 2 days. Alan Wilson arrived in Penang leisurely and greeted the Penang Commissioner Revered with a radiant face. Did the Japanese come here without leaking out? Commissioner, I have ordered this matter to be kept secret and implemented completely according to your ideas. Everett swore. Very good, you are really reliable. I wonder who is so lucky to be the Commissioner of Christmas Island at the end of the year. Alan Wilson laughed and seemed to be looking forward to the last place elimination at the end of the year. The main population of Christmas Island is Chinese. This has nothing to do with new immigrants. It has always been Chinese. Christmas Island originally belonged to the Straits Settlements and now belongs to British Malaya after the merger. Historically, after Britain intended to withdraw from Southeast Asia, this island dominated by Chinese was given to Australia by Britain at the request of Australia. In fact, looking at the location, you can see that Christmas Island is much closer to Jakarta than to Australia. The reason for giving it to Australia is to give Australia a tentacle to threaten Indonesia. Although there are phosphate mines on the island that can be mined, it is mainly a sense of security for Australia. Similarly, the Cocos Islands were divided from the Straits Settlements by Britain and given to Australia for this reason. But now that Alan Wilson is not leaving, he naturally has no idea of giving it to Australia with a big stroke of the pen. Wouldn't it be nice if he could sell these small islands and make some cash when he has time? As long as he wants to sell, there are many people who want to buy, such as Hedy Lamarr, Greta Garbo and Ingrid Bergman. The last place elimination is like a tight ring, forcing the current British Malaya management to quickly show results. After all, no one wants to really go to the island to command the Chinese to dig phosphate mines under the title of commissioner. Hearing the word Christmas Island Commissioner, Everett was also nervous. Now there are only 2 months left until the end of the year. Although it is said that there will be a commissioner who is ranked last to replace the Christmas Island commissioner in a year, it is not so easy to be a commissioner on an isolated island for a year. Alan Wilson has never heard of Ikeda Hayato, but since he is a close confidant of the current Japanese Prime Minister, he may be a future Japanese Prime Minister. The top leaders of Japan all come from a small circle. Even the Hatoyama family, which is very familiar to the Chinese, is the same. It has continued from the Meiji period to the 21st century. It is just a guess in my heart. The frequency of changes in Japanese prime ministers is comparable to that of the Prime Minister of the Fourth Republic of France. Alan Wilson cannot have impressions. He didn't know that Ikeda Hayato actually became Prime Minister later. Commissioner Wilson. As soon as Ikeda saw Alan Wilson appear at the Penang office, where they were meeting, he immediately took out the Japanese's surface work, full of modesty and caution. If Japan wants to film water margin, you should challenge Song Jiang. Thinking so in his heart, Alan Wilson took out the information about Ikeda and did so in front of the other party. What surprised Ikeda was that this was the Chinese version, who made the Malayan Security Intelligence Committee now mainly composed of Straits Chinese. In fact, the intelligence sent to Alan Wilson must have an English version, but he just didn't need it. Commissioner Wilson understands Chinese characters. Ikeda was stunned and immediately began to express how knowledgeable Alan Wilson was, how global his vision was, and so on. You are right. If it weren't for this, how could I come to Asia to manage a colony dominated by Chinese? Alan Wilson accepted all the compliments from the other party and directly took out the medals he received in London, boasting, "Look, this is the medal I received after the war, when I got the information about Pearl Harbor. The glory of the British Empire is all on it." Alan Wilson just mentioned the glorious example of the Japanese combined fleet's attack on Pearl Harbor, and then changed the subject, but I don't know why. My information was not taken seriously. This made Ikeda Hayato and the Japanese behind him change their faces slightly, not just the military action of attacking Pearl Harbor alone. And since the British could intercept the intelligence, why would the Americans be indifferent? Some problems cannot be thought deeply, but Alan Wilson did not give the other party the opportunity to think deeply at this time. He could think deeply after returning home, but it was not appropriate to think deeply in the British colony. When the Japanese were in a daze for a short time, Alan Wilson had already sat down. As a diplomat, it was very rude to do so, but he was now the Commissioner of British Malaya, so there was nothing rude. Strictly speaking, he was even qualified to do this in front of MacArthur. After all, they were both the highest officials of a colony, but MacArthur had the army, while he did not. If he wanted to mobilize the army, he had to ask Lieutenant General Bilton for help. When he reacted, the British man in front of him had already sat down, with a cigar in his mouth, and his posture was just like General MacArthur, who was very familiar to Japanese politicians. Commissioner Wilson, this time I accepted the Prime Minister's instructions, and came to Malaya to get the understanding of the United Kingdom. I'm sorry for the losses caused to the United Kingdom when Japan was held hostage by the military. Ikeda Hayato was about to bow after he finished speaking, and then an assistant beside Alan Wilson took out a camera from somewhere and directly captured Ikeda Hayato's bowing posture. This move surprised the Japanese, including Ikeda Hayato. Alan Wilson was not surprised. What was there to be surprised about his arrangement? It was as if nothing had happened. He smiled and asked, "Your Japanese bowing culture is so interesting. Why don't you bring out something practical? How to calculate the losses caused by Japan and the British Empire's colonies?" "Oh, right. This is the Australian newspaper in recent times." Alan Wilson took out the latest achievements of his fiancée Pamela Mountbatten and Australian public opinion, and the news about the family members of the Southeast Asian colonial soldiers who were captured and used as military prostitutes by the Japanese. Ikeda Hayato had expected that it might be difficult on his first visit after the war because of Japan's previous attack, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. For a moment, they looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Alan Wilson began to sneer. "Where is your courage to launch the attack? How arrogant. Didn't you tell the Southeast Asians that you wanted to liberate Asia and drive us Europeans away? Now, the whole of Japan is occupied. It's the military's responsibility." Ikeda Hayato opened his mouth and said, "And Japan's responsibility has been judged. Why don't you die as a nation? Why stop the decisive battle on the home front?" Alan Wilson's butt left the chair, leaned forward and asked loudly, "Where is your Bushido spirit? Why did you surrender so easily, Mr. Ikeda Hayato? Do you know that Japan's behavior has disappointed many people?" Alan Wilson was furious. If he really didn't achieve his goal by interfering in something, it was the attempt to attack Hokkaido through the Soviet Union at the Potsdam Conference, which might have allowed the US military to stop dropping nuclear bombs and attack Japan first. If he had achieved his goal at that time, he wouldn't have to worry about competing with Japan for British Malaya. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574, Wilson's Scars. Nowadays, although Japan has lost Hokkaido, British Malaya has a larger area, several advantageous industries, and untapped oil resources. In addition, Australia has the advantage of open iron ore quotas due to Britain's traditional influence. But until now, he still doesn't know whether these created spaces can compete with Japan's tens of millions of social animals. Even if Japan traditionally favors boys over girls and only counts male labor, this part is 4 times higher than the current population of British Malaya. The only advantage that can be used at present is that Japan did not develop its military power in the early stage of its development and handed over all military affairs to the US occupation forces. Now, because of the loss of Hokkaido, Japan's national defense pressure is incomparable with its original history. The US military cannot bear the defense of the north of Honshu Island for a long time. It didn't care about it before and relied on nuclear bombs to deter, but now the Soviet Union also has nuclear bombs. It is foreseeable that the United States will definitely not support Japan for so long. and wait until Japan is fully started before letting Japan defend itself. Japan's self-defense will definitely come earlier. If Japan wants to use a quarter of its fiscal subsidies for coal and steel as in history, its fiscal pressure will inevitably increase. As for the British Empire's response, no one knows better than Alan Wilson, the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee. The original imperial preferential system is just a general tariff stripe. After the overseas state-owned enterprises have landed in the colonies, Britain is now pursuing rapid cashing in. It has already prepared to abandon the colonies and start to exhaust the pond to catch fish, and the goal is to quickly get rid of the financial pressure on Britain. Although Britain and Japan are both island countries, this time it shows what the imperialist background is. What long-term influence is not as important as restoring the imperial finances. As long as the finances are fully restored, it will be another round of continuous progress. As the colony with the greatest value at this stage, Alan Wilson wants to make British Malaya a powerful supplement to the homeland. The potential imaginary enemy is Japan, so Ikeda Hayato's trip here, wanting to open up the market, is impossible to achieve. If you want to open up, then open up the market to each other. Anyway, the current Japan cannot be said to be in a positive cycle. It can only be said that it has just begun to get rid of poverty and open markets to each other. Alan Wilson used the agriculture of British Malaya to destroy the agriculture of Japan. We have the understanding of General MacArthur. We hope to release the prisoners of war and let them return home. Ikeda Hayato was pressed by Alan Wilson to say that the whole country would die in glory, so he didn't know how to answer. He could only bring up MacArthur. Your Emperor Mac will be gone soon. Alan Wilson glanced at the date on the wall. It was already October 19th. If he thought so, he should keep these Japanese and let the other side hear the news of the expansion of the war in Malaya. Of course, now that the Emperor Mac is in high spirits, Alan Wilson cannot say bad things about the American Caesar. He did not mention this, and followed up the question about the prisoners of war, asking, are these prisoners of war going back to defend Honshu Island? Is there any movement by the Soviet Red Army in Hokkaido? The United States wants Japan to bear part of the national defense itself. Ikeda Hayato tried his best to remain humble and polite, but the British man in front of him was too much. He mentioned Pearl Harbor first and then Hokkaido, which was obviously aimed at Japan's current scars. The Soviet occupation of Hokkaido is a huge loss for Japan now. Tokyo has been racking its brains in dealing with the surging pro-Soviet forces after the war. Japan's resources are not much, and Hokkaido occupies a large part of it. Now that this part is occupied by the Soviet Union, Japan has major problems, and the food problem cannot be ignored. Alan Wilson did not know what the other party was thinking. Even if he knew, he thought he had not done enough. The loss of Hokkaido can only be regarded as a small consolation for the losses caused to the British Empire. He even thought that Japan's losses were not enough, which made him unsure about competing with Japan. Manpower may not be able to catch up in a short time, and he was not prepared to let Malaya catch up. The principle has been set at the Colonial Commissioners' Conference in London that the population of a single colony cannot exceed that of the mainland. Once it exceeds the line, it must be split. Fortunately, the population of the British mainland is 50 million, so Malaya does not have to worry about this problem for a while. Alan Wilson gave Malaya a maximum population limit of 35 million. If it exceeds this limit, British Malaya will be divided into two parts. As for MacArthur support mentioned by Hayato Ikeda, Alan Wilson expressed his full belief in the United States' love for the current Japanese government, and even produced evidence about a palm-thick photo, all of which were photos of Japanese women and American occupation soldiers, all collected from public channels. This proved that he now absolutely believed that Japan could get the support of the occupation forces. If it were me, I would find it difficult not to support it. Alan Wilson was amazed. In front of these Japanese, he flipped through the sheets one by one and said with great emotion, when you started the war, you forced women in the occupied areas to be military prostitutes. You didn't expect this day, did you? I don't care about other countries, but the problems of the families of the Australian Army and the Dutch Colonial Army in Southeast Asia will not be ignored by Britain. Commissioner Wilson. Ikeda Yuto was also a little angry after being humiliated for a long time, and he opened his mouth to say something. Shut up. You are just a government official of a defeated country. I'm the chief executive of British Malaya. At best, you are a local official under me. Alan Wilson interrupted unceremoniously. Japanese government. Ikeda Yuto opened his mouth and wanted to continue what he had just said. It's no different from American Japan. What kind of government is that? If I were an American, I would be General MacArthur's position now. Alan Wilson said with disdain. Japan is just a colony, just like Malaya. There is no essential difference at all. For the exchange between the two colonies, I'm already a great favor by being able to come and see you. I should have asked the president of the Malaysian Chinese Association to come and talk to you. The first day of the meeting was definitely an experience that Ikeda and other Japanese people did not want to recall. In addition to the above scars being uncovered again and again by Alan Wilson, the most outrageous thing the British man said was that Japan was treated as a colony. However, the Australian newspapers and the photos of Japanese women and American soldiers made Ikeda unable to refute. In the end, apart from agreeing that the issue of prisoners of war could be discussed, the rest was all humiliation. At this time, after the meeting, Alan Wilson asked his assistant to quickly print out the photo of Ikeda bowing to him. Maybe it would be useful in the future. Don't forget to send one in my name to London, to Admiral Mountbatten, the Lord Admiral. Alan Wilson, in a good mood, did not get carried away, and was ready to share the fun with his father-in-law. He did not just humiliate the Japanese, and he also promised that the issue of prisoners of war could be discussed. Let Ikeda Hayato and others relax in Malaya first, and wait until MacArthur hit Changbei Mountain, when the time is ripe. Commissioner, I saw that the Japanese were very angry when the commissioner said that the Malaysian Chinese Association could talk to the Japanese. Alfred followed Alan Wilson out and talked about the scene he had just seen. It seems that the Japanese think this is an insult. What's there to be angry about? You can leak this matter out in a while, and it will be a good opportunity to contribute to anti-Japanese education. Alan Wilson said leisurely, the textbooks should focus on presenting the period from the Sino-Japanese War to World War II. As for the process of our Britain becoming a global empire, the Chinese and local indigenous peoples were mentioned in passing. Alfred nodded, and Alan Wilson said easily, in fact, I don't understand why the Japanese are so angry. The British Empire has attached importance to the mainland for a longer time than to Japan. The emphasis on Japan was nothing more than the 10 years from the Sino-Japanese War to the Russo-Japanese War. After the Russo-Japanese War, Japan fell into an economic crisis, and we were all on China's side. Japan always has the illusion that a mere island is more important than the entire continent. At that time, the emphasis on Japan was also to prevent the expansion of Imperial Russia, and the reason was the same as the United States supporting Japan to resist the Soviet Union now. But now Britain's position has been replaced by the United States. Since it is no longer the world hegemon, Britain has to choose a larger and more populous country to pay attention to. What's so strange about this? Alan Wilson did not consider the ethnic issues in Malaya. If he took ethnic issues into consideration, Japan would be even less likely to be taken seriously by London. After a busy day, Alan Wilson also had to take care of the emotions of the little dragoon, regardless of whether Ikeda Yuto was sleepless tonight. Dear, what is the purpose of these Japanese? Anna asked absent-mindedly, while cleaning the messy hair. I still need to use that blade. Alan Wilson looked at the scene in front of him with helplessness on his face. Okay, you sit. You are so stingy. Anna stood up with an unhappy face and handed over the razor. Just ignore what I said. Alan Wilson laughed. I mainly feel that you should use a new one, and there is no other meaning. And the more you shave, the faster it grows. I'm thinking about you. Anna turned her anger into joy and directly took the man's hand. It was just right to take a shower together. The climate here is too hot. As a civil servant, Alan Wilson certainly cannot be afraid of hard work and sincerely solve practical problems for the majority of women. Now the little dragoons can't stand the hot weather in Malaya, which is the most practical problem at the moment. As for the issues that Ikeda Hayato is concerned about, he is a humble public tool, and these things are beyond the scope of his own decision. Except for the prisoners of war who can be reported to London, all other matters are rejected. Chapter 575, A blow to the head. On the issue of prisoners of war, Alan Wilson expressed his willingness to talk. At least the formal repatriation work would have to wait until after the new year. That is, after New Year's Day in 1951. The reason for agreeing to this time was, of course, considering that the situation on the peninsula had already taken shape at that time. In fact, Alan Wilson estimated that the scale of the war had expanded, but Britain had little influence on the peninsula after all, and did not know the specific situation, and had to wait for the US military to notify the news. The five-star emperor's military career, which had gone from one victory to another, would take a sharp turn and head towards another turning point. Although Alan Wilson knew this very well, others did not know, and the best way was to wait. So he agreed to Ikeda Hayato's discussion on prisoners of war first, and waited for the best time to do things, which was very logical. The reason why he felt that after the new year was the most appropriate was that it was the time when the US military was most humiliated. If the news of the repatriation of Japanese prisoners of war spread in British Malaya at that time, it would theoretically be the easiest time to use populism, and it would be easy to implement Alan Wilson's plan of killing two birds with one stone. If Alan Wilson was fair, before the Battle of Chipayang, the performance of the US military facing the new opponent was far from satisfactory. If the British Army was the main force in this war, there would definitely not be a second collapse. If it was the Soviet Army, it would be even more difficult. Now my father is still alive. The Soviet Army would rather die than retreat. The first time they met, they could test the strength of the enemy. It was not like the US Army that was busy running. The US military was not the main participant in the ground battlefield in World War II, and the entire US military rarely defended to the death. Often surrounded by the enemy, the first reaction of the US military was to retreat and sell out their teammates. The British Army was always betrayed by the US military. This operation of only caring about their own safety and betraying their allies was not stopped until the Battle of Chipayang. The US military was the first to show the spirit of defending the position to the death. So after that, the situation of the US military being at a loss when surrounded was alleviated, and they understood that relying on the superior guarantee provided by the United States to defend to the death would not necessarily be eliminated. After taking out the firepower advantage that the US military relied on, it also caused consequences that affected the opponent for decades, and the fear of insufficient firepower. If he were an American, he might have given a warning or something, but as a glorious member of the British Empire, Alan Wilson's most correct choice at this time is glorious isolation, which is very consistent with British tradition. I just don't know who will replace the unlucky role of the British Army. Alan Wilson pondered. The current situation is that Britain has not dispatched ground troops. When the US military is in a state of collapse and uses command power to let teammates take the blame, who will it choose? In terms of the scale of troops sent, Canada and Turkey are possible, because only these two countries have reached a certain scale of troops sent. Alan Wilson hopes that the armies of these two countries will be as calm as the British Army when they are betrayed by the US military. Anyway, this time, the Americans don't want to betray Britain. Japan's surrender has already disappointed Britain, and the Americans should suffer a little and let Britain breathe. Even this is far from enough. In the next few months, the US military will replicate the days of being chased and beaten by North Korea before. Britain should operate well in public opinion. After a few days of relaxation with Anna, Alan Wilson had to continue to pay attention to the construction work in Malaya, as well as the distribution of seeds, breeding pigs, breeding cattle, etc. The first major project, the large fertilizer plant in Malaya, was the first major project after Alan Wilson became the commissioner. There was no way. The construction of roads and houses and other things were all done by the former commissioner Jared Edward using prisoners of war. Even though Jared Edward did so much infrastructure, it was unfortunate that the Chinese population surged during his tenure and became the relative majority in Malaya and was very hostile in the eyes of the Malays. On the contrary, Alan Wilson's tilt through the land distribution bill was regarded as the role of a great master in the eyes of the Malays. Large fertilizer plants are very important. Agriculture is the foundation of all industries. Even Britain has undergone an agricultural revolution and has a leading foundation in Europe. It has long been stronger than France, a traditional agricultural power in Europe, before it carried out the Industrial Revolution. Without mentioning the basics, the threshold of modern fertilizer technology is very high. Fertilizers are not something you can produce just because you want to. Nitrogen fertilizers and phosphate fertilizers require synthetic ammonia. The earliest purpose of clicking on the synthetic ammonia technology tree was not to make fertilizers, but to make explosives. The hardware needed to make fertilizers is similar to cannons. All of them require alloy steel seamless pipes. After entering the 20th century, nuclear submarines became a symbolic dividing line for whether a country can make modern fertilizers. Because after the alloy steel seamless pipe is conquered, at least the shell of a nuclear submarine will not be a problem. Coincidentally, India's fertilizer industry is actually very backward, so it is not very strong in making nuclear submarines. So don't think that such a large fertilizer plant is so simple on the surface. There are many things to pay attention to, unless the Soviet Union provides large-scale assistance to India. Anyway, based on Alan Wilson's understanding, when he worked in British India, the Indian fertilizer industry during the British India period was very primitive and absolutely had nothing to do with the modern fertilizer industry. If India wants a modern fertilizer industry, it must conquer the hardware of alloy steel seamless pipes alone. If it cannot be conquered, even if it can be produced, the scale will be limited. The result is similar to or even worse than the generic drugs from India. While the Malayan administrative commissioner was carrying the burden forward and making the 10 million subjects of the colony live in peace, although the traces of the peninsula were still gradually spread as the war progressed. The five-star emperor who wanted to end the war on Thanksgiving finally achieved the expected results with the bravery and fearlessness no less than that of the Titanic decades ago, just as Alan Wilson expected. In early November, when Alan Wilson set a commissioner meeting on the 25th of next month to see who would be the commissioner of Christmas Island, the news that the US-South Korean coalition forces were defeated and retreated to the south of the Cheongchun River spread from the peninsula to all parts of the world. The US troops were either alone or in groups of 3 or 5, carrying the wounded and moving towards the mountains while fighting. Some people moved eastwards around the roadblocks and then southwards into the mountains, while others simply hid in the darkness and moved southwards and finally reached the rear. Many people were captured, and the number of casualties could not be immediately ascertained at the time. London, Canberra, Ottawa, Paris, Washington, Moscow, Belgrade, New Delhi, the capitals of the two camps and neutral countries, all started to discuss the blow to the Americans, who were still winning 2 weeks ago, and wanted to end the war before Thanksgiving. As the current biggest opponent of the United States, Moscow was the first to be happy about the shameful end of the defeat of American imperialism. After confirming the defeat of the US military, it almost immediately reported the defeat of the US military in a tone of confirmation, and also teased Emperor MacArthur for saying that the war would end before Thanksgiving. Starting from Moscow, the news that the US military was hit head on again, just like half a year ago, spread all over the world. I think London should have some trust in me this time. Alan Wilson, who was hugging the little dragoon, let out a long sigh. Although it was 10,000 kilometers away from London, Emperor MacArthur's confident prophetic speech, coupled with the fact that the US military was winning one victory after another. This must have been very embarrassing for London, which wanted to stay out of the matter. Since September, American newspapers have certainly used this to ridicule Britain. Over time, it is inevitable that London will not let Alan Wilson apologize to the world. But now this worry has disappeared. Prime Minister Attlee's image can only be seen as resolutely defending British interests and preventing Britain from being involved in an uncontrollable war. From the perspective of talking without any pain, Prime Minister Attlee must be very comfortable now. Look how happy I'm for you. Now you are not worried anymore. As the closest person, Anna was the first to feel the change in the man's mood. She said unhappily, "You are so timid. You are different from when you were in Germany. Germany is Germany, and the United States is the United States. I believe that even the Soviets in front of me must admit at this moment that the national strength of the United States is overwhelming other countries." Alan Wilson did not deny that he was double standard. He whispered, "The failure of the US military has its own problems. Once the enemy situation is unclear, the US military often chooses to retreat to a safe place first. This habit is very bad. If the Soviet Red Army had held on to the spot, the effect would have been much better. Thousands of miles away in London, Prime Minister Attlee and Foreign Secretary Morrison, who had just returned from Kuala Lumpur, were also talking about the shameful defeat of imperialism in the words of Moscow. Previous concerns about the expansion of the war and MacArthur's own shortcomings now seem to be completely correct. Attlee looked at the foreign minister who was not on good terms with him and said, on the one hand, we should feel fortunate, because we insisted on defending Britain's interests, and did not let Britain get involved. On the other hand, it is also worrying, because if the war develops in an uncontrollable direction, will it cause a world war? We should communicate with the United States to see if we can restore the pre-war situation. Morrison held his forehead helplessly and said, but in July and August, the United States rejected our many suggestions and warnings. The United States now no longer listens to us in the UK. Prime Minister Attlee also nodded. He was also very complicated now. For the current Britain, the current situation can be said to be mixed. It is gratifying that Britain has avoided joining another war, just as the economy has improved. What is worrying is that the more powerful opponent, the Soviet Union, is also the same, while the helper that Britain relies on, the United States, has fallen into the war. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.